Aqui, olha. Aqui, olha. Olha, são mensagens. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Liberia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Morovia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Africa. Just to spoon, you just spoon you ain't know. If the children crying for starvation, just to spoon. You want to get a news update, brother, to spoon. You want to know what is happening, Moravia, to spoon. Politicians want to make their decision, just to spoon. You want to know what happening in the ministry, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. You from Panama, Maryland, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. If you eat kepa, granny like my brother, to spoon. You got a small TV, you got a small radio, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. Yeah, Rastafari. Kilibaba, 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 kilibaba. What you want? This well, folks, welcome to another edition of the program, Spoon Talk on Spoon 107.5 FM, Fabric 101.1 FM, Super 95.5 FM, and we are also live on Fabric TV, Spoon TV, as well as Super TV, and we are also live on line at Spoon Talk on YouTube as well. My name is Aaron Kuban, and I'm your sound producer for tonight's edition of the program. And it's great to be here tonight. Of course, today is Thursday, and it's the 30th day of November 2023. And as a matter of fact, today is the final day in the month of November. Tomorrow we'll have December. That's the month of the holiday, and lots of people looking forward to the Christmas as well. But today also is the birthday of Ambassador Joseph Newman Boaka, President-elect of the Republic of Liberia. I know since this morning, several events have been going on at the home of the President-elect, and I saw images from there with the President-elect receiving gifts from some women from Nima County, and I know he made some statements just a few hours ago at a dinner in observance of his birthday. And so I also saw some billboards up, wishing the President-elect happy birthday. And so that's just one of the major things that trending in our country, Liberia, right now. Ambassador Joseph Newman Boaka is celebrating his 79th birthday. And so he's a very he's a statesman. And I was telling someone, I said, even if he had not won the election, he has already assumed that role as a statesman in our country based on the number of years he served this country, over 40 years. And so it speaks to the fact that such an individual reaching such milestone, 79 years, that person needs to be celebrated in the form and manner in which he's being celebrated. So hypothetically speaking, if he had not won the election, obviously he would have been celebrated. So I don't think he's being celebrated because he's the president-elect. So we must say happy birthday to Ambassador Joseph Iman Boakai, for living. All of us young people, someone like me, will be wishing to live that long, and so we'll always be happy and wish someone well when they reach that age, so that we too can also reach such a milestone. And then the next thing here I like to talk about is that the NAMBO partner for democratic development, headed by Eddie Jawel, released the tracking promises report. They used to call it a META project, under President George Weah. And now, whenever there is a campaign, the politicians make a lot of promises. And so Eddie Jawolo and his group under the NAMBO, they were able to track over 90 promises made by Ambassador Joseph Iman Boakai while campaigning across the country, and on 4 different pillars, on the arrest and some of the statements made at political gathering. So the institution, as you know, like they did with Ambassador George Manuel Weah, they will also be tracking President Joseph Iman Boakai when he should have been, inaugurated on the 22nd of January. So they've tracked, documented 93 promises made by the United Party, and so they've tracked 93 promises made by Ambassador Joseph Iman Boakai, and also most of them under the arrest, unlike the CDC that did not have a manifesto. When it came to power, they had to go to when it came to power, they had to go to Nima County to formulate the PAPD in Gompa at the time. Now, but the United Party has the arrest, and so I know by the time the inauguration is done, they're going to get on the road moving faster, and in fulfillment and implementation of the arrest. So we will do it as usual by going to the lands. Maybe you could use your time to wish Ambassador Joseph Iman Boakai, President-elect of the Republic of Liberia, a happy birthday. You can wish him a happy birthday. You can also speak on any issues that's burning your mind. Those critical national issues for our country. You can talk about them as well. But we'll ration the time so that we get more cutters. And we're gonna do this up to 9 o'clock, as as usual. So let's open the lines now. 0776. Sorry, that's 0777 771075 or 0555 let's take this very first person here coming into the line. Good morning. Sorry, did I say good morning? Good evening. Welcome.
Hello.
Hello, you are live. Go ahead.
Yeah, I coming up back.
Wow, the fever is bad, so you got to walk away from where you are. Just move away from where you are. I've not cut you off. I just want you to walk away.
Hello.
You say okay now. Okay, have you?
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead. Let me.
Yeah. What's the widget? President, happy birthday. Let's go get his love left. Who love?
Okay.
Whatsoever he talk about to help her, let's go for faith for he let it do it for her.
Okay, man. Thank you. Thank you for having us on the program.
So the rest now, the one we live, we probably not get it.
No, on Saturday there's another bash. So if you were selected, if your number was taken
no,
down,
I never went through that. Just tonight, so
it will be done later on tonight. I don't know, but I think it will be done later on. Yeah.
Hello,
welcome.
Good evening.
Good evening. Welcome.
Yeah, this is Evangelist Alfonso Vaca, aka Red Power International. I'm calling from Mount Berkeley.
Okay, sir, go ahead.
Yeah, I want to extend my thanks and appreciation to Stone Network and to say happy birthday to our dynamic and excellent Joseph Boakai, who has been elected as President of the Republic of Liberia. And may God bless you all.
Thank you all so much for having us here. Let's take this person here. Welcome.
Yes, sir. Listen, good evening.
Good evening. You're speaking with Aaron. Let's hear you.
Oh, Aaron Kumar.
Yes, sir.
How are you doing, sir?
Fine, thank you. Go ahead.
Well, my name is David Maniba, and I call from district number 3. Well, let me first give the praises to the Almighty God who have allowed every one of us to see this day. And my one best vision to JMB, who celebrates his 79th birthday today. I want to wish him God's divine grace. May God give him the strength as he leads this nation to prosperity. May God continue to protect him. Whosoever playing evil against him, whosoever playing evil against this country, to see this country going backward, God destroy that person. May that person live to see this country going forward. Yes, the Bible says, pray that the wish should not survive. And I'm praying against, because so many people playing evil for this government, and God above, who has given us this day, I'm sure this country will move forward under JNB. President-elect Joseph Imam Boakai, happy birthday and many more years to come. With grace and God's strength for you. Thank you.
Thank you ever so much. Let's take this person here. Hello, welcome.
Hello.
Yes, you are live. Go ahead.
This is Joseph Matari calling from Bonafa, New Lake Community.
Okay, go ahead, sir.
Happy birthday to our father. In Newu, they say, oh, he can rule us. Let God bless you, Papa. God will give you long life. Those who are care bad man for you, they will give one another, and not you. Let God give you long life and lead us 2029. In Jesus' mighty name.
Okay, amen. Thank you. Thank you very much. Let me take this person here from the Lone Star line. The number is 0777771075 or 0555101075. Good evening and welcome.
Good evening.
Good evening, welcome. Let's hear you.
Thank you for calling for rehab.
Okay.
I just want to tell my uncle happy birthday to you. But don't forget, what I love man or like this man, you should order them. Don't feel sorry for them.
Okay, thank you. That's a point. Okay, let me take this person here. Good evening, welcome.
Jeffrey, right?
You're speaking with Aaron. Let's hear you.
Oh, sorry, Aaron. How are you?
I'm fine, thank you. Go ahead.
My name is Sheikh DJ Jr., and I join you from my usual residency district 12. Aaron, Ayala, when I listen to some lawmakers for the city and also some journalists talking about the worship payment of Georgia. Now they want to establish the CDC government, which they themselves on yesterday said that Georgia is going to pay the worship. Now they are asking Ambassador Boakai that if you will pay. In season, you see what we were telling the CDC government and we're telling the Lagoon that Georgia are very wicked human beings. Those men is very wicked to understand. Instead of legislating, they will be happening to law that if it is not there, or the CDC government is not there, say it will be good. But the component now you should see it, they say, John, we have progress. We want a system of white that is really well voted for Mr. Boakai. And it is not compulsory for Mr. Boakai. In fact, in the first place, we will pay our one fee. We will pay our children one fee before George was to over. It is one of the problems we want to kill the system to prevent them be so that they are actually can work. The war, just the war is having a normal way. So the people also saying that they will be protected. Instead we give you water, we will not give you water. We'll bring myself for you. We'll bring back for you to food. Because protect is the one God unity party back to power. That unity party record. And you say, no one going to make John we are president, John we are record. Well, I know that John we are record cannot make a unity back to power.
Thank you.
So you say, I beg you, let me just conclude this though. You say you want to be protesting, but let me say this to you. CDC is dead. Perpetual CDC is dead. There will be no more CDC, there will be no more grade. The party after the Banga 12 years, because the Mara 12 years, when they were 4 years, when they were 4 years, I get out with the CDC finish dying.
Thank you, brother.
Thank you.
Thank you. We just talking about this. Let me take this person here. Welcome.
How are you, sir? Thank you.
I'm fine, thank you. Go ahead.
Thank God. Well, I want to extend my appreciation to the Spoon FM family and my thanks and appreciation to the President-elect Joseph Yuma Parker. The woman is a very blessed woman. When they want the woman launching a ring, the woman and not and just to pronounce it as a President-elect a ring. Today, her birthday a ring. This is the God glory and God give a brother. This woman is a highly blessed woman for this country. So I thank every one of you who have contributed to the women's success and to our success. I thank every one of you. Let God continue to bless this nation.
Thank you ever so much. Let me take what's going on. Let me take this person here. Hello. Hello, you are live. Go ahead. Your line is too bad. So let me just take another person here. Hello.
Hello.
You are live.
Hello?
Go ahead. You are live. Go ahead.
Yes, I just want to wish my president, Joseph Yuma Parker, a happy birthday in the prosper life for the Sings family.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you all so much. Let me say welcome to this person here. Let's hear you.
Hello.
Hello, you are live.
This is Ibrahim Mulba from SKD Complex. This
Okay.
is on my mind today to thank you first and Sano High, the campaign, a Kino campaign of Wahoma Town. I know what's how to go. Sano for the clinic.
The clinical campaign.
Yeah.
Oh, just wait along the show. I know the panelists will come and they will inform you on that. But I know there are some groups that went on today. It was launched today in Pinsdale for the inauguration. Ambassador Boaka launched that. So maybe you go at the campaign headquarters or the main headquarters to get details surrounding how you can be included into it.
Okay, thank you for soup.
Okay, thank you, my brother. This is the Spoon Talk on Spoon 107.5. Welcome, let's hear you.
Hello, I'm Asami Dore calling from Hotel Africa Road.
Okay.
I want to say happy birthday to my daddy, the people daddy. And I ask Allah to protect him, to give him good security, to give him wisdom to lead this country. And I pray that all enemies that are planning evil to get that evil from on our heart and turn to good one towards our daddy. Amina.
Amen. Thank you. Let me take this person here. Hello, welcome.
Hello.
Your feedback is bad. Just lower whatever you're using to listen to us.
Hello.
Can you lower? I'm hearing myself. Can you lower whatever you're using to listen to us?
Yeah, I'm the radio.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, this is Senator calling from Looking Town.
Go ahead, Ben.
Yeah, I just want to add to what my brother said concerning about the 12 years. If he was in contact with anybody that when he gets chair, he will continue to pay royalty for people. When we were there, our people struggled to pay our royalty. So this is not a contract at the time like when when somebody get there, they should continue to pay royalty. JB is not some paper for that one. So they should do that one because we were talking in the money already on Banana FA that JB forced to do it. Enough for yeah, anybody in some paper for it. Enough for because I listened to Banana FA this morning. That's why we're on Banana FA in the morning.
Thank you. Thank you, man. Thank you. Let's hear this person. Welcome.
Yeah, Aaron, how you doing?
I'm fine, thank you.
Yeah. I want to give God the praise for keeping the old man alive where people just live around here. But it is God who controls life. Wait, happy birthday to our daddy. And for the eyes of Baka.
Oh, okay.
I tell God, thank you so much for Aaron. I want to talk with you.
Sorry?
I want to talk with the CEO.
Oh, yeah, he will come. When he comes on, you can speak with him. Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah. Hello, welcome.
Hello.
Hello, you are live. Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. This is Spoon FM.
Yes, you are live on the radio.
Okay, thank you. This is Joseph F. Kinema. popularly known as GMB from the ghetto, and I call you from district number 3.
Okay.
I just want to say happy birthday to my incoming president, Ambassador Joseph Juma Boakai. May God bless him with many more years and bless him.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you ever so much.
Thank you.
This person here, welcome. Wow. I cut you off. Sorry for that. Hello, welcome.
Hello,
Yes, go ahead.
my name is Alice. I just want to wish my uncle happy prosperous birthday. Wishing long life and many, many more years to come as he leads us in this country. May God bless his leadership in Jesus' mighty name.
Amen.
Amen.
Thank you. Let's take this person here.
Hello?
Hello, welcome.
Yeah, Aaron.
Okay, go ahead. You are live on the radio, yes.
Yeah, thank God that today I get this station. Wow, long time. I want to tell our pa happy birthday. I want to thank you for this wonderful day. What on my mind is that I want when he come, when we finish inaugurate him, I want for you to bring senior prices down so we can pay our houses because all those senior will make Liberia to be fine. So that what on my mind this evening.
Okay, thank you very much for having your say. Let's take this person here. Hello.
Yeah.
Hello, you are live.
Yeah.
Hello.
Yeah, hello.
Go ahead, you are live.
Yeah. Mami awa Chevy. According for APRC.
Go ahead.
Yeah. I just tell you the president happy birthday. Because send the money. We been there. We look at women. We go Ketere Tabagi. We go Pepe Tabagi. We go Sawali. We get coming. We serve the people. So I get ready. Happy birthday.
Okay, man. I'm feeling making my home or my call. All right, welcome. Hello, are you there? Okay, let me take this person here. Hello?
Yes.
Go ahead, you are live. Let's hear you. Are you there? Okay, you drop off. Hello. Oh my word. What's going on? Hello? Hello, go ahead.
To get fisherman, that's small.
Yeah.
My uncle Honorable Joseph Juma Boakai. Happy birthday, and Allah will give you long life to be strong. Anyway, I'm even asking a calling for birthday. I'm happy today. Happy birthday, long life again. Thank you so much. God bless you.
Okay. Hello? Yeah, go ahead.
Mami Rachel.
Go ahead, Rachel. All right.
Mama. I've been calling on the show every day. I can go. I can't look for a radio station yesterday, day for yesterday, or day. I can't find a place. Only get my house, work for a time. Play, I won't come there.
Oh, okay. We located in Congo Town.
Congo Town?
Yeah.
And where I will be there.
We there every day. We can be here on the daybreak.
Every day. One can't figure it out.
Come during the working hours. You can come between 10 to 4 o'clock p.m.
10 to 4?
Yeah.
Okay, Mona Okane.
All right. Hello, welcome.
Yeah, I'm Kadiatu calling from Qatar.
Okay, let's hear you.
I want to say happy birthday to the president-elect, Ambassador Joseph Juma Boakai. I want to bless God for his life pray that God give him more grace, wisdom, understanding to lead Nigeria in the right path. And I also pray to tap in his grace to reach some of the children
Yeah, you praying that same prayer. Let's just join in together and pray that prayer. All right, thank you very much. Yeah, I too praying at that. You know what I mean to reach out now. Welcome.
Yes, good evening, Aaron.
Good evening. Welcome. Let's hear you.
Thank you. My name is N. Patrick Bella, and I speak to you from Painesville.
Okay,
go ahead. One of my mind this evening is that I just want to appreciate God for allowing JMB to be our president of Liberia, president-elect. Come January, we'll make him president proper so that this country will move forward. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much. Thank you all so much. Hello? Hello, welcome.
Yeah, how you doing?
I'm fine, thank you.
Yeah, this is Yara Kalaskobi, calling from Seattle.
Okay, quiet.
Yes, first let me tell our personal life and the God sent person that God has sent or God has given us to rescue our country. A happy birthday. What is on my mind is about the budget for the 2024. I'm asking all United Partisan or all United Party and Alliance, the lawmakers, that they shouldn't pass the budget until we take seat, because we notice that the CDC lawmakers or the opposition lawmakers now they are trying to pass the budget so that they can do things that will make our government to look bad. So I'm urging every one of them to delay the budget until our person can take it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you all so much. We got 2 minutes to go. We got about 2 minutes to go, and I was also already seeing Mr. Dwalu in the back, and then Aunt Mama is also here. So let's take this person. Welcome.
Hello?
Hello, ma'am. You are live on the radio. Go ahead. Hello, are you there?
I want to wish my coming in President Joseph Yuma Boakai. Let God bless him. Let God give him more wisdom to lead this country for us. Our grandpa, our papa, our uncle, let God protect him. He be able to carry us through in his 6th year. And I believe God is going to do it for us. So I want to tell God, thank you for him.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. Thank you. We'll take another person. Yeah. Hello, welcome.
Hello?
Hello.
Can you?
Yeah.
Yeah, hello, welcome.
Yeah. How's everything?
Fine, thank you.
Okay.
Go ahead.
I'm Paddington Johnson calling from Minnesota.
Okay.
I just want to use this time to say happy birthday to our incoming president, President Joseph Newman Boakai. And with this be a blessing and a success, and we are in prayer so that his governance system can be a better one, so that he can leave a mark for the Liberian people, so that he can do his best. Let God shower his blessings upon him, so that this country can come back to itself again, because sometimes we are downhearted, we're looking for results, we're not getting results. I hope that our incoming president should bring a better result for us, and may God continue to bless him.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Thank you all so much. It's 9 o'clock already, and we gotta go. I don't know what Mr. Dwalu is said. Okay, so it's 9 o'clock, and we gotta go. So we use 30 minutes to talk with all of you. So we'll go for a breakdown. We'll open the lines later on if that is requested by the panelists. And so let's bring Angie Mama on first. Okay, then Mr. Dwalu. Okay, so I'll come here. Okay, so something playing it back. Something playing the back. It says from you, Mr. Dwalu.
I'm actually muted, so I'm not sure. It must be coming from your studio. So let me mute again.
Okay, I think it's off now. I don't know where it was coming from. I'm hearing something in the back. Magic. Okay, it's from you, Magic. Okay, it's okay now. Hello, Mr. Dwalu? It's okay now.
Okay, we are all set. We are okay. Thank you so much, Sejimama. Welcome to the show. I don't know if you want to do your intro in the meantime, or we can recognize a few people that came early. I think it's a better option here.
What is the better option?
To recognize a few people in the meantime.
Okay.
Okay. So let me just pull this stuff up. I love to do it from my phone. I tend to be able to control who I'm recognizing. Once again, to the audience, I want to recognize everybody first and foremost. Patience Howard, welcome to the show. Elwina Prevail Delacqui, welcome to the show. Jefferson Larkey, Momo T. Johnson, Momo Vaseline, welcome to the show. G. Sylvester Mayborn Wei, welcome to the show. Ace Mori Blama, Christina Gopu, Johnny Shawo, welcome. William Gray, Ahosim Fadiga, welcome to the show. Nixon Niweri Nimlin, welcome. Yaman Thompson, Romeo Nibil, welcome to the show. Rosling Tenima Coleman, Lawrence Dawo, welcome. Clarence Benson, Sarah Kumba Cooper, I believe that's it. Eric Bia, Samuel Johnson, Byron Taylor, everybody, man. Welcome to the show. Let's Talk Liberia. Share the show. We're waiting for the crew to get over here. But Sejimama, how's it going on your end out there in Liberia?
Oh, it's kind of quiet. First of all, I'd like to say good evening to the people of Liberia. Today is a joyous day for Liberians. Like I've always said, that the president-elect is the people's president. Liberia voted for him. And so today you can feel the joy all over Liberia. So I'd like to take this time, if I may, to say happy birthday to Uncle Joe, like we always call him. We'll always call him that. But officially we say Mr. President. But right now, I will say, Uncle Joe, happy birthday to you. Happy birthday also for my children in America, because you know they're all friends with Jojo. And so they say, Mommy, we got to tell our new president and what grandpa or what uncle, we got to tell you happy birthday. Say, please convey that message. So I'm obliged to do that. So, Uncle Joe, your grandchildren in America, Henrietta, Margareta Cox, Rodney Seku Wolokoli, Seba N. Wolokoli, Yasmina Emeka Morris, they all extend their love and best wishes to you, and they wish you long life, and they wish you all the best in your leadership. So also from me, you know how I feel about you, Uncle Joe. So no need to even say it. I wanted to come there today, but I said no. He will be meeting a lot of people. We, the family people, got to stay behind. We got to stay behind and give other people the chance to go and meet the old man. Because when you're family, you got to stay behind and give other people the chance. So I pray for you this morning, Uncle Joe. I ask God to give you long life and give you more wisdom. You already got wisdom. So to give you more wisdom and give you good health. So I ask God to bless your leadership. And I also ask God to, the love I see coming from the Liberian people, you're continuing it. This is the Liberian people government. And I just want to say thank you to every one of you people for going out there today to celebrate with our uncle. So I want to say thanks to y'all, and I appreciate you. Thank you.
Thank you, Angie Mama. To me as well, Honorable Wakai, happy birthday. Like Angie Mama said, we're asking for more blessings. It's a tremendous blessing for you to get to your age unscathed. because with everything going around and still healthy in your full capacity, we ask for more wisdom so you can lead this country in the proper direction. But at the end of the day, we must remember one thing: Liberia has to matter, and our leaders must matter so they can guide us the right way, so we can have a Liberia that we can bequeath to our children and they can be proud of. And I'll continue recognizing a few more people before I say a few things here. Cecilia Seyu, welcome. Thompson Pei Doki, Henry Tokolong, welcome. Princess Wanli, Morris Bese, welcome to the show. Ishmael Twarwale, welcome. Apu Johnson, God Favor Cheeks, Meredy Duyaku, welcome to the show. Village Boy Smith, Precious Sitia, Abu Conan, Jenna Goodling, Tina Kias, I believe, Williamton Lincoln, Stephen Cooper, Roberta Gombi Spears, welcome to the show. Cyrus Nango, Angelina Mamita, how you doing, Mama? Everything, Tina Mane, Eden Haza, Masa Dukle Addison, Masa Johnson, Joseph Kofi Awoku, welcome to the show. We see Gertrude, something I've gone very quickly. We see Robert, we see Rose Harris, Peter Swen, Mario Wires, Bonewing, welcome to the show. Helen Conan, welcome. Doris, look, everybody, welcome to the show, man. Angie, Mama, maybe you can help me. Something happened to me in Liberia yesterday. The people cost me almost $12,000. The thing hurting me so bad. Somebody broke into my building and literally stole the wire out of 7 apartments. These were iron doors. I don't know what they use, crowbar. And they literally opened 7 apartments and took all the wires. I thought I was finished with wiring. They stole 7 apartment wires. I mean, just imagine that. Some of the things our people do. But it's just one of those deals. You pick it up and you keep moving. I'm still trying to find out who they sold them to, but I know I'm never going to find out who they sold them to. 7 apartment was into and stole all the wires.
Do you have securities?
I do have security. Mama. People will point fingers at the security, and well, we do what we have to do. But you're on the ground, you do in the business environment. How can people do that? Sometimes the very guys that were working in the yard could be the same people that get people to come and steal the wires from the building. Fortunately for me, they didn't break the walls. They just pried the iron gates open from 7 apartments and stole all the wires in those apartments. But your Liberians, man, y'all welcome to the show. Let's share the show. We're not going to keep waiting on these guys. Say, Mama, I'm going to just bring a few topics. So you and I go back and forth. We discuss these topics. One thing that catch my heart today, the national election, the Liberian Anti-Corruption Commission, I just issued a statement today. It's published on Front Page Africa. Anybody can go and go read it for yourself. They are saying every government official who's leaving the government must declare their assets. There is an asset declaration, I guess that's what it's called. And those that are coming in must also declare their assets as well. By the same token, we want the commission themselves to declare their asset. My question to you will be, how serious do you think they are? Or is Honorable Bwaga going to take this very seriously? Say, Mama.
Well, I'm sure the incoming president-elect is taking this very seriously. First of all, it's a very good thing for anyone to do. Anyone with integrity should do that, because if you're not hiding anything, you shouldn't feel different to say I don't want to declare my asset. First of all, if you are the LACC commissioners, what I was taking aback, why they didn't declare the asset? And one of the criteria set for them to declare the assets so that they can be confirmed. But they confirmed them and they didn't declare the asset. So if you the LACC, cannot do the right thing, cannot set good examples for other Liberians to follow, then how are they going to take instruction from you? It is the right thing to do, but they didn't declare the assets. Now you see it's caught up with them. They're asking government officials that are sitting to declare the assets, which is proper to do. But why they didn't do it themselves? So I think it's a good thing. Everybody should go in.
Yeah, but Mama, here's the thing though. My thing is, in most other countries, these asset declarations, they're law. Even in Liberia, it's the law. Why do we continue to allow government officials to take their positions in government to get paid, freeze their pay until the assets are declared? Give them 30 days. After 30 days, if the assets are not declared, you remove them from government or you don't pay them at all. There must be some requirement if the assets are not declared in the beginning to begin with.
Yeah, but Dwalu, the problem is that when you have a serious government, right?
Mm-hmm.
When you have a serious government, when they ask the government official to say you declare your asset and they don't do it, the government will take a stand.
Okay.
But all the government officials in the past government or in this present government, because they haven't turned over yet, they refuse to declare their assets. They didn't do it up to present because they were not afraid of the president. They respected the president on many occasions in so many forms and manner. They took upon themselves to do what they wanted to do because the president did ask them. He asked them on several occasions. He even gave a timeline. I declare my asset. I have my letter today that LACC gave me for declaring my asset. They gave me a letter clearing me. You understand? But other people felt that they were close to the president or they were too big to do it or they respected the president. Period.
But since your mama, we have a statutory body, the LACC. They have instruction from Congress, well, from the Liberian legislature, right? They don't have to wait on the president. But I will go back to President Weah initially because it began with him. President Weah refused to make his asset public. I even doubt that he actually declared his asset. But you know the way our country works is that we have an imperial presidency. Why should other people declare their asset when the president that should be in charge, should be setting the standard for asset declaration, refused to declare his asset? I think that laid the benchmark for their refusal.
No, I think from the last time I checked, I remember that the president did declare his asset later on, but when the press people asked why they didn't make it public, they said they were not going to make it public, period. And I felt everything should have been public, but he didn't do it. But he declared his asset later.
Okay, Seji Mama, you see the way
refused to do that.
The way my thing is, the president can tell the LAC because he quote unquote gave him job, which he didn't. A president does not give you a job. A president gives you opportunity to serve the Liberian people. He is your immediate boss. You serve the Liberian people, but you are answerable to the president if he appoints you. But in Liberia, it's kind of like reverse. The president appoints you, that means you serve the president. Here's the thing. President Weah could have told him, so listen, you're supposed to declare my asset. So with your argument, for example, that means the LACC has the president declared asset on record. This is what you're saying.
Yes, they should have, because they made a pronouncement on the air that
Correct.
he declared the asset.
Correct.
So I want to believe that they have the documentation towards towards the declaration of the asset.
But yes, another thing to see, Mama.
Just another thing. Let me just come in.
Okay.
In Liberia, when the president appoints you, they say according to the constitution or the law states that you serve at the will and pleasure of the president in an appointed position. That's why the president can fire you anytime or any reason, and nobody going to ask him. So that's part of his constitutional right to do so. You know, it's within your purview. So he can fire you anytime.
I agree with that. But the argument that I'm making is, I agree that appointed positions serve at the will and pleasure of the president. But appointed positions do not serve the president. They serve the Liberian people. Do you see the distinction?
The appointed position or the elected position? Which one?
No, appointed positions serve the Liberian people. Let me give an example. Let's have appointed Minister of Finance. I don't serve President Weah. I serve the wishes and aspirations of the people. I'm answerable to President Weah, but I don't serve President Weah. But in Liberia, we have reversed that. We serve President Weah and not the people. Do you follow the logic?
That is so true. I agree with you. That even though the president appoints you, you serve the people of Liberia. That is the reason why when the president calls upon you to serve your country, you should go. To serve your people. Because you're not serving the president, but you're serving your people. But he has the power. Now, in that clause, they say the president has the right, or you serve at the will and pleasure of the president. And I got a problem with that too. Why should it be the will and pleasure of the president? It shouldn't be that way, because you should be able to. You see, when you're serving the people, I think they need to move that clause. Because when that clause is removed, then people can actually do what they want to do strictly by the book, and you will not be afraid. But if you know in your mind that you're serving at the will and pleasure of the president, you always be afraid to do the right thing, because you're afraid that he will fire you at any moment in time.
No, but Seji Mama, and welcome, Stephen. Let me say this. That I agree what you're saying, but it should not matter. This is why, for people like me who's pushing for private sector evolution in Liberia, because if Stephen Johnson can eke out a living in the private sector, comparably whatever he makes in government, he's not going to care about serving. Now, I want to put that serving quotation, because people in Liberia confuse this serve to mean you must kowtow to the president. Nobody's supposed to kowtow to any president. You're supposed to respect the president because he's your boss, but you're supposed to fear and kowtow to the people. In Liberia, we reverse this, and it's hurting us heavily. Stephen, welcome to the show. I want to bring you in this conversation as well. Let me say this to you. The LACC has said that every exiting government official must declare their asset when they're exiting the government, which is something by law. And according to the new law, not only should you declare your asset, it should be made public. This is not optional anymore. So we understood President Weah claimed that he declared his asset. As for me, I don't believe it. J.J. Mama said she believe it because the National Anti-Corruption Commission came out and said, yes, he may declare his asset. Until I see that, there were reporters in the country from West Africa that went and got proper, because you got to make a request through the courts and they have to release it, and they still refuse to release it. This is the law. The law at the time was, if Angie Mama declared her asset and she did not make it public, our Dwalu can request that, but I have to go seek permission through the courts. And if the court grants me that permission, it has to be made public. He still refused to make it public. Stephen, I want you to chime me on the asset declaration issue.
So thank you, Dwalu. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
And how are you, Sis Jemima? It's good to see you again. I've been away for some time, but it's good to be back. And let me say, Dwalu, I'm not a legal expert, and not a legal scholar either, and I don't profess to be one. But at least we have a reasonable man understanding about the law, and this is why in court cases that are based on jurors, they take reasonable people, because even though they are not lawyers, they believe that they can read between the lines and make a clear understanding based on their own point of view about decision. Now, the first thing for us to look at is what was the intent of asset declaration. The intent was to combat one of the biggest challenges, or one of the, if not the biggest challenges that has hindered the growth and development of our country over the last 170 some more years, and that's corruption. And so this is why public officials were required by law to declare the asset. Now, to make public, it was the law did not say, but the law said that through the FOI, which is the Freedom of Information, the FOA, the Freedom of Information Act, somebody can make a request to have access to your asset. The reason also too, I think the law was fashioned in that way, is also for people's own safety too. So that, for instance, if I make public declaration of my asset and make certain declarations, could be used also as a security threat to me, assuming that how much I'm worth privately, But I mean, the general intent of the law was to fight corruption. Know how much you worth when you enter in government, and know how much you worth when you leave in government. So I remember in 2005, President Sirleaf, even long before the law was passed, President Sirleaf made public her asset. It was in the newspaper. I think in that asset, we saw that she was owing, I think, Seti Brother building materials. She had built a house, her house she's in, and all those things was that. But the reason was in the interest of open government, transparency, and accountability. It was good that the president made public her assets so that we as Liberians could be able to determine. Now, in the course of the remaining year, we saw that the law was passed. People made declaration, but then they were not public. It was at the LACC. Now, I had thought President Weah coming to power and being somebody who was running on the mantra of hope for change, who have come and set a new standard or continue from where President Sedi left by saying, look, we've come here to make a difference. We've come here to make a change. And the way to begin this change is for me first as a person to be able to make public my asset, how much I've worth. Now we heard reports which were unverifiable that Weah was worth 85 million. That's a blatant lie. Weah was never worth 85 million. The reason we can say that with a high degree of certainty is that football players' salaries and earnings are public information. Correct. The highest contract Weah ever signed for was at AC Milan, and that was valued at $5 million. All the other contracts were public information. You can go there, you look at it. It's not secret thing. That's why I was joking. We're joking sitting somewhere one day, and one picking said Messi makes about I think 800,000 a week, and one Papa came and said, "Papa said my children, why are you lying bidding for? Who can make that kind of money every week?" So I said, "Papa, that's true. Football are different thing now. So people making thousands of dollars a week because they are public information. They're out there. Everybody can access them." So.
Thank you.
But the reason why Weah could not declare his asset was that because Weah was compromised from day one. Weah, in less than 6 months, was already building his condominiums. Weah was already refurbishing his rehab residence. The Jamaica resort was already undergoing construction renovation, as well as his 9th Street. So Weah was compromised. That's the reason why Weah could not make public his asset, because Liberia was seeing straight through Weah from day one, the public loot and corruption he was engaged with. And so he ran away from that. Now, because Weah could not do so, the pressure was not even on his official. Because Weah himself lacked the moral credibility to therefore declare asset or make it public in the newspaper. When he himself failed to do so, you lead by example when you're a leader. And so, let me just wrap on this. Asset declaration is good. It helps safeguard our public bureaucracy. It also helps us to be able to make determination as to whether public servant became corrupt or not, and that to also conduct simple lifestyle audit. If Stephen was worth 5,000 before entering government, in 5 years, Stephen is worth 10 million, unless he found diamond in his pursuit of government job. It's not possible that you spend 10 years in government and be worth.
Thank you, Chief. Thank you. Mohammed, welcome to the show. The same question to you, man. Let's discuss the issue of asset declaration. The intention as designed by the legislature, how it has worked especially over the last 6 years, because there was no asset declared by most of the officials on the CDC administration. How does that harm Liberia? Because the LACC just came up with a new mandate requiring every exiting official to declare the asset and make it public. How do you respond to that?
The first thing I would want to say congratulations to the Liberian Senate, and especially to Senator Darius Dillon. I mean, he made the effort to amend the law to ensure that when assets are declared, they are made public. First, it was an option to make it public. Now, it is by law that you make it public. And it is by law that you make it public because of the action Senator Dillon and other people took. He drafted that initiative to make asset declaration public. So we go one step from where we came from, not declaring asset, to declaring asset, and now declaring asset and making it mandatory by law to publish it. We're making progress. That would be my first comment. We are making progress. We should celebrate the gradual progress from not declaring assets to declaring assets and making it public. I will speak to the Liberian people. Asset declaration, conducting audit, you, the ordinary people, will be the one to benefit the most, not the government officials. Now we who sit on the platforms and talk, you, the ordinary Liberian, will benefit the most when public officials declare their assets, when audits are conducted and people are held accountable. People see this call for audit of the George Weah administration as if somebody want to go after George Weah and his officials. No. Do not allow Akaros Gray, Koji, and other people to put in your mind that people conducting audit because they're running after George Weah people. When audits are conducted and people who did not steal money, but their name were all around that they stole money, they get free of public disgrace. That's one of the benefits. For people who did not steal money and been hiding, you wouldn't know them to be good people. When audits are conducted and established that they stole money, now you know them, they will retrieve that money and invest it into healthcare and other issues for you. But more than that, and most importantly, we the rescue trained people who entering in government now will be reminded that, oh, when I steal, the next government account will audit me. When they find the money, I will have to pay it, or I will have to go to jail. So on that basis, let me live with what they pay me. When public officials start to think about the penalty of stealing, then stealing will reduce. When stealing reduces, sufficient money will be available to invest into healthcare, to build roads, to build hospitals, to provide scholarships for students to go to school. That's why it is important that the ordinary people be the champion for this call for access declaration and also for audit. Don't leave it with the politicians. They can go and compromise at the top. They can go in meetings and say, my man, you know I did it, I did it. Forget about it, will not do the audit. It's possible. But you, the ordinary Liberians, should insist that audits are conducted not only to catch the people who stole during George Weah administration, but to prevent the other people from stealing. Because if you conduct audit and people start to pay back what they stole, other people who go in government will be reminded to not steal. And once people are not stealing, to the extent they are stealing now, a lot of money will be available to improve roads conditions, to improve healthcare, to help you solve your problems. That's why you should support it. I was talking to somebody the other day from the LRA. They said, look, if you can just close the loophole, the thing people talking about $1 billion budget, if you can just close the loophole to LRA, we can raise $1 billion in 1 year. We can increase the budget to $1 billion budget. But the budget is not reaching $1 billion because people, all the loopholes are open, people stealing. Companies are not declaring, using few people in government to cook their books. So let's see this asset declaration and audit issue as something that benefits the ordinary people. And the ordinary people themselves must be the champion for it. I'm not leaving with politicians to decide. Let it demand that Joseph Boakar's administration conduct the audit. And the issue about timeline, where we should audit from, where what year and this and that. Look, we're auditing from now to 1847, but we're beginning with George Weah administration.
Thank you.
From now to 1847, but we're beginning with George Weah, the one that read it from us, that what we're beginning with, and then we start going backward. When you start to go and start picking years, say go to 2006, then you want which one? Why you not telling me to go back to 1980? Why you not telling me to go back to 1967? Why 2006? So when you start picking in years, then you want to which one? So let's go by the process. Last in, first out.
Yeah.
The last government that was there will clear all their own audit matter, will pull it one side, then we'll go to the next one. So the last government that was there, like George Weah government, let's finish with the audit on it before we go to the next one that's behind us. That's how we do audit.
I
Don't
agree.
in years. Let's go step by step. Last government that left, will audit you, will clear your own situation, we'll go to the next one if we have the time to do so. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mama. Sister Mama, hopefully you've read this. The Blue Carbon deal is published on Front Page Africa. I read it earlier this morning, and I want us to speak about this very briefly. Now, for most of you who are listening, the Blue Carbon deal, Liberia has one of the largest rainforests remaining on Earth. Literally, I think it's the second largest in Africa. So we have a massive rainforest. Now, they're selling the Blue Carbon deal to a sheikh out of UAE. A lot of people want to buy Liberia forest to use it. Now, Liberia, this deal that is being signed by the legislature, the government of the Republic of Liberia is actually going to relinquish decision-making capacity to a foreigner of our forest. Let me talk it away. The Gola forest, what my grandfather now shopping color for 10,000 a year. We take our forest, we give it to a foreigner so they can sell it. But when they sell our bush, the money that will come in will not get say on how we use the money that will be destroying our forest in the future. So the people that will be living in the bush, in the interior there, most of them will suffer. They will suffer massively. Now, the legislature has not gone out to seek out professionals, consultants who understand this area, how to negotiate this deal. And then a lot of experts around the world are saying now this will pose a lot of risk to Liberia. So, Jemima, I will start with you with this question. Why are we relinquishing, first and foremost, the decision-making capacity to control how our carbon currency is sold in the international market? We are selling this to one man, and this man will decide how he divvies this up around the globe. Why do we do this to ourselves? If you don't know something, why aren't we consulting the right people? We have international partners telling Liberia, listen, if you do this deal, it's going to be risky to millions of Liberians. Before I give it to you, I want to remember this. We are willing to relinquish a quarter, 1/4 of the entire land mass of the Republic of Liberia, a tenth of the land mass, 1/4 of the rainforest of our republic to a foreigner to sell carbon deals. Why do we do this to us, says Jemima? If you don't have time to read it, somebody else has read it before you've read it too. But it's on Front Page Africa. Anybody can go take a look at it with this carbon deal. Say, Jemima, I'll give it over to you.
Yeah, I like to be honest. I haven't read it. I stayed home yesterday, but I was quite busy.
Okay.
So I didn't read it. But
Okay.
I would just make a light comment on it. The reason why they are doing it because of self-greed. The government knows very well that they are going out of power. So they are doing everything possible to make sure that the next government that are coming in, the people of Liberia should suffer more than what they suffered the past 6 years. So they're selling everything, and they're also taking taxes in advance from other companies that are on the ground. So they're doing it for their own selfish gain to make sure that they get enough money in their pockets before they leave. That's what I see. But I promise you that I will read it in details when I go home tonight.
Stevie, you got a comment? Colonel Gray, welcome to the show, by the way. Stevie.
So, Tualu, I think part of what we've seen over the last 6 years has been a desperation for money by the government, and so we've seen some reckless attitude in terms of how the government approach issue, regarding the our natural resources and all the well-being of the Liberian people. If you go back just a little, you see that it was the same government that signed the Eton and Ibomave loan without even doing any form of due diligence. What that loan essentially was saying that our entire sovereign guarantee, which is the total amount of money for the country, will be a collateral for a loan that the government thought was legitimate. My organization, the organization that I work for, something we founded called CIPA, Center for Policy Action and Research. We did a very thorough investigation of the Eton Ibomave loan. At our level, we were able to make a determination that loan was a ninja loan, was a bogus company. The Eton did not exist. It was operating from a black plastic. How the government missed that, we didn't even know. We saw Justice Minister signing off on that loan. We saw the Minister of Finance and other key government actors signing off, including the then Public Works Minister, peace be to Ajis Mabutu Yimpa. So it just tells you how reckless and irresponsible the government was, even from the get-go. Now, fast forward to the carbon deal. You see, most of these Western countries have compromised the environment with the high level of emission. The emission level in the environment is so high that most of them are beginning to experience some respiratory diseases. You see, I think recently in China, there have been this rush at the hospital for respiratory diseases. So it tells you the extent to which pollution is eating up most of these countries. Now, Liberia being a very virgin country in terms of pollution, most of these countries now want to use our virgin nature to exploit, to be able to use it as a place to transfer some of the excess emission level. Now, the thing is, unless you're desperate as a government, unless you don't have innovation, unless your government is like that of the we-are-led government that rewarded loyalty over competence to the extent that bunch of misfits were across government, will you be fascinated by such a deed that places the health of your people at risk and places your own country in a danger? As he has been criticized, I think, by most developed countries as a dangerous deed for us and our people. And so it just tells you the extent to which this government, the outgoing government, has been very irresponsible. And another thing, Dalu, let me close on this one. One of the things that we don't see in our country is the respect for subject matter experts. When deals like these are in the workings, I would love to see, even at the legislature, where experts are invited to provide their expertise on the subject matter. Because our lawmaker, like any lawmaker across the globe, they are not experts in certain fields. So and your staff may not have the capacity to even provide for you the kind of knowledge base you need to make these kind of decisions. So at times it's important you invite people from overseas with expert opinion to give you the pros and cons. What are the net gain? What are the potential risks? What are the danger? So that you can be able to make. I asked a question today when the Senate was in session, and my question was, if you're a senator, you want to make a quick research, and you're sitting down behind your desk, how do you do it? And the reason I asked that question was not necessarily to take a job at the senators, but I have seen when senators sit in session, your immediate staff, your research teams will be right behind you. Your research assistant, your policy person should be right behind you, so that just in case something comes up, they'll be able to pull it and say, look, Senator, this is the issue here, this is the one. But the way we sit in our legislature tells you that it is the opposite. The invited guests should face the senators. They should be in the audience. That play why our senators say should be considered the audience, and they should face them. Because you cannot have the pro tem at the back of the people having the conversation. You know, I said this, we have faced Dwalu, the man who controlling the session, my back is turned to him. They should face that. So, and have the experts, the professional staff behind you, so that they can be. Those are the kind of changes. So yeah, Dwalu, that D is bad for our country. It has to be revisited, and I'm glad we're having a new administration coming. Some of the things to put on the table and look at, and see whether or not it has any effect, positive or negative, and see whether we can drill deeper into it to be able to make our people benefit. And if it's a terrible deed, I think we should not proceed any further.
I will give it to Meme, but Meme, while you're speaking, I want you to speak today. Why would any country accept relinquishing control of the natural resources to a foreigner? And just add that into your response.
So, a part of international group that support countries to use their forest resources for carbon trade. I want to make that clear. I'm also an ambassador for the Global Seaweed Coalition, which is also focused on blue carbon. The blue carbon story in Liberia, and Stephen will know this, I've been an active participant in trying to halt it.
I think whoever is in the studio has their Lone Star phone on.
Yeah, it got to be from the studio, guys. In the studio, could we shut it up, please? It's a bad feedback.
I've been an active participant to block this identical blue carbon deal in Liberia. I just posted in the chat room a press release from more than 40 organizations in the world condemning the blue carbon deal in Liberia. I posted it. Over 40 international organizations across the world signed a release condemning the blue carbon deal in Liberia, posted in the chat room. I'm saying this to say that I'm aware of the danger that it will cause, but I'm also aware of the potential benefits if we do it good. Last week, Monday, the World Bank released, this Monday, the World Bank released a global guidance on how to manage forest resources, especially blue carbon, to generate income and resources for country. So to your question, it is not bad for countries with forest resources to bring their forest resources on a carbon trade agreement. It's not bad. Basically what it's saying is, in this your forest, you have carbon resources. We can manage the carbon resources. We can quantify it. We can put price value to it. And we can sell it as carbon stock to other countries who are engaged into pollution. Say your pollution level is low and your net carbon emission is below the target or meeting the target, you can sell the excess of your carbon resources and generate money. So it's not a bad thing. I want to put that up for it's not a bad thing to do. What is bad about what George Weah intended doing is he identified his friends, they got a company, no competitive bidding process like other countries are doing, gave them for 30 years, proposed to give them for 30 years 2.7 million acres of the land, of the forest land. That is 2 times more than the land Firestone received in 1926. 2 times more than what Firestone received. You give it to them, no competitive process. The agreement, the draft agreement that we leaked, is ambiguous about what they will do. They will generate the resources, 70% go to them, 30% come to government. So it's bad. From the beginning to the end, it's bad. The guy who is the government point of contact is a former inductee from Italy. Joe, we are friends, we were playing football in Italy. He was inducted in Italy, sent to jail for 8 years, left jail and gone to the UAE. He influenced the deal. So in short, the deal is a bad deal. We have seen sufficient, we have mobilized people across the country, sufficient resistance from village people and landowners across the country being resisting that deal. So during the campaign, when the MOU was leaked, so we are slowed down. We were only waiting to win the election, then he elevate it. So we're not asking Joe Boakai to cancel it. They're asking him to just go and review it. After you go review it, you come to the conclusion that it's bogus, and you can make a determination. The good news is we have a global guidance on how to structure these type of carbon deals so that the country benefit the most. In Uganda today, in Tanzania today, only because at the time the guidance was not out. When Tanzania structured 6 months ago, it was in June. When Tanzania structured her forest resource carbon project and opened it to the world and make it competitive, they attracted over $1 billion investment from companies across the world interested in blue carbon in less than 1 year, because they made it open, they set their rules, they published their rules, they published their guidelines, they set up government institutions that will mitigate and that will manage and control the relationship between the companies and the forest resource owners. They attracted close to $1 billion in less than 6 months of investment. Check it up. Anybody online, Google it, Tanzania, Uganda. In our country, we set no regulations for blue carbon, for carbon resources. We have no institutions specifically focused on carbon trade. We rush to UAE and bring somebody and give them for 30 years and propose to give them for 30 years 2.7 million acres of our land. Who got agreement? That the Joe Boakai administration has an opportunity. They have experts around. We got guardians now from international organizations who can use it, open the field, announce to the world that we are ready to engage into carbon trade. We're looking for companies to come to engage into carbon trade with us, and people who own their private land, the government will serve as regulator, will attract huge investment. Use those investments to address our problems.
Thank you, Meme. I'm going to go to Colonel Gray, but Colonel Gray, I just want to read this paragraph, and then you will comment on this. It says, this contract seems to give Blue Carbon the authority to act on Liberia's behalf to negotiate UNFCCC Article 6 rules. It is unclear what the benefit of Liberia and its community will be. The statement revealed the contract is confidential and extremely vague, and the MOU has not been widely discussed. It is unclear how much Blue Carbon will invest in what, as well as what is the plan to invest the Blue Carbon credit, or how many credit he expects to get. So the entire thing is vague, but once you get to understand, this is going to affect a lot of poor people. My biggest thing is, even as Meme said, we know there are some benefits to Blue Carbon selling us if you do it right. Why are they rushing to do this quickly when we can get it right and get an optimum benefit to our people? Colonel Gray.
Dwalu, I'm totally against the sale of any form of carbon dioxide or carbon. In other words, you are handicapping your future manufacturing opportunities. In other words, you're telling me that because based on the Kyoto Agreement, this fossil fuel, this greenhouse gas, as we call it, that one can emit from this forest and so on and so forth. You're telling us that in the future, if we want to establish certain manufacturing company, we are handicapped because we'll be limited to do so based on the number of pollution we'll emit. Each country has specific. The 1990 table was below 5%. Each country should be able. That is industrialized country with all their big manufacturing endeavors. We're only allowed to emit 5%. The reason being that it's a harmful gas. When you emit, that's why you go to China, you find pollution is handicapping that country because of the number of greenhouse. The pollution they emit every year. Now, we are telling us that if we give certain percentage of the right to emit some of those pollution, in the future, if we want to establish certain plants or manufacturing site, we will not be able because we've sold that right. We can only do so much. So right now is good because we're not doing anything much to emit those kinds of greenhouse gases. But in the future, Liberia could be the site of an industrial oasis where people are coming in to manufacture certain things. We'll be handicapped. You understand? If we sell that right, that's how I understand this to be. The thing about it is, we can find other ways. God has given us endowment with other resources, and I think our right to emit pollution should not be taken away. In other words, we are telling other countries yet emit so much on our credit. You can have the right to emit so much pollution because Liberia is giving you 3%, 4%, 5%. Yeah, it may be quick money right now. It sounds like quick money, but in the future, when our children want to engage in any industrial endeavor, they'll be handicapped because we've sold 30 years of their life before they even got there. So, what Mommy says is not a bad thing. It is a bad thing, in my opinion. When I look at it, we've done too much for our incoming generation. I don't think we should continue to handicap them because I think we have failed at making Liberia an industrialized nation. But that does not mean my grandchild or my child will not be able to further enhance Liberia. If we sell that right now, it's going to hurt us in the future. And so that's why I say it might sound like quick money, the reason why other countries want to buy yours, especially they say, oh, you're not doing any manufacturing thing. It may make sense right now because what are you doing with all this green, this gases, this carbon that you have? Let's buy some of it so we can manufacture more. And since you are not manufacturing right now, you don't have use for it. But what happened in the future is what I'm looking at, my brother.
Thank you. Sergio Berman, this next topic, I'm going to start with you. There's a reason why I'm going to do that. And the National Legislature had a hearing a couple of days ago on the issue of abortion in Liberia. I want to give you some numbers of the kind of numbers that are coming out of Liberia with abortion cases. Remember now, our population is not growing to the extent that it should be growing for so many other factors. There are socioeconomic factors. I could list them here. I believe there is a better way to curtail abortion in the country, but it took another route. Let me give you some numbers. Between 2018 and 2019, there was approximately 15,844 cases of abortion in Liberia that was recorded by the Ministry of Health. Okay. And 2021, we have about 38,779 abortion. For every 1,000 women that get pregnant in Liberia, 229 of them will come where we have abortion in the country. 60% of those abortions are on an unsafe condition, not on a hospital setting. We have about 10% of the women in the country will die in childbirth, one of the highest in the world maternal mortality rate in the country. It seems there are increased abortion in the country. There are many factors that are precipitating this, why the increased abortion in the country. Why are we aborting so many children in the country? And what is causing that? Is it the poverty, some of this issue? What do you see to that stage, Mama?
The reason why you have so much abortion in Liberia is due to the economic situation in the country. Not only just starting from now, let's say starting from 2005 up to now.
Just 1 second. While you're talking, the article is actually on Data Observer website, guys.
Okay. So most of the women here, when they get pregnant, the men are supposed to be held responsible. Do you know that most of our Liberian men don't like to support their children? And there's a fact. Even when they're married, and they are married, some of them in the home, they say, oh, I can only take care of the uniform, or I can only pay the school fee. They don't want to take full responsibility of their children. And in Liberia, it's a different situation here. Because in Liberia, you find the women mostly taking care of the kids because the dad don't want to take care of the kids. But like in Ghana and Nigeria, when you have a child, I was talking to a Ghanaian one time, and the guy was telling me that when you have a baby by any gentleman and they don't want to take care of the child, they get a bottle of milk, one diaper, one suit, and they take that baby to the dad's house and just leave the baby on the stairs. They will knock the door and say, we brought your child, take it. And my child is going back to school. But unlike here, the women in Liberia, we cannot afford to do that. Women in Liberia will never do that. Even if the dad walks away, we will struggle and take care of that child and send that child to school, high school, and college, up to master's degree. And the men normally what they say is that, oh, when the child grows up, the child will come and look for me. Men, to be honest, majority of the Liberian men don't take care of their children. And I have seen many of the cases where people come to me to talk to me, and then I have to go to the Female Lawyer Association asking for help for these people who I don't even know. Some of them I will help, but I can't help and to a certain extent. So I take them to the Female Lawyer Association to help them so that they can be able to get support from the men. And most of the men who do this thing are responsible, educated men who went to school. They don't want to take care of the responsibility. So this is the problem, because every time you talk to women, they say, oh, and then your mama, if I said, look, our population is not growing. Why the young people, why you don't want to get pregnant, or they want to be bluffing? Sometimes I like interview 1 or 2 or 3 or 4 or 5 of them. And they say that your mama will have the baby, the men don't want to take care of the children. So now some of them don't want to even have a kid. Some of them want to do that, but we're afraid that we're not getting support from the men. So the problem lies with Liberian men. They have to become more responsible and serious to take care of the children that they brought into this world. They cannot leave the total liability on the women. And this is the problem. You go to general ministry, all the women going on. And even when they promise to, I got a situation right now with somebody that I know that close to me. The gentleman working, he makes a lot of money, he makes good money, does not want to take care of his kids. Right now, his child has to go and take the entrance. He doesn't want to pay that money. He said he doesn't have the money. And he working and making good money. But this is the situation in Liberia. And that's why the population are growing, because the women are afraid to continue to born and take that full responsibility of the child. So this is the major problem.
Thank you, Sechi Mama. Stephen, let me come to you. Obviously, there's a huge responsibility on the part of the men. I personally believe, and we have a duty. I mean, you guys have heard me so many times about the Liberian family, protecting the community. This is the only way we can guarantee our posterity. But by the same token, the institutions in the country are not protecting the women to the extent that we encourage them to save these babies or reduce the amount of abortion in the country. And I know you heard the numbers. Given the small population that we are, should we be having this kind of abortion, or what can we do to mitigate some of this, Stevie?
Thank you, Dalu. In my view, I think it speaks to a more bigger social issue than it is to so just looking at the raw numbers. And Njibama spoke about the issue of poverty, the issue of lack of opportunity or outlets that can afford people the ability and opportunity to be able to fend for themselves. And so most of the time, the women are left vulnerable, and then we don't have any social safety net institution to provide support for single women. And so they weigh the option between what are the potential risks of having the baby being abandoned by the father and being unemployed. You know, what are the potential risks? They do the potential risk that I will be left with this kid. I'm struggling. I don't even have a job. I don't even have a place to stay, and then I have a kid of my own. So they weigh those options, and then they make a choice. I think the way to address it is to be able to look at the bigger societal issue, which is the issue of addressing inequality among people, the issue of addressing poverty reduction, the issue of addressing social safety net program. For instance, in America, and most of you here, there are social safety net program. A woman who has a kid can go get they call something WIC, I think, where she gets milk and other essentials for the kid. So it gives her that cushion to be able to survive. In Liberia, it's either you have it or you're dead, or you don't have it. There's no middle ground of being a certain level, or else you turn to a beggar. So I think the way we address it, and then there are also other instances. I don't think it will be fair if we just collate abortion, to mean one thing. There are other forms of abortion that could be required. That could be, for instance, if it endangers the life of the mother, that would be, another form. Also, if the woman was a victim of rape or incest, or incest, that could be some of the outlier issues that we should also look at. But I think generally speaking, we should look at a more broader societal issue of dealing with poverty, dealing with the issue of employment, employability, and dealing with the issue of providing social safety net programs for our people, and also young mothers. How is it not possible that single mothers or young parents be given support by the government? I think, and I'll just close on Mohammed struck a very important point in terms of the issue of the loophole, the fiscal loophole in Liberia. If we close it to the extent, $1 billion would be small. Imagine just the loophole alone in Liberia account for almost half of the money we collect in revenue. And so if we close it, if we close those loopholes, if we hold people accountable, we can have enough money even available that we can strengthen social safety net program. We can provide support for single parents. We can give women assistance. We can do all these things. Those shouldn't be rocket science. Those are simple things if you have the right technicians, the right institution, and the right mindset. But it will also require 3 key things, and I'll close on this, Dwalu. You need a leader who has the political will, the audacity, and the tenacity. That's the only way Liberia can move forward. And I strongly believe Ambassador Bouaka will do his best to ensuring that some of these things are addressed. And let me wrap up by saying happy birthday. I didn't get to say happy birthday. I wrote it. Happy birthday, Ambassador Bouaka. I would like to wish you best wishes and Godspeed. And we pray that God will guide you as you steer the affair of our country over the next 6 years. I'm wishing you all of the best and best wishes. Thank you, Dwalu.
Thank you, Stevie. I'm going to go to Momme, but Momme, I want to twist here. I believe in the 1950s, there was a guy here in America. They called it the Monahan Report. And at the time, the Black American family was breaking apart heavily in this country. He realized in these communities, like what you see in Liberia today, some people attribute people walking away from these girls because they say, oh, it's promiscuity. I mean, they're sleeping around, they get them sleeping around. So how you want me to take it better? And they get them sleeping around. Mommy, this is what I want you to understand. Our society, the family structure has broken apart. The guidelines that we had when we were a little bit younger, where it was almost near impossible to just sleep with somebody that was so easy because there were certain guidelines. We've lost that. How do you contrast that with what's happening in our society today, especially when it comes to the issue of abortion? Is it going to keep increasing if we don't address the societal, mainly the family factor?
The society is drawn from the family. So what you see happening with abortion across the world, I mean in Liberia, there are different reasons and different factors responsible. Liberia's situation could be as a result of the breakdown of the family structure. You wouldn't know until you do a deep dive into that. But you can assume that the breakdown in the family structure is a major factor. We're quick to copy in Liberia, which is not bad to copy good things. We're quick to follow in Liberia. It's not bad to follow good things, but we need to be careful. There is a serious debate in America around abortion. It has taken the national politics. Somebody just copy and run to Liberia with it to form part of the discourse. We need to be careful. The debate now at the Senate or the House is abortion or no abortion. We want to suspend that debate. We want the Senate to suspend that debate, abortion or no abortion. Let the debate be, let the conversation be around establishing why abortion. Let's establish that. All the conversation now is between abortion or no abortion. Let's suspend that discussion. Let's go back and establish why abortion. When we determine the root causes driving abortion or no abortion, we can determine the solution. In America, part of the reasons why people want to do abortion is because to take care of children is expensive. It's difficult. Child care in America is difficult. Sometimes people leave their job, the job not waiting for you. If you really want to take care of your child, it will give you, I think it's like 2 months now, or 3 or 2 months or so. If you can't come back, you lose the job. You have to go and start to find another job. So in Liberia, the factor could be economic factor. Maybe the children want to born their children, they want to own their family, but the constraint, they don't have jobs to take care. So if we establish that people are aborting because of economic issues, then address the economic issue. If you establish that because they are aborting because they don't just want to have children, that's a whole different story. But the point I'm trying to send through is, let's take time and establish the factors driving the rate of illegal abortion. It's an economic reason. It's a because the children it's a health reason. Because people arguing that, oh, there are some conditions, maybe the baby will die or the woman will die, so for that reason they go and do abortion. You've not established that. You're just assuming. We got all these universities in Liberia running social programs. Let it get some of these students, put some money there. Let it conduct different studies in different counties. It's not difficult. It can take you 6 months, 1 year to design or research around factors influencing abortion.
Correct.
It can take you 1 year. Put some money in the university social department. Let it conduct research and conduct survey. Why are you aborting? When we come back and understand that people are aborting because of economic reasons, they don't have money, then we say, oh, but if they're not reaching out, let's try and find a solution to address the economic issues. If it is because of complicated pregnancy, then we say, okay, but then let's improve the health system to address so that on the day one when the woman is pregnant, she starts to receive antenatal care to be able to mitigate, complicated pregnancy so that you don't have to abort. We should not just run to concluding on abortion or no abortion. Let's go back and establish what are the factors driving abortion and make a determination on whether we can address it or not.
Yeah, my brother Prince, apologies. We did not welcome you initially. We'll welcome you to the show.
It's okay.
Yeah, Colonel Gray. Oh, okay. So Colonel Gray came back. Colonel Gray, let me say something that we are quick in Liberia to go to a foreign country, take an idea. We do not indigenize the idea to the Liberian condition. We expect the idea to work as if to say they are similar locations. Now, should we focus more on preventative care such as birth controls, or is a much more deeper problem there when it comes to the abortion issue in Liberia?
Dwalu, I think the previous speakers, especially Njimama and probably Mame, struck two important points. We talk about, Njimama talk about men not taking responsibility of their of the problem they created, and Mame talks about economics as the underlying problem. I see those two issues are very pertinent in the decision to abort a pregnancy. We are an egalitarian society where we're very traditional. Most of these pregnancies sometimes don't even have fathers. So are you going to born a child in a family out of wedlock without a father? Some people probably that could be a factor that will influence abortion. But all of these we are circumguessing the situation. What I want to look back at was the effort started by Madam Sirleaf under the 5 pillars of governance. Women and children were adequately accounted for. It may not have been adequate enough to stop it, but she started something where fathers were being held for child support, and she also instituted what we call preventative care, where you could go to any of these clinics. They'll give you abundance of condom, just to prevent you from running into those kinds of problems. Family and child welfare was primary on Madam Sirleaf's plate, to the point where some men serve time. They went to jail if they abandon their children, and they will go after your pay if you make money. If you don't make money, they will still go after you. But that curtail a little bit this issue of men not supporting their children. I think if we can make good of that law and reinforce that when you bring forth a child in the world, it's your responsibility. But then again, they had other ways to determine paternal attachment. You understand? So they will not just come because the issue of people not having stability in their relationship. Sometimes men say, "Oh, you were sleeping with this other person equally," but the idea they will determine paternal connection. So the thing about abortion in Liberia, look, we need more people in Liberia. Our economy cannot move forward because we're just small. 5 million is nothing. That's just one small city in Lagos. Uh, but I'm not saying that it's a bad thing to bring forth a child, but then the economic situation comes into play. When a child who can't even afford, these are natural things. You can't say because somebody cannot afford, so therefore they can't have sex.
Thank you.
They're all natural things. But the idea, I think, we as a nation supposed to make good on Madam Sirleaf policy, where she was going after fathers and other parties that responsible for their children, to make sure that they do their part of what is required of them as parents.
Okay, we'll go to Prince to close on this topic. I see some of you guys. Look, I understand not every day there'll be a G show where we talk all the good things. Some of these things are very important for our society to grow. Steve, I'm gonna give it to you, Prince. Promiscuity, broken home, lack of health care, girls are afraid, the abortion issue, poor sanitary conditions across the country. Oh, they're not me pregnant, the people dollar, she's sleeping around, it better not for nobody. Prostitution. What do you have to say about this? It's breaking down our society.
First and foremost, guys, thank you for welcoming me. I would just like to go firstly over the blue carbon thing. I think that in certain segment or everything else, I think that Mama is absolutely right. As a former diplomat, one of my responsibilities would have been to look over that document or coordinate with those who were part of the negotiation and look over that. And believe me, my recommendation to the Republic of Liberia after looking at that document pre-negotiation would have been, do not sign this document. It endangers the national security of the Liberian people. Number one, this is why I discovered in the document quickly when I read. Community land ownership is a very important thing in Liberia. It's the indigenization of the right of the people. If you take away the ownership of the land from the people, then what do they have? Nothing. Absolutely nothing. Any agreement in the Republic of Liberia that deny the right ownership, the land right ownership from the indigenous people of the country, get rid of it. It is not good for the country. The second thing is that particular agreement took away sovereignty rights. The company has the right now to make decisions on behalf of 5.3 million people. Why would that be? Why would you take away the sovereignty of the country in making decisions instead and give it to a private company? That I would recommend, do not sign that document. The third part to that is that decades on behalf of Liberian people relations to market value, deciding on behalf of Liberian people in terms of market value. That takes away immediately from our financial regulations in the country. It means it put our financial regulation outside of the local jurisdiction of our country and into a different jurisdiction. That I would tell the government, do not do that, do not sign that agreement. So I think Ambola is absolutely right. I think most of the organizations that have gone through that document and said Liberia is waiving its right is absolutely correct. So I'm done with that. On the second part to abortion, I was looking at the statistics. The last time on this network, I talked about our sisters and how they've been treated in government and everything else. There's a stunning report that shows that in 2012, our population increased by 3.54%. It diminished in 2013 and 2014. But this is what is striking. From 2017, 2018, and 2019, under George Weah administration, our population diminished from 2.0% to 1.9%, 1.29%, 1.94%. It is only in 2020 that it increased back to 2.03%. And right now in this 2022 past, it now stands at 1.08%. Now, why am I reading out these numbers? There are many factors that are influencing our population decline or stagnation. I do agree with you 100%, Dwalo. The aspect of abortion needs to be researched. Abortion is a neoliberal ideology, right? We understand that. But does it balance our trajectory in terms of our development? Does it balance where we want to go? Does it balance our traditional values? We've never asked that question. Those are fundamental questions that we need to ask. I do agree when it comes to the issue of abortion relative to rape, relative to reproductive endangerment. I can agree if recommended by medical doctors. But let me give a caveat here. I'm a man. I do not know what a woman goes through. I do not know. So I'm not trying to make decisions here for Liberian women, but we're trying to understand the structural dynamics of our population in our country. We need to understand that we need some kind of democratic social engineering in Liberia to be able to shift our population, because the direction in which it's going is wrong. Why do I say that, Dwalo? We know fully well the war has damaged family values, and we've never addressed the effect of the civil war on our family values in the country.
Correct.
We've put that aside, and we just move ahead. We need to step back and address that. We know that the fundamental laws on our book do not adequately meet, and the social safety net do not adequately meet this time in this 21st century, doesn't meet the Liberian requirement and it needs. So it needs to be redressed from a public policy perspective. We are not doing that right now. Most of what is discussed in Liberia as it pertains to abortion comes from UNDP or UNFPA. We haven't developed a grassroots research understanding and public policy approach to our own problem in terms of uplifting and growing our population in the right way. The second thing is we make a serious mistake by playing with social civil service benefits in the country. What we do not take into consideration that civil servants are the biggest employer in the country, which means the government. If you're not paying civil servant appropriately, there will definitely be a rational decision to decrease many social elements in the family. Food will decrease, sex will decrease, the ability to want to get pregnant, that mentality will definitely decrease. We also know fully well that local politics play a major part in that. How we create our governance. If we have good governance in the country, people might be much more in tune to want to engage their family. But we have bad governance. People immediately make up their mind and say, no, I don't want to be trapped in this system. As a matter of fact, I prefer to delay for the better times ahead. The last part I will say to this is that Liberians have shown that they are sensitive to global politics and crisis. We see in the Ebola period, Liberian population size reduced because Liberians were not engaging in these things. Now we have the issue of hunger, we have the issue of Ebola, we have many other issues. Ordinary Liberians are sensitive. At the end of the day, we have to also address our traditional values, because our traditional values are properly aligned with population growth. But we have tweaked and destroyed the sensibility of our traditional values, that at the end of the day, we have many children on our streets selling peanuts and everything else. And the perception of ordinary Liberian young women, when they see these children on the street, and lonely mothers, single mothers, they don't want to engage this process. So we need to reconfigure how we approach these issues. Thank you.
Thank you, Prince. Seju Mama, I want to come back to you. Look, the audience, sometimes these conversations, because every single day, the reason why me personally, and I'm also sure it's true for the rest of the guys, we do this, is because we want to see the country develop. Now, there are factors that go into development. There is a correlation between population growth and economic and growth of a society. Now, if you have a population that is, in terms of quantity, volume, in terms of quality, in terms of structure, if all of those are right, Quality meaning if we actually have an educated population because we build good institutions, and as the population grows, there is a high probability that we are going to develop. So the distribution of that population is extremely important for our society. Now, we are talking the issue of abortion, not just in its own context, but we're talking about abortion in the context of the growth of our society. Now, we have to discourage it. How do we discourage this? Is by building institutions. Now, Sijimama, here's my question to you. We cannot tell young girls, do not have an abortion when we don't have the institution to facilitate her in growing that child to develop them in a qualitative way that I just described. My question to you is, how can Liberia discourage abortion? Not just saying, oh, yeah, don't take up better, but how can we discourage it in the structural sense in terms of governance?
The only way we can discourage that, number one, for the government needs to put a mechanism in place where, like in America, though, I just give you an example, even though they got social worker, they got WAKE program, they got welfare and all this stuff, but they still do have the kind of problem that we have here. But they got things, the economic situation that is much, much more better than ours. A government can make sure that the men, when they pregnant these women, they should take care of the responsibilities. Let them take care of it because it's very important. So you cannot put the whole weight on the government to say, oh, because we're going to have weight, we're going to have social situation for the women to enhance their lives, or we're going to economic condition, we'll get them one bag of rice every month, or we'll take care of them. So does that mean that the owner of that pregnancy, what happened? What happens to him? They will have to first tackle that. Whenever you take a man to the court, he tells the judge, oh, I got to buy gas, I got to eat, I got to send, I got 2 other children, even if they don't have children, I got children living with me, and so the judge ended up saying, well, the man can only afford to give you $25 every month. That's not even fair. You cannot do that. How can you tell a man who is working, making all that money, or has business and making money, that he can only give $25 because he has other expenditure? Now, government needs to create jobs so that the single parent can be able to survive on their own. Because in every country, they do have single parents. But like I know in America, they train these single parents and they find jobs for them. They will tell you, okay, you on welfare, yes, that's true, but we want you to go to this school, we're paying for it. So go there, learn a trade or technical something, and then we'll be able to find a job for you because they want to make you independent. But the problem, the root problem starts from not the government, from the men. From the men. You cannot shift your total blame or your total responsibility on the government, even though the government is responsible for its citizens. But what happened to you who have you should have that moral and social responsibility to take care of your children. You don't find that problem so much in Ghana or in Nigeria. If a Nigerian man have a child here about a Liberian woman, when he's going, they say, I want to take my child. I cannot leave my child behind. Honestly, let's be frank. A Ghana man have a child here about a Liberian woman, they will be begging to take that child. So we got to start practicing, the men got to start practicing, not to just leave the total liability on women and say, oh, government got to create social and benefit for the women. Government has to, yes, the economy has to be good. When it's good, yes, things will move on, the population will increase because the economic situation will be all right. But within that, the main component or the main catalyst in the thing are the men. They don't take care of the children. I know of so many kids that I have helped that I'm tired now. I'm getting old now. I can't afford to be still helping and help children for different high school, going all the way to the university, make sure they graduated, and some of them sent me to I can't even remember some of them. Or in the you sent me to school, or you the one who sent me to school. People working now in finance are assistant ministers and all. I paid a school fee at the University of Liberia. I couldn't even remember, the guy reminded me the other day. So we are there to help, but how much can we do? The men got to really rethink. They got to rethink, because one person cannot have a child. And if you want to put the total responsibility on the government to create situation to be able to take care of the issues, then I don't agree with you. But I think the social problem with the men need to put their acts together and take care of their liabilities. Then take care of the children. Then it will cease some of this abortion. I'm not for abortion, but then we seize the abortion issue that we're discussing here today.
Stephen, since your mama says something, and I want to bring that to you. She mentioned the Nigerian culture or the Ghanaian culture, for example. Do you think we are cultivating a culture in Liberia that is encouraging the abortion of our children?
That's a very critical question, and I think it has to be looked at from a more nuanced perspective, or else you get entangled into a cultural debate that could put you. I think we the way to answer that question, or the way I will endeavor to answer that question, is to do a quick historical reflection. Did we have similar numbers pre-war? And the answer would be no. Because what you've seen is that prior to the war, the nucleus of society, which is the family, was more cohesive and stronger. And so that family cohesion played out in much more ways that, in fact, for girls to get pregnant was more like a taboo. Even to engage in sexual activity was more of a taboo subject. It was an issue that nobody would talk about. You went to school and you talk about those things, then you get whipped. So it was you had a more conservative kind of society, I would speak. Now, the war came. The war did not only affect us in terms of infrastructure and the brain trust of our country, it compromised the family value. We may not want to, it's something we've ignored if you look at the extent to which the war affected family values. And so it broke away that cohesion. It broke that family, that value system that we have for some time. And so the Nigerian society is a much more conservative society in terms of the way they handle these issues. For instance, in Ghana and Nigeria, when it comes to young girls getting involved into sexual activity, it's still conservative. You've been looked at as an outcast if you got pregnant outside of wedlock. The society don't accommodate you. It's difficult for you to get married. So it's because of that kind of cultural or rigidity that forces women in most of those countries to not want to engage in some of these things. In Liberia, we were like that, but then the war came, compromised most of our family value, our cohesion. And so kids now are breadwinners for not only themselves, but their family. And in the process of winning bread for their family, they've been forced to start having, sexual intercourse at an early age. And some of the aftermath of these activities are more, points towards some of the having kids and all those things. I think I would not want to use the two scenario country as a good case study, considering the fact that Nigeria have had a much more stable country over the last 50 years as compared to Liberia, that we've seen the complete breakdown of our nucleus of society, which is the family, and we're still being affected by the aftermath of the war. Many persons thought about the gun being silent, the war ended. No, what you see coming out, whether is the issue of young girls having babies, the issue of drug-related abuses, all of these things are offshoot from the many years of civil conflict that we didn't treat it's beginning to still show. So I think, yeah, I don't think I will compare. I would think Liberia is a case of its own, and we got to look at. But let me just say this, Dwalu, on this thing. Even the subject about abortion is still a talking point, an evergreen subject, even in America. You know that it's still a big national debate in the States about the right of the woman to choose versus pro-life. And so it's still a big topic in most jurisprudence across the U.S. So I think, yes, it's not I would not want to compare the two societies. I think there are
It's
two
not
society.
I got your point, Stephen. Colonel Gray, let's come to you on this topic a little bit. What I want you to speak to, and the reason why I'm speaking to this topic, because this is near and dear to my heart, with the dissolution of the Liberian family. And I believe there are so many factors that contribute to that. And I'm going to say this one, people will love me or hate me for it, but we have to discuss these things if our society is going to grow. If you went to Monrovia today, and this is true for most of the country in the urban areas, there are prostitution spots across the city. Around Monrovia, young girls as young as 13 and 14, they're prostituting across the country. This is causing marriages to break apart. This is causing relationships that are being built to break apart because of easy access to sex in our country. I'm not asking for regulation of sex, but I'm asking for some cultural nuance that we know in our villages. How do we expect to build a decent society if we are this loose to some extent, where everything is okay? You drive around Moria after 7 o'clock, it's everywhere.
Dwalu, can I come in 1 minute on that?
Okay, please.
Now, this is the problem I was trying to say. Most of the things that happen in the urban era, they are done by educated, so-called educated men. They see the little girls in the street, they look attractive, they're young, and stuff like that. They're very educated men. Those are the men that follow behind these women. They pick them up on the street, they go there chasing young girls, even children below that could be their grandchildren. They sleep with them, they get them pregnant, they tell them, say, oh, go take it off. Or they just leave them. And sometimes the little girls don't even know what to find them. They don't even know what to find them. So they are stuck with those children. But if you go in the villages, it's different. Because in the villages, everybody in the village, they got to go on the farm. They have to go on the farm, they make the rice farm, then the children will eat it, and the cultural value is still there. Our family value is still there. They come from the farm in the evening. Even when the children leave school, they go on the farms. All of them, they come in the evening. When they come in the evening, they cook that food. All of them will sit around and eat from one thing. And that child will be supported because that man in the village knows that he has to make a farm to take care of his child. But in the urban area, you don't find it. The men are very loose. They sleep with little girls. You see older guys in the 70s, in the 70s, in the 60s, sleeping with baby girls. I have seen some of them before, and I tell them, I say, hey, you're a lawyer, or you this. Why are you sleeping with the little baby girl? Oh, they're much better than the older girls. And they take it for fun. And for me, I don't take it for fun. So I'm really happy that you brought it up tonight, because the problem we're having in the urban area are the so-called educated men. No matter how you put it, they are the one that causing the problem. And so they must stop. They must stop. And if they're doing this, then they must be able to take that liability. They must be able to, you married, then you go pick up a prostitute, or you married, go and pick up a little girl, you see her in your uniform looking attractive, then you pick her up. They are the one that causing the problem in Monrovia. I live here. I've been home for 31 years since I moved home from New Jersey. And I've seen so much. I have seen it, and it's still going on. So they are the problem. And I don't care how Stephen can dress it and put the icing and put this. This is the situation. The raw situation.
Jimama, I will not. No. My comment was not to your point. My comment was to the question Dwalu asked about what are the two societies that they see. I was just drawing a
dichotomy. But when can we leave? When are we
drawing a dichotomy between the two societies? I don't disagree. I don't disagree with you. I think your points are well taken, and I agree to a larger extent. But I also think there are other factors as well. So that's all.
I don't agree. Back to you.
But what I'm saying to you is that the men need to start rethinking. When will we get out of this war? And everything they get to the Civil War, or the Civil War, the Civil War. And they should know better. They should know better. But it's still doing the same thing over and over and over. When they come to Liberia, oh, they go crazy. Oh, someone then say, oh, sex is so free here. I don't have to pay much for it. I hear all the comments and I tell them they're running behind all the girls that come. That short time they will be here to have their 2, 3, 4, 5 girlfriends. I know that. And it pains my heart for people to, men, older guys should go with smaller children, 15, 13, 16-year-old. No, you can't do that. The educated men need to start restraining themselves first of all and tell a little girl, hey, I don't want to sleep with you. You're a beautiful little girl, but I can send you to school. Which school do you go to? Oh, okay, I will pay your school fee because I see you. Go to school. I will pay your school fee, your tuition. I will send you money every month. For what do you think? For allowances. And I want you to be a good girl. You can be a better person. You could be president tomorrow. You encourage that child to go to school. But instead of that, they will sleep with that child and get that child maybe. In fact, what they say Maria is that $20 can go, $10 can go. Children don't know better. And so if our own brothers and coming here, or the ones that with him already, not only get coming from abroad, even the one that stationed here, can take advantage of these little children, and most of them come from poor homes. It's very bad. The men got to start working on it now and stop this. I don't want to put any icing on it. This is the truth. Really.
Thank you, Mama.
We need to start calling their names, and when we start making them and shaming and naming them, then they will stop, because I know plenty of them and they know I know them.
Thank you, Sir Mama. Colonel Gray, before I go to Prince,
everybody knows you, man.
We need to set up a registry.
Yeah, I know. Colonel Gray, to what extent this proliferation of prostitution in our society is destroying the country?
Well, again, I like to Dwalo. If you haven't taken a look at the PRS, the poverty reduction strategy created by Madam Sirleaf during the administration, even though this is a program that was developed by UNDP and other international partners that were in Liberia, but they created the PRS with the consent and advice of local population. So that makes it our problem because they internalize the PRS itself. But one of the things that there are 3 pillars that address this issue, and one of those was governance and rule of law. Back in the days, after certain hours, children were not supposed to be in the street. They had a strong vagrancy law. When we used to come out in the night as security forces, our primary duty was to take those kids, detain them, and then the next day we'll take them in the street to sweep the street, and then to go home. That was the form of punishment. That next time they will not come out after hours. So that kept people with that curfew, that age limit. Once you were under 18, and we can determine that. Once we deem you were under 18, you were not supposed to be in the street after 12 midnight. That law exists here in the States. So that curtailed, and Madam Sirleaf came in and revived that a little bit, but because the country itself, national security was not, wholesomely in the hands of the national security government, but we had international forces where you had this Bangladeshi and other people were roaming around. So that law was not enforced to the letter, where certain children who are not supposed to be in the street were in the street because of some of those circumstances. But then again, Madam Sirleaf revived the rape shit law. If statutory rape was a serious offense under Madam Sirleaf, if you slept with a child age 17 below, you were in big trouble. And some good guys that I know went to jail for that. You see, us men or human being in general, if you don't make law and enforce those laws, we tend to be loose. Nobody will abide, all fairness to Madam Jemima, but if you just leave it without punishing people for their act, nobody's gonna listen to you. Send the child to school, you lay girl, you good girl, go to school. Look, that is a society of conscience, but our society right now, people don't. Look, it's like you leave the squirrel to mind the peanut. Then you say the squirrel should behave. The thing about you have to make the rules and the laws that will enforce people to compel them to comply. And until we begin to revive our statutory rape laws, definitely where when somebody, and you shame them, because if somebody went to jail because they slept with someone 17 and below, that is an everlasting scar that will stay on you, and that can make people stay away. But if you just say people with their own conscience just say, hey, you're a little girl, I don't want to have. Men in general were chaos. The thing about life is, I think it was one of those 15th century guy that says the nature, men by nature, we are solitary, nastily, brutish, and short. I think it was Thomas Hobbes. If you leave us by ourselves, we tend not to follow the rules. We have to enforce the rule through governance and rule of law, as Madam Salif made it. Kudos to her for that. But I think what's the name? Ministry of Gender. They're not doing their job well. And when last you heard Piso Sadie spoke? Only when something has to do with something that is related to a political party, then she will speak. But I think that's one of the most viable agencies that need to be revived, to the extent where they should vigorously come after people and extinguish our social services law, so that when you have a child, you chase the parent, both parents. If one is deceased, then of course it's understandable. Then under the PRS, they provided for them. If a mother was single, they had some social welfare they were collecting under Madam Salif's watch. I think we should revive all of those things.
Thank you so much. I think the quote you were looking for was, "Man by nature is a noble being. Absent law and justice, he's the worst kind of beast." I'm going to change the topic.
No, that's not the one. The one that Thomas up when it says, "Man by nature is solitarily brutish and short. We're nasty," as he said.
Exactly.
That's a different one.
Okay. Prince Maxwell, I will change the topic with you. Something is happening in our city today, over the last week. Something the previous city mayor was unable to do for the last 6 years. The people of the Republic, Liberian themselves, took brooms, shovels, and they're cleaning the entire city to give it a facelift for the inauguration. And we know we got to keep the city clean. Like, for me, that's my passion for the last 15, 16 years, about the maintenance and modernizing the city. I believe we need a new city hall, a massive vision for the city that I've written it down so many times. But I will say this to you. What do you make of the city cleanup by Liberians themselves across the city?
I think it's a noble national act on behalf of ordinary Liberians that have come out to see their city, to work their way in cleaning their city. I think some Liberians do have short memories and others do have long memories. We do remember the derogatory comment of a former European Union ambassador about Liberia being one of the dirtiest cities in the world. I mean, I think that comment stinged the integrity and dignity of Liberian people. And that was under the George Weah administration when that comment was made. It was never under the administration of Ellen Johnson Sirleaf. And I don't think it's going to be under the administration of President-elect Joseph Yuma Boakai. I think the Liberian people are tired. When you look at what the Liberian people are doing from a socio-psychological perspective, they are wiping out the dirt of George Weah. That is the reason why they are pouring out in the streets to clean their country, to clean their city, because they understand psychologically that the government never actually cared about their own environment, the environment in which they live. So they are trying to point that out to the government coming out in force. And they are also sending a signal to the Boakai administration that they want to stand behind the Boakai administration based on the promises he's made for them. The promises of anti-corruption, the promises of making sure that good governance becomes the order of the day. That is the signal they are sending. The Liberian people will pull their heart out, and they are doing that right now. So this cleanup, this massive cleanup campaign that is going on around Monrovia, it's not surprising to me because Mary Brock once upon a time provoked such same perspective, same mentality, same vigor in the Liberian people to get out there. But let me just take a quick crack at the last conversation we're having concerning abortion, because something we didn't talk about in all of what we were talking about here. I didn't hear us mentioning the factor of social media as it pertains to the decline in abortion in the country. We know fully well, and I do agree with you, Honorable Jimama Wolokoli, when you spoke about the rural-urban divide relative to population growth. I agree with you. That was seen, I think you agree with me, Dwal, that was seen in the election. A higher concentration of the population of Liberia in the north. Those people are far away from social media influences. They are also far away from many other environmental factors that people in the South are faced with. For example, people in the South of Liberia are definitely faced with lack of access to finance and quality of life. They are also faced with a barrage of social media propaganda against family values. So of course, I'm a young girl, I have social media, right? And I see my friends doing all of the things they're doing. They want to look beautiful, they want to look this, they want to look that. It's definitely going to influence my psychological behavior towards society. And you do not have a reinforcement mechanism for this. We also know fully well that in terms of public policy, as Conor Gray said correctly, pertaining to the PRS, which is now out of the way, and we've taken all of the facets of goodness that was in it. Friendly family values policy is out of the door. Improved healthcare is and support for maternal mortality is out of the door. Education and social welfare protection is out of the door. Housing support. Ordinary people, in order to have children, they need houses. We have never tried to engage public housing in Liberia. So how do you expect people to have more children? The cultural and social shift, that's what I spoke about. We know fully well right now, there's a massive amount of social media influence on our population right now. And it's causing a shift in our culture. We've never addressed that through research or legislation, not. We know fully well financial support. When that's the reason why I talk against Samuel Tuer all the time. When Samuel Tuer came in and brought his harmonization policy, it diminished the quality of life for civil servants that are the biggest employer in the country. It affected the family homes. So there are many other things, Dwalo, that is affecting the Liberian people. And you see now that they're coming out in the street because they want a change. They want a change in a social situation, in an economic situation, and in a cultural situation. They want to change.
Thank you. Sergio Mama, to you, what does this mean for the biggest city, literally the face of Liberia, to look like a decent place where decent people who care about the environment are living and they're cleaning up the city? What does that say about us? And can we continue this? You're muted.
Can you hear me now? Hello? Okay. First of all, I'd like to say thanks and to the people of Liberia for taking this opportunity to clean the surrounding. And I just want to say something. Spoon Talk. We on Spoon Talk, we may take it very light, but I can tell you for free, I encounter a lot of people each day and continue to tell us thank you on the platform. The people listen to us. You remember when we told them, mind your vote. Do not leave when you vote. In fact, I made that statement. I said, when you vote, stay within that perimeter. Don't go home. Mind your vote. The people stay. When we told them, say, help to clean the city. Because we put it right there, we did it ourselves. Saying the government can clean it, we have to clean it now because the government is yours. So we have to do it. They listen again. Everything we say on this platform, the people of Liberia, they are listening. And so we have to be mindful. So I want to say thanks to them. I will listen to the radio and they said that 2,000 persons have registered at town hall. They bring in their own rigs, they bring in their own cutlasses, their hook and everything. And I was so impressed. Then I said to myself, yes, the Liberian people are listening. The Liberian people need some direction. The Liberian people they just want us to show them our love. They just want us to show them that we are with them and continue to be with them. Liberians, they have turned a new page and they are doing it. And I'm so proud of them, Dwalu. And more coming. In fact, the ECOWAS women came to me, to my office. I've been having several meetings with them in a few days. ECOWAS women. And they brought the stuff to me that they want to clean the city. I said, oh, I've been thinking about it. So go to Unity Party. When they sign it, that because they got me on the project, the project they want to do, the cleaning project, as one of the advisors. Go and get, let somebody sign it to say, yes, Madam Wolokoli can do it, because I ain't want nobody saying that I'm rushing to do something out of Unity Party concern. So I told them to go there, get the concern of Unity Party, whoever is in charge, and I think they're working on it. When they bring it, we will help to clean the city. I will be part of it. So the ECOWAS women, we are getting together. We'll get more women to be able to help to clean the city. You will see me. I will have my boots on, I will have my coats on, and I will be there with them. So we're working in that aspect on the other side. So I'm very proud and I'm happy.
We're excited. Look, I've said this, and I believe there should be no dumper in Monrovia. There's a plan that I've proposed how to make sure there is absolutely no dumper in the city. There's a way to do that. It's presented. But let me just say it to you, Meme. I'm going to come to you. What does this say about our people? I've always said Liberians want to be led. We just haven't gotten the leadership that initiates the kind of leadership Liberians are looking for. Our people are cleaning the city. Some people are coming to listen. Let's raise some money for them. I think that's something we should recommend to Stanton, whatever we can do to. I think Baden Co-water say, oh, you're thinking plenty over cleaning your town. What does it say about our people, Meme, given that they have taken the initiative by themselves to clean their own city?
During the campaign, I said, yeah, every time we stood together, we won.
Yes.
And every time we allow fear and intimidation to suppress us, we lose.
Mm-hmm.
So seeing Liberians standing together to fight the dirty in the city is not a strange thing to me. I know when we stand together, we can always win. But how sustainable is this approach? What can we do to make the cleanliness of the city something sustainable beyond people volunteering to clean the street on Inauguration Day or coming closer to Christmas and 26th and New Year? That's where I disagree with many Liberians. With this woman they call Mary Brown, I disagree with many Liberians, including professional colleagues. She's ineffective. She's not the kind of person you need to drive sustainable change. Mm-hmm. She's a strong woman who uses fear and intimidation to achieve results. And fear and intimidation are not sustainable strategies. Go to the city. Her approach to cleaning the city is to join the street tire, put her on her head, hold leaf in her hand, and run beyond street vendors. Because they're afraid of her, they will keep the place clean in that moment. They will run away in that moment. But there is nothing structural put in place to ensure that city governance and city ordinances are adhered to. I give you a classic example. When the city police are moving to enforce the regulations, violators sit down and put their hand there and look at them. They don't shake. But when Mirabro is coming to run, it tells you that the city police as an institution has broken down. But the head of the city, that individual, is what the people see as the enforcement mechanism for city ordinance. Because the head of the institution took no action to make the police, who's supposed to be the institution for enforcement, competent, respected, valued, and having the capability to enforce city ordinance. So the police going to put and get time for you. They don't even have uniform. They didn't even receive any training all the time she was there. All the years they didn't receive any training, formal training to upgrade it into modern city ordinances, regulation, enforcement, nothing. So the people don't know what to do. Go all across, Liberia is not in isolation. Go all across our neighboring countries, Rwanda of this world, Ghana. Did these cities get clean because you have city mayor in the street ratting in your head beating people? No. They got clean today. They consider clean places because somebody sitting down had ideas, policies in place, built institutions, enforce regulations, put in place different mechanisms to ensure city ordinances are adhered to. But you get one woman, she doesn't care about these things. She doesn't have the capacity to sit and think through them. She just join the street and run behind people. And people hear her for, hey, so you put Mary Brown today, the whole place will be clean. But when Mary Brown leave, the whole place get dirty. Because there is no institutional mechanism to sustain the things she's doing. You tell her today, you carry her to GSA. What is her, what has she delivered at GSA? Because the assets of government are in the hands of her peers. She can't beat them with swish. She can't run behind them. So for that reason, she can perform well. But if you put her in the street, she dealing with subordinates. So she can run behind them, she can beat them, she can make them afraid with red tie on her head. So we celebrate the people cleaning the city. We appreciate it. But what can we do that can sustain cleanliness in our city? Beyond these arbitrary and ad hoc interventions, which are very strategic and important. But what can we do? What institutional mechanism? Who are the individuals who can bring to do system thinking and design approaches that make the city clean, people abide by law, city police receive training in power to enforce regulation rather than one individual roaming the streets?
Thank you, Mehmet. I love this, Stanton. Welcome to the show. Look, I'm going to tell you this. We've designed that policy to sustain the city as any other city in the world going forward. So this will be done. Hopefully, that chance is presented. We'll say this to you, Stanton. I'm going to pass this over to you, my man. You do the team best. You know, when you hear that people can come because of that G.
No. You guys do my. I'm surprised at my mate.
Oh, yeah, but Steven talk. For then you go there, bro.
Steven, you were talking. I'm surprised at my mate. Listen, to put this on, bro.
The normal claiming now. The normal claiming.
I'm shocked.
Oh no, I put on Mary bro.
No, Mame, I'm shocked. I think you are on a mission. I think you are. I think you are on a mission, Mame. You talk all 2-3 days. You come back, you blaming Mary, bro.
For what?
Because she gets switched in her hair, running behind people to clean the city.
No, but man, you just come in now, so you got to take time.
No, but Mame, you can't attack. This is not about my Mary, bro. No.
Mame don't want Mary bro to go there.
I think Mame,
but
Mame, they say what you want to say. I listen, I'm driving, coming home. I listen to you guys making my people sleepy. You're welcome, my people. Say what in your heart.
The jelly G's, Kenton.
No. Say what is this? Listen. Give me the video. Aaron, give me that video when Mary Bush shook. She'll say you my black out here at the executive mansion. Mommy, say what in your heart. You want to say everybody in the country, 60% celebrating Mary Bro.
For what?
Mama, give me a chance now. I thought you said Steven Johnson time. Steven took 4 days off. He coming to his own. 60% celebrating this woman.
For what?
She may have her 1 or 2. You know, I attacked the woman.
Are you double dipping? The woman said, still to come and see. It's that when Jesus Christ was walking, then somebody said, can any good thing come out of Nazareth? And he said, come and see. My man, the woman have redeemed LDC and making millions of dollars for LDC. Who could have done that?
See, you aren't saying nothing today. You the one who talking.
No, because I know. Listen, I don't know Mary, bro. The woman look at me and call me. The woman look at me and call me Nyenecha. I don't know what I mean in crew. No, ask Prince Maxwell. I know the meaning. There.
I know the meaning.
I'm never going to see the meaning of that.
Thank you. The CEO of the network went there. Fadika, your brother, he went there. I'm not asking Joseph Yima Boakai to give her a job. I'm not saying she's perfect. By rules of John Malou, the woman had her own kind of foreign ministry. That's the thing. But what I'm saying, Abula, Mami, consider the fact that when she's there, she implement. When your president cannot implement, when your minister cannot implement, the woman is charging ministers and directors to pay because it's stealing current. That's Mary Bro. The woman is chasing director. They are stealing current. That's Mary Bro. I know you are talking about system. But imagine if you get system in place and you get Mary Bro there to implement. Hey, mommy, I just think. The woman is 72 years old. Sorry to call her age. Maybe 62. I don't know. I don't know her age. The woman is about to retire.
He's 72, man.
That is normal to me. That is normal.
No. Can somebody tell me? Stevie, how old is she? Can somebody tell me how old is Mary Bro?
Madam Bro is very proud of her age. She's vibrant. She's vibrant.
The woman get the true pepper blood in her. She's afraid of no one. Let's play the tape. Look at the woman, her first contact with President-elect Joseph Yima Boakai. You guys have not seen this clip. I don't believe you guys have seen this. The woman sent it to me personally.
I don't see it.
Was that the one where we all refused to shake the hand?
All hail, Liberia, yes,
you gotta push it here. I want the whole thing. I want to see. You know who's that? You know who's holding the paper here? You know who told her to hold the paper here? You see how the paper squeeze a woman here? Pull the woman? My man.
What are the issues, Canton?
Without hearing you. Without hearing you, Mr. Can you increase her volume? I want people to see this thing.
I said the woman believes in work. She fear nothing but to do wrong. And that's why I admire her. Now
I'm not saying this woman, I'm not saying she's a Holy Mary. I'm not saying she's mother of Jesus. I'm not saying she's the enter of Jesus, Mary Magdalene. I'm not saying she's the great enter of Jesus, Elizabeth. I'm not saying any of those things. But I'm saying she's somebody that when given an assignment, right, and she's up there, she will perform. Give her her TOR, she will implement according to the rules of the 6C. And this is why you saw when Joseph Yima Boakai, she walked to him without fear, without favor. She scratched her hand and she said, yes, indeed. Hold on to me. Hold on to me. I am coming over. I am coming over. And Joseph Boakai pulled her and squeezed her hand and said, I got you. I got the message. Mommy, let's talk about the issue at hand. Leave Mary Bro with gloom. But I got to see it. Folks, I have to come and say
Mr. Johnson is all yours.
Yeah. Guys, what's up? What's up? But stand up, it's good how you're buying. I like it.
I made Mame quiet. He said, "Man,
I'm scared. Man, say, wow, go more, bro, butter me. I'm tying on butter you trouble. But on a more serious note, I think the point to Mame's point, I think the point Mame was making was he was looking at the whole idea about the role of a city major from a more comprehensive perspective. I think over the last years we've reduced city mayor job to just somebody who clean the city. That's not a function. That's one of the. It's like a 2, 3, 4% of the function of a city mayor to just clean the city. The reason and the reason why I agree with Mame to a larger extent is that we have to, when you take over the city government, for example, you have to reimagine Monrovia and then define Monrovia. Do we want to make Monrovia a green city? And if we want to make Monrovia a green city, what are the things we need to do? If we want to use Monrovia as a model city, what are the things we need to do? And so if I'm city mayor, it will not just, in fact, the function to clean the city will not be the responsibility of the city mayor, of the city. I will outsource that to private companies so that they can create jobs for people. Our role will be more of a regulatory one to go and ensure that those companies who will fail to collect the trash will find them, and they will also be paying municipal taxes to the city government. That way we'll be able to raise revenue for government. Another thing I would have done is to create what I call Adapt a Street program. So you go, for example, on Randall Street, you see you have Abi Jaude as one of the biggest taxpayers on Randall Street. You can tell Abi Jaude that under the Adapt Your Street program, you will take Randall Street as your street, meaning that you'll be responsible to pay the company that will clean Randall Street because you adopt Randall Street, and then on the back end, government will waive certain municipal taxes for you. Those are ways, for example, you drive in the US, you see highways, you see people adopt highways, you see adopt a highway. Those are creative thinking you need to bring to city government. Another thing also, I've never seen in Liberia, the issue of the recycle industry. That's $1 billion industry. We have to look at recycle. People, the water, the plastic bag water, the trash, how we handle it. It's people just drink the water through on the street. Those plastic bags can be recycled to make many things. How do we even? I told somebody, I said I can be able to make 50,000 a month in Monrovia just from collecting trash. And he got it. He said, "Wow." I said, "Let's assume across the entire Monrovia we got 50,000 businesses." He said, "Yes." I said, if we can mobilize 50,000 trash cans, and we say every Monday we'll collect trash from those 50,000 businesses, but at the rate of $1, or every day we collect trash $1. In one day you collect 50,000. If you just collect trash, you get the trucks to collect. You're not taking the trash, you just dump it in the truck. So you get about 50 trucks that will make rounds and collect those trash. In one day, just from collecting trash from 50,000 businesses in Monrovia, you've raised $50,000 just from picking up the box and dumping in the truck. Every day you collect. So
I don't think that business. I don't think it's an added business.
No, it is.
You gotta look at your overhead. You gotta look at the expenses. How you gonna pay people to fuel everything?
Yeah, but if you get 50 trucks and you're making $150,000 a week, you're not gonna spend all that money to run those 50 trucks. Because
you're saying that $50,000.
You're taking Monrovia to be like, bro, Monrovia is from Ducal to Vamuma House. That's Monrovia.
But you don't even need 50 trucks.
That's why that Monrovia right there. I'm not talking about going Banga, going Grand Jida, going the place. I'm saying
I understand you. I'm just looking at your map.
From Ducal to Vamuma. If you get 50 trucks running in between Ducal to Vamuma, how many are going to burn on gas? Your longest distance will be Vamuma.
Stanza, Stevie.
Yes, sir.
I know what you're talking.
Well, let me wrap on this one.
Rap on it.
Then
I'm a passion there.
So, and then also, one of the biggest challenges in Liberia is the issue of dump sites. People collect the trash. What do you do? I see them carry to the place called Wintown. It creates environmental challenges for the people there, flies and other things. People get sick, all these things. There has to be a comprehensive approach to the Monrovia City Corporation, rather than just going in the street, collecting trash. See people who put trash in the street, you beat them. We have to have a comprehensive approach. We have to reimagine Monrovia. We have to redefine how we do our city governance. I think those are things that will bring more result than rather just going on Broad Street, collect people, collect trash. Tomorrow you come, the same thing. You arrest people, you beat them. I think that's not a long-term sustainable strategy.
No, I'm not disagreeing with you, Stephen. I'm just saying your math. To say you will raise $50,000.
We just
that's why I know you are.
No, they're throwing number out there. Those are the technical people who work on the details.
No, because
No, that's true. I have spent 15 years studying this thing. I've written about it at a very bare minimum. If my proposal is successful at 40 to 50%, we generate nothing less than $20 million every single year. That's impressive.
Yeah, so the money are calling it even small.
The money is very small.
So the money are calling it even small. About 10 million a year.
So what we're telling you is,
we're just doing that.
The dump site on the city will be relocated. And winter is already full. They are barricaded that location. Like I said, I spent a lot of time understanding how the city should be operated. Look, the trash collection, there should be no dump site in Monrovia of any kind. Our policy addresses that. There will be no dump site. Don't go pick up Team of Mr. Jolly and Warehouse. You don't have to pick up anybody's trash. It will be addressed. There's a way to do this.
All right, so we have a day to discuss your plan and your proposal, Mr. Dwalu.
Your plan.
Yeah. Let me close. Sorry, I thought it was.
We're not close. Some of us are not.
We're not closing though. We're not closing.
Ambula has to come in to talk about address the issue of. No, let me say this.
We're going like this.
Yeah, I'm waiting for you. Yeah, Remy.
Yeah. So Maxwell, let me give you my. You know what is happening in Liberia right now, where people are taking onto the street to clean up Monrovia, should be the mindset that we have every day for our country. Where when you grab a paper in your hair, a plastic bottle, you don't just dash it down. You know, around here they have those bins that you can just walk there and throw it in there, right? So that can reduce to some extent, you know, this littering everywhere. That's one way there. But if every day we love our country, we'll not just look at you know, something in our hand and just throw it down, you know, down like this. And secondly, it's not even expensive to build a recycling plant. It is not. To be frank, if you have a recycling plant, you know, stationed at strategic locations around like Monrovia, if you want to address this, the city of Monrovia, for instance, I don't think it will cost us even down to $10 million. I saw a price of a plant, a recycling plant, I think between 7 and 10 million. Okay, but maybe setting it up and all of that stuff might cost you a little bit more. But I'm just saying that it is not an expensive venture, and if we can address that issue about cleaning our city, and I think Liberians were just tired sitting and watching their country filtered out in that way. And sometimes it gets to you. This is my country we're talking about, for instance. So maybe people are just fed up, and you know that just tells you that. And I don't necessarily agree with Mami when he says, "Men by nature, you have to enforce the rule for us to follow it." You know, Madam Braw, you need to replicate Madam Braw all over the place. I would say even if you give her the national police, Liberia will be straight. Because
man, you're going too far now. Remember, keep the no. You're going too far, bro.
But Remy, the question I have for you is the question I have for you is the question I ask for you. The question I have for you.
Anything to you.
Let me ask you one question.
See me continue on. Not me. I'm begging you.
No, I want to ask you a question. I want. Is it that only Mary Braw is capable in Liberia of doing what she does, or is it that you need somebody who will have similar support of the presidency like Mary Braw had to be able to achieve this thing? I think it's more of having
how come she's the only one getting
it's the level of latitude. If I gave you Remy Gray that same latitude to go out.
No,
do
I will
as you
take
want
it.
to do to ensure
I
the
will
job
take
is
it. You will
done.
not give it to me. I will take it.
No,
So in
I
other
think
words,
everybody under Ellen government has similar latitude.
well, you see, that's what you think. But Mary Bro, I'm just saying that if you have that enforcement, that enforcement, nature, you will always go for things in that way. And Liberians, you have to be able to compel them. There's something called progressive discipline. You compel someone until they follow the law. That's how police enforces the law here. They don't go sit down there and say, well, Mame will follow the rules because Mame is a good character guy. No, you have to force people to comply. When people don't speed on the road, it's not because they want to be disciplined, but because they know there's an enforcement mechanism. We don't
Can I
enforce
ask a question? I beg you before I think Mami or Prince come in or
I don't want
agree.
coming in.
All right, but I want to ask a question. I want to leave on the Mary Bro a little bit, please, if you guys consider, because I met you on your show. JMB is coming to America. He live in the mall. Have you guys discussed it? And we haven't coming out there saying he coming for such and such reason. Don't you think we should elevate this and really talk about why JMB is coming to America and those people like spreading rumors as to why he coming to America? We need to address it. I think so.
Yeah, we can address
Yeah,
it.
let me talk first.
I can address it in my comment. JMB came up with a statement. His party came up with a statement on why he coming to the US, coming to visit family and friends, meet, and United Party, America chapter, Canada chapter. No other details are provided. I wouldn't be speculating. Other people who are speculating, these speculations have been around for long. During the campaign, they said everything they had to say. We are to where we are today. So I wouldn't go into their speculation. I will speak about what the party released as the itinerary of the VP. On the Mary Bro issue, this is a conversation I've had at different levels. You cannot develop a modern city with arbitrariness. You cannot develop a city, get it clean, ordinance in rule with somebody who doesn't believe in building institutions, but rather making herself as the fear factor for enforcement. You run the city for over 5 years. The police, no training. The police, no incentive. The police, not respected. Only you respected. So when you're not there, they don't respect the police. That's not how you build institutions. That's not how you enforce regulations. You enforce regulation through regulation mechanism, not through individual. I mean, think this. Go to the GSA, where she's been for the last 6 years plus. What have been the transformative change to managing government assets that you can point to? What are the transformative change to managing government assets that you can point to GSA? Because that position requires you to not be in the street beating people. So she's not an effective public servant. I can say that. I can think that. I know it is not a popular decision. It's not a popular opinion. Across the country, everybody will celebrate her. I know that. But I'm the type of person, when I see something and I believe in what I believe in, I say it. And I'm thinking, I spare what I know. No city in the world will be transformed without the institutions working, but only the mayor working. It's wrong. It will not work. You put Mary Bro there again, she will clean the city when the people see her. Once they don't see her, the institutions are not working, it will collapse.
Thank you, Mehmet.
Yeah.
Please, I think you coming
yeah,
in.
Let me ask you a question.
What we're talking about here.
Have you gone to GSA recently?
GSA?
Yeah.
I've not been to Liberia.
Okay. Go there and see
Please go ahead.
30 seconds. Steven said something, and I want to say something. Look, Mary Bro was not infected only because she had presidential support. I just wanted to. Koji had presidential support. He had the support of the president, but he did not perform as Mary Bro performed. So it was not because of presidential support. But I also say that her approach to managing the city is ineffective, it's unsustainable. No city has been developed and improved because of what Mary Bro is doing. No city, you can point to one.
But coach, he had all the support.
Well,
that's what I'm saying.
He had all the training.
So guys, let's move ahead now. I beg you. Battle is moderated.
The issue here, the issue we're discussing here is not an issue of Mary Brawl, nor is it the issue of whether we can have people to bring about change in the country. There are so many people that can bring about change in the country. But what we are discussing here is something that most people do not discuss in Liberia. We are trying to overlay or model in our minds and our vision over a city that was created 100+ years ago. We're trying to overlay an imagination over a city where the behavior of the people will always remain consistent, because the infrastructure, the way it's set up, is not going to make the people change. So yes, Ma may have the right to look at Maryborough from that perspective, because Maryborough did the city work, Maryborough leads to get dirty. We've never thought about the idea of saying to ourselves, what is Monrovia now? Can Monrovia sustain itself? Even if we pin the streets and clean all of the buildings, in the next 2-3 years, Monrovia will remain the way it is, or we get back to being dirty like some kind of town city? Of course, because we see that same system play out in Nigeria and every other places where you have a major concentration of urban population in the city, and they are using the infrastructure to the point where it is overweighing the infrastructure. We've never thought about extending Monrovia outside of Monrovia. We've never talked about building better public housing and better communities so that we can have human behavior change. I will give you an example. Many Liberians are sitting in Monrovia, they have certain behavior, but when they go to America, come to Europe, or go to other places that are properly structured, those behavior change immediately. Those behavior change immediately. They don't run to anybody's house they want to run to. They don't put dye anywhere they want to put dye anywhere. They don't do none of those things because the infrastructure dictates how you operate and how you work and live in it. Monrovia is dictating how the Liberians should live. So they will live the same way. I remember when Maryborough came up with the idea of paying parking fees in Monrovia. People were totally against that. You can never be against that in America or in Europe or anywhere else. It's impossible because the system is set up in a way it's embedded within the infrastructure of the country, of the city. We have never embedded anything in the infrastructure of Monrovia, and we just want to overlay and expect the people behavior to change overnight. That is going to be impossible. Look at the outskirts of Monrovia, how people are building there right now. They're building there just like building in the same way in West Point and in Bourgeois Island. The same way. Nothing's changing. We need to change the way we operate and build our public infrastructure and public housing, and people behavior will start to change. And this issue of debt will go out of the way.
Thank you, Prince. Look, I want to say this about what Mehmet said. The times that Maryborough were working, you have to put that into context. I understand what Mehmet trying to say, build institutions, but institutions could not. You needed that kind of approach from Maryborough to begin with, and then you leverage that and build institutions. But I would say this. Somebody mentioned, say, Monrovia is overpopulated. Monrovia is not populated at all, okay? The land space of Monrovia continues to expand. About 30% of the city, we've actually done this study that I paid for personally. 30% of the city, it has a high density of population. The rest of the city is sparsely populated. So Monrovia, within 1 year, you can actually zone the entire city to ensure every single structure in the city has an address. That zoning approach has been demarcated, something I pay for personally. And another thing we deal with the city, you understand about Monrovia, it's not a big place. Monrovia has approximately 1.5 million people tops. When I say Monrovia, I'm talking about the whole concentration of Montserrat County. The way the people are building in the city, there is no structure in there. And the city mayor, Jordan, what Stephen said, garbage collection is barely 10% of the city mayor's job. You don't even have to outsource this thing. This is what I believe. We need a whole new city hall. City hall was built in the early 1900. We need a massive new city hall, $10 million loan. There's a massive plan for the city. But at the end of the day, we have to approach the city like a modern city. This has to be addressed because if we are going to grow, there must be a sampling. That sampling has to come from Monrovia. It has to come from Monrovia. But the city is not overpopulated at all. The city is sparsely populated. Look, in the next 10 years, Monrovia will hit Kakata. I'm not joking. It's already hit Roberts International Airport. In the next 10 years, it's actually hit Kakata. So the city continues to expand. So there are plans there to actually improve the way the city is arranged.
Dwalu, to your expansion, Dwalu. The city is expanding to Rabat International Airport, right? What are we putting in those land around Rabat International Airport? How are we restructuring that land in terms of public housing and public utilities? Nothing. Everybody building indiscriminately. So the same problem in Monrovia that we have now is only going to replicate in all of those areas, including where the Kakata Highway you're talking about.
So, Dwalu, let me just, in continuation to what you said, you see, there has, and this is the point I made when I said Monrovia has to be reimagined. We have to have model communities. We have to say, you know what? Let's use maybe Marshall, for example, as a model community. We have to draw a line of demarcation between commercial areas and residential areas. You cannot have big markets in residential areas where you don't have no means of collecting trash in residential area as you would in commercial districts. So we've not been able to clearly define whether this particular district is considered, or this particular part of the city is considered a residential area or a commercial area. So for instance, this is why one of the things that affect a lot of librarians, you go home, you build your house, 3 days later somebody open a nightclub right outside your house. You can't sleep at night. And the place is also down at night. You have no means to sleep because by 12 the people blasting music, because there's no zoning, there's no regulation. So the entire country is like a commercial district. It's like a commercial district. You find people selling everywhere. So the more you have people selling all over, then you cannot eat. That's why it's hard to control the collection of garbage, because areas that should be considered residential areas are also commercial areas. Areas that are considered commercial areas are also residential areas. So it's just a whole boat of spaghetti that you cannot even find. So you need to have zoning regulations. You need to demarcate districts and determine that where people can build entertainment spots or have market inside the community. And you also need to look at the issue of West Point. I know it's a tricky political subject, but you cannot redefine Monrovia without looking at the issue of West Point. West Point is a very iconic view. It will add more value to Monrovia if that area is redefined and is looked at more from a business perspective. You also need to look at the ONU Bridge. That waterway can be a serious tourist attraction. You can have boats moving on that water to Ghana Bay. Instead of you taking 12 hours in the traffic to go to Ghana Bay, you can take a ferry across that water in 5 minutes. You're in Ghana Bay. So when we look at city mayor position, not just about coming on Broad Street and taking broom and sweep. It's about looking at the city through the prism of a vision. That how do I want to see Monrovia? Waterway transport, car transport, buses. And this is another thing too. Look at the kind of buses we bring for our people. In this 21st century, you bring in buses with no air conditioner or television. We're bringing these 1922 buses with heat.
There's donations, Stephen.
But still, so and Donald, let me close on this note. I tell people, when you're doing buses, who are you targeting? If I'm running a bus company in Liberia, I'll target civil servants, many of whom have cars, but it will be a way for them to park their car home and commute to work. Because I'll bring luxury buses where they go inside, they sit down, they're comfortable, they pay for a trip back and forth every evening. You got to bring your car. If you pay $5 a day to ride a bus, there's no need of you taking your car to Broad Street. It reduces traffic congestion. The city, so you got to look at the whole city thing from a different. You got to get the public works involved. You got to get the Ministry of Health involved. You got to get the Ministry of Commerce. It got to be a big sit down. And all of the actors got to put their mind together and say, this is how we want Monrovia to be, and let's get to work. I'll wrap on that.
Thank you, Mama.
I'm tired of talking about Monrovia.
Thank you. Thank you, Sir. Today I agree with you. Today I agree with you. I agree with you, Sir Mama. Today I will call you Minister. We'll call you when I say Samara.
You text her.
I text her. But you know what? I just want us to talk about Joseph Yima Boakah trip to the United States. I think for me, since you called me in, let me ask you guys, Stephen Johnson, I don't know what I should add the page to, Abula Mame, Colonel Remy Gray, Prince Maxwell. Prince Maxwell, as a matter of fact, he received his first letter to be a diplomat. It was written and signed and approved by Ambassador Asa Yamblo. We have that letter. The first letter, 2017. Recommendation by Asa Yamblo. So we'll have that conversation one day.
I wrote that recommendation. So please, don't ever say that, because I got a copy of it as well.
Mr. Dwadu, am I protected?
He did not write it. I wrote it.
What if I read to talk, Stevie?
If he's sending documents to you, authenticate it. I wrote that document. All I needed was a signature. Don't do that. Please, don't do that.
No, go ahead.
Yeah, don't do that.
Dwadu, am I protected, Dwadu?
No, you're not protected. You bring it up, I will respond. I wrote that recommendation. It was instructed by the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. I wrote it. He signed it. I sent it back.
Mommy, did I hit somebody on the Christian Boom?
No, it's personal to me.
Did I hit someone on the Christian Boom?
It's personal to me. Exactly.
When you're talking about the Mirambo team and foreign service,
I wrote that recommendation, my brother. The Agenabo did not lie to you. I wrote it. I gave it to him on the sign. I got a copy in my drawer right now.
Can you protect me? I even said nothing.
That's why you want to have over my head that he recommended me. I said, did not even recommend me. It was his responsibility. Don't try it. Don't try it. Don't try to Stanton. Stop taking information from Isaac.
Please, wait. Yeah,
I will fire back. Don't take the recommendation for that man. I wrote that recommendation myself. I give it to him. He signed it. I said the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Don't do that. Don't do that.
You guys are not
fair. You wrote recommendation for me.
Don't
do that.
The
president of the Republic of Liberia told him to do it. He told me write a recommendation. I wrote it back. I give it to him. We said the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. He has no hand in my future. Don't bring that. Don't confuse the Liberian people. You have the letter that reappointed me back in the embassy. You have the letter. Why can't you talk about it? Don't bring as a busy my man. Don't stop getting information for that man. That man's a pathological liar.
I'm saying, but listen though, and this is why the people love this show. There's a reason why they love the show, Steven. The man talk, I just quiet. I want to talk about Joseph Boakai coming to America. The man attacking me.
Stop taking man propaganda, my man. Stop taking man propaganda. Bring it here. I'm a diplomat. What are you talking about? No. The point is that Conor Remingway. I realize that Isaac is giving information, and I'm here every day to debunk it, because all the thing you're talking about, I got documents. Stanton, when the show started, I sent you many documents because I knew he was going to come.
You're not being fair to me.
Reappointment letter.
I'm talking about Joseph Boakai.
Yeah, you're talking about Joseph Boakai.
Value, mute the man. Let's start on talk.
I get no control yet.
Value, you moderating. The international community looking at you. Thank you.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Our age-old partner, the American, looking at you. I talk about Joseph Boakai coming to America. Did I hit somebody on the crazy boom? I mean, when we're picking at you, hit your crazy boom, you go crazy.
No.
So that's all.
I'm not nothing, Stanton. It's nothing. You're clarifying.
You're mute,
man.
He's protected.
Yeah, protected. Stanton, go ahead.
Thank you. Joseph Yuma Boakai is coming to the state. Joseph, I'll call him president, not even president-elect. President Joseph Yuma Boakai is coming to the state. President Joseph Yuma Boakai is coming to the United States of America to rest, engage family, friends, negotiate on behalf of the Liberian people. Anything else you know, to your own. The issue, whenever the president-elect, amen, he will be received warmly. And I want everybody to just pay attention. This visit would be historical. This visit would be, listen, all day we've been engaging. You like it. The man of president-elect. You like it. The man come here to America, you don't have to fly a private jet. Yeah, we're rubbing in their faces. We will. He's on a mission to deliver Liberia out of poverty. A mission to restore dignity and honor to the first African, the oldest African republic on earth. He's on that mission. On mission, when you go to Liberia, you say, yes, I am in Liberia. And when you're leaving, you regret why you are leaving. Here for no tabata. I forgot what I even said about Mommy that he yelling. Sorry, Mommy, not you, your brother Prince. I forget what I even said about Prince. I'm here to discuss Joseph Yimang Boakai and his mission to the United States of America. We give you guys a chance and want you guys to understand. It is important that on day one, President-elect Joseph Yimang Boakai is running. He's not walking. He's not crying. He's running. Were you there when he placed a phone call? Were you there when the American met him? Were you there when he engaged in European partners? You know what he's telling them? Beg for the information.
No.
See how President-elect are about to redeem Liberia and bring back respect. Were you there? This is not about George Manuel Weah and his done talking all. And I can guarantee you, on every trip, the President, Joseph Yimang Boakai, like Steven was speaking in one of these chat rooms. Yeah, Steven was saying something in a chat room together. He will address the nation. He will tell you he will not be a bobo. No. Before he leave, he will speak tomorrow at the airport or at his residence. When he return, he will speak again and tell you his achievement. Nothing secret, except it should be secret for diplomatic reason, for the benefit of both nations. Continue crying. Continue fishing. Joseph Yimang Boakai birthday today. He leaving the country tomorrow. And at George Manuel Weah, your president, you will have another 48 days all of the country celebrating his birthday. In less than 24 hours, he leaving the country. President Joseph Yimang Boakai is engaging. He's coming to sit down. We got to rethink. I like what Steven said. Reimagine. We have to. A new leader has emerged. We can't sit and cry no more. Let me ask you a question. Women say, oh, but how many people are you traveling with? I guarantee you, they're less than 8. Or maybe they're less than 7. This is not George Manuel where I would try with 32 and 48 and 64 individuals. Joseph Yimang Boakai asking people, but why you want to come? Mr. Dwalu, why do you think it's important for you to come on this trip?
Justify.
You must give a reason.
Yeah.
When you go there, what will you bring back? Who will you be talking to? If you cannot answer those questions, you're not coming.
You're coming for.
Just stop playing around here, folks. It's a new day. It's a new time. All the cry babies continue to cry. But I know what Mommy and Dwalu go. I want P4s again. Mommy, can't help your brother. Where you at? Folks, you look at this letter. And I will run, not show the letter, I will run away. Look at this letter.
It's okay. It's okay. It's okay.
No, it's not okay. No, it's not okay.
But it's supposed to be okay.
No,
it's supposed to be okay.
But Dwalu, you're not helping me. Dwalu, you're
But Prince will get a chance. Prince,
exactly.
Your time will be a time to talk.
Thank you.
We got to read a letter I was sent to.
Yeah, I sent it in the chat room. Find it and read it.
I think I can see it on the screen. Let me try.
Thank you.
I'm not going to screen.
Steven, I think I sent it to you too, Steven, because I want you to have a copy. I want the whole world to have a copy.
It says July 27, 2017. But the government didn't manipulate it down.
Let's see, don't run, no, my man. Don't let me get value you. Don't read the letter fast, though.
Okay, I'll read it slow.
Please.
Who sent the letter?
My man, let me read it now. And we read it.
Come on. Mr. Ambassador, I am pleased to inform you of the promotion of
Steven, you got it, Steven. I'm sorry.
Mr. Prince Maxwell to the position of Consular, Embassy of the Republic of Liberia in Brussels. It is noteworthy that this promotion was recommended by you and endorsed by...
No. That's why I said take your time, man. Thank you, man. Thank God. Was recommended by who?
But I gotta go in front.
Yeah, no, you can't go in front, man. No. So, we gotta read 2-3 times before we understand. Go back again. Thank you.
Okay, let me go back.
Yeah.
I am pleased to inform you of the promotion of Mr. Prince Maxwell to the position of Consular, Embassy of the Republic of Liberia in Brussels. It is noteworthy that this promotion was recommended by you and endorsed by the president. This promotion takes effect.
Can I ask a question on the first paragraph, please?
Last question, Chief.
I beg you, Steven Johnson. I know you're not reading this. It was recommended by whom?
His Excellency Ase W. Yanabo II.
I pause. Ladies and gentlemen, boss and guests, we would never ever take frog to beauty pageant.
Okay, so that's it.
No, I know you finish it.
That's it.
No,
Stephen,
wait.
I'm waiting. You want to make the big story now. Everybody hear what you read.
But listen, my man, I just asked information, like they can say on the floor information, please. And do I read the thing like you won't read it because you're together?
It's a story again.
Do I take your time to read it? Take your time.
Don't say page. It is not worthy that this promotion was recommended by you, by Ambassador Ase Yambo. Ambassador Ase Yambo recommend Prince Maxwell for this position. You may proceed, my brother.
Second paragraph.
But okay,
we trust that Mr. Maxwell will work closely and harmoniously with you and other officers of the embassy. Now, you don't want to sue our embassy in Brussels.
Go ahead.
So, deploying his best efforts in promoting the foreign policy objectives of Liberia, including the strengthening of relations between Liberia and Belgium. With kind regards, sincerely, is that Marlon V. Kamara, Minister?
Majo.
His Excellency Ase W. Yanabo II, Ambassador Extraordinary, Plenipotentiary, Embassy of Liberia, Brussels. Deputy
Thank
Minister.
you very much.
So that
folks, you have seen the letter. I will finish my own, then you can run with it. If you take a picture of the letter, please do. We'll put it off for a few seconds. Take picture, put it on Facebook. I'm thanking you. Put it on Facebook, put it on your Instagram, put it there. Now, this is official letter, folks. I know Maxwell and his friend Mame. You see these two guys there? They've been friends since my Ellen time. Two of them. No, you're not in our chat room, Steven. These guys they attacked me in our chat room. So I decided to bring this letter up today to talk about gratitude.
Gratitude.
The only person, right, that laid down his life, his family life, his personal life, and so on earth to defend and recommend Prince Maxwell was Ambassador Ase Yambo. I will say no further because each time Prince speak, I will reveal something new that he have never seen before. All right, Mr. moderator Dwalu arrest my case.
Prince, you got 3 minutes. It's actually 3 minutes. Right now, it's 45.
All right, Dwalu, listen. First and foremost, there are precedents and protocol at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. This letter you see here is not unique. Every promotion at post has this particular letter. If you're a diplomat at post and you are to receive a promotion, there is a precedent that the ambassador must make the recommendation, which is standard. It's a standard. Even if the ministry knows that you are good, the ministry will not do that. They will ask the ambassador to do the recommendation letter. When this letter was, before the letter was produced, Madam John Kamara came from the UN. She was on her way to Liberia. She sat in the office of the ambassador with me for 1 hour. And she quizzed me on everything that pertains to the responsibility and the portfolio of a counselor. She critiqued my education and everything that was involved. Isaac knows about this very, very well. I sat there for 1 hour. If I had failed that interview, Isaac's recommendation would have failed. But I passed the interview. She said, okay, Maxwell, I'm going to go to the president. I'm going to report this, but make sure, and please remind the ambassador, the recommendation has to be done. So I said, okay. The ambassador had to do a note verbal to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs that precedes this recommendation. You can ask Elias Shonian, because he was the Deputy Minister of Foreign Affairs at the time. It was done at that point in time. My entire record is clear and pristine. Give me a chance. The process was respected. But John Kamara went back.
But nobody said anything, Maxwell.
Please, give me a chance. Yeah, give me a chance now. Met the president.
I didn't say anything.
The former foreign minister met the president and informed the president, Madam President, I have met Mr. Maxwell. I went through the interview with him, and I'm pleased with the conversation we had. That's the reason why you see the second part, it says the president. See that? The second part says the president. So if the president has said to Madam John Kamara, no, I do not agree with this recommendation, I will rescind this recommendation, I never would have gotten my promotion in the first place. So all of these processes have to correlate and coincide with each other. That's a standard procedure at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Now, let's talk about the issue of gratitude. I have been very peaceful and I've praised Isaac Yenambo. I've worked with Isaac. As a matter of fact, Isaac myself had a grand plan. The plan was do well, because you were former pro tempore of the Senate of Liberia. I want you to do well here so that when the next president comes, he can see the work that you did and take you back. I decided to help, and I was helping Isaac. We worked harmoniously, but something happened that changed the trajectory of our relationship. Corruption. I was not going to agree. I was a small boy, and a lot of people knew my name. I was not going to get my name involved in that. And Isaac wanted me to participate. He wanted me to use my brilliance to cover him. And I did so many times to do that, to the point it became painful. The people in the diaspora knows about this. People in the embassy knows about this. The former auditor, auditor general of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs is fully aware of this, because I wrote them and I informed them. I've never had anything personal against Isaac. As a matter of fact, I will tell you, when George Weah went to the embassy, that picture you have today, that picture saved Isaac Yenambo. There was rumors that we in the embassy were Unity Party people in 2017, and they were going to get rid of every one of us. In that meeting, I sat there and I told the president, George Weah, to his face, I said, Mr. President, we are diplomats. We are not politicians. So any rumors you're hearing out there that we are doing anything, please understand we are not involved. After that meeting, Isaac called me to praise me. And he told me so many times over that. I was not looking for praise. I was simply trying to do my job. But then it became sideways.
It's not being fair, man. It's after 4 minutes.
Please. I mean, I could go on and on and say this.
5 minutes. It started at 45, 50.
But I'll say this. Stay till you have my reappointment letter. Why haven't you published it?
Let me ask you one question, Prince.
You have it? Yeah, please go ahead.
Will anything have changed if Isaac had refused to recommend you? Will you still be appointed?
I would have, yes, because I was already a diplomat in our.
No, I mean, would you have been given the position if the ambassador had refused?
They would have transferred me. Because let me say this to you, Stanton. Let me say to you, Stephen. This was what it was. This is what it was, right? I was to go to school and get a certain grade point to in order to get that. Shonia is aware of this. To get a certain grade point, and the only way Shonia would have been comfortable to even recommend my name on that list. And I graduated with distinction just to get that promotion. Isaac knows about this. I got my degree here right now.
You know, I don't know the.
Well, let me say this to you.
I don't know the history between you and Isaac, but I think
let's finish. Let's finish.
I just think when you read a letter, and when I read a letter, it shows that Isaac had recommended you. I don't think there should be any issue with Isaac being your boss.
No.
At the embassy recommending you. I don't think that.
I don't have any issue with that. I don't have any issue with that.
Because that's what bosses do. They recommend their subordinate for promotion in the event where they determine that the person, meets all of the criteria for promotion. So so where do you disagree in that letter? That's why I'm confused.
I do not disagree with the letter. The statement of gratitude is what I disagree with. The idea is that because Isaac recommended me.
Shouldn't we also gratitude to people who help us in our professional sojourn?
No, Stephen, listen to this. The idea is that because I left the embassy and Isaac will carry on corruption, I should have just remained completely mute and don't do anything.
I'm saying, shouldn't we all be gratified if somebody offer us a help, whether through recommendation or through career growth in our career sojourn? I don't see that as a problem. I don't think.
Stevie, I don't see it as a problem. I'm not against that.
I just think show gratitude. If I
was what I'm hearing, you're not giving gratitude to Isaac Nino.
You help me in my
Exactly. Thank you, Colonel Remy Gray. That's what it is. That's not true. As a matter of fact, I will say this to you. Recently, about 2 months ago, I just went to the embassy and I went to Mr. Unimbo and I spoke to him. We talked a little bit and I walked off. I left from there. I left the embassy 4 years. I've never called Isaac name anywhere. I don't carry any conversation about Isaac anywhere.
You don't call Isaac anywhere?
Wait. Stanton, let me come in now. Okay, I'm glad. Please come here. Because Stanton, I don't know what you're on right now.
All right, come in.
Prince, just before Mommy come in, I think you're not giving Isaac the flower he deserves. I used to be a commander. If I don't recommend somebody, the president will not pick up that recommendation. In fact, that guy will not exist. So without Isaac Nunabo, the president would not have known you. Ma John would not have met with you. So
no, you understand my history first. Understand my history first.
Mommy, come in. Maswell, can I answer all the questions tonight? He on the hot seat. He was sweating.
Of course.
Two things I want to say. The first thing is
we got another diplomat. 2 things I want to say.
the first thing is what I see Isaac doing, and Stanton, we all start on the show during the campaign, and we reported about the illegal sale of Liberia assets in Brussels. That is the meat of the discussion. You provided the documentation. You raised the issue that the asset of the country illegally sold in Brussels. Maswell elevated that discussion. Are we not concerned about it? Do we have interest in establishing whether it is even true further and what role the ambassador play in the illegal sale of our asset? But because he recommended Maswell, so Maswell should not talk about the sale, the alleged illegal sale of the country's asset.
Thank you.
And if he does that, then he's not grateful. He's showing ingratitude.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, no, can I hold you that? No, I don't hold you that.
The origin there, right?
Yes. Hold on now. I don't want people to think that Mame is quiet and he doesn't know what Mame is very calculative.
I'm coming to the second part.
No, we can't leave the first part. We need to address the first part.
No, Stan. Let me tell you, conclude all together.
Yeah.
Amen.
I beg you. I beg you, so you can just address all two together. So my first thing is,
I mean, I hear your crazy move.
So my first thing is, we expose the illegal sale of the country's asset. Might as well elevated the discussion. The ambassador sent a letter to say he recommended him. I am saying, fine, you did your job, but it doesn't stop him from speaking. And if he speaks, it doesn't mean he's ungrateful. The second and most important thing is, I was saying in the chat room that to protect foreign service officers, including the ambassador and other people, let's ensure that they do not involve into politics, so that when the next government is coming, they can't be worried about whether they will remove them because of their political participation. That's how the law came about. That says they sent us the copy of the Foreign Service Regulation that said diplomats should not be involved into local politics except they are authorized by the president. So I said, but if all these diplomats left from their missions and went to Liberia and started campaigning, it means they were campaigning in violation of their regulations, and there should be punitive action against them. And the next government should ensure that all ambassadors and diplomatic staff are not involved into politics, so that when the new government comes, whether 2019 or 2021, you will not be afraid of somebody coming after you because you're not engaged into politics. That's what I was saying. And those who were engaged into politics should be penalized in accordance with the law. And Yinabo is one of them. Until you can prove that he went to Liberia to campaign because the president authorized him to do that, he's in violation of the law.
Okay, so I beg you, I beg you, Duado, you can't do this to me. Both of them attack me. Okay? I must speak, Duado. And I hope you understand. Steven, please do not interrupt me. I must speak. These two guys, like I said before, they are childhood friends. They went to the same high school. They mingle around the same folks. They can talk a lot than any of us on this show. I gotta establish this. I have to. So nobody be not deceived and think that if you see Mame, you see Maxwell. The only thing different is that Mame are Muslim, Maxwell are Christian. That's the only thing different. That's the only thing. So let me just start shaking your head. The working
I've been knowing Mame more than 25 years ago.
Okay.
Steven, I even know Maxwell.
Wait now, hey Steven, you Steven gonna tell the post out too?
No, I just saying I've been knowing
Mame very long. I gotta add a page to your name. And you tell us how to add a page to your name. Yeah. So, but let me say this. You know, Maxwell been doing this thing since his childhood. Maxwell can throw stone and hide his head. Maxwell brought the argument in the chat room, Steven. You are not in the chat room, but you brought up this argument that Asa Youngblood went all around to campaign for George Panel. Yeah. This is why you want me to put it up, Mame, because you requested for it. This is what Maxwell sent us from the Foreign Policy Bible, the Manual Foreign Policy. Maxwell, can you read it? Let the whole world hear you.
Let me read.
Of course. Foreign Service Officer. Yeah, go ahead, Mame. Go ahead.
Let me read the part that is most important, which is 12.2.
Exactly.
It says foreign service officer and employees shall not allude in political speeches or press interview in discussion between government. Or this is the most important part relative to the discussion. Or to active political issues in Liberia or elsewhere, except by direction of the ministry or the president of Liberia. That is the most important part. Should not actively participate in politics in Liberia, except by the directive of the minister or the president. So that's what I said. If they went to Liberia and were campaigning, they were in violation of this law, except they can prove that the president told them to leave their assignment and go to Liberia to campaign for him. If they can't prove it, then they were in violation. If they prove it, they're free.
And that has to be officially stated. It's not something you just say muff.
So y'all finished?
Yeah.
Can I speak now?
Go ahead.
I see Steven coming to say something. I want you guys to ask all your questions, then I will bring up my argument on the floor. Because it looks like I'm defending somebody here. I'm defending the Constitution. I'm defending the very foreign manual that Maxwell sent to Mame. Mame put in our chat room, and we beat them to the argument. Ladies and gentlemen of the press.
You move the manual now. Let's see.
No. I want to read it. I will move it. I'm begging you.
Okay,
Ladies and gentlemen of the press, boys and girls, please pay attention. I will read the line Mohammed just read. Or to active political issues in Liberia or elsewhere, except, here's the exception. Duadu, I want your 450% attention, please. Except by the direction of the ministry or the president of Liberia. Did it say anything about election? Participation? Oh, I can hear a pen drop. Did it say anything about that?
We can talk when it's
Stanton. No, you cannot interrupt me now. No, don't do this.
Okay, put it back. Let analyze that thing word for word. Let's look at.
Thank you. Oh, you said I'm gonna take it down. I'm gonna put it back again.
Put it back. I want to underscore certain buzzwords there.
Thank you very much. And
so
then that's why you see.
Where it says foreign service officers and employees shall not allude in public speeches or press interview to discussion between governments.
Hold on right there. I beg you, Stephen. Interviews to discussion between governments.
Or
that is two countries, right?
Yeah, two countries.
Thank you.
Or to active political issues in Liberia or elsewhere.
Thank you. Active political issue. Example like what, Stephen?
Example like being visible in campaign, actively campaigning for a candidate, talking about current political activities in the country.
So that's your interpretation.
No, I
disagree. Diplomats should not be actively involved in campaign.
Wait, now let's do it one at a time.
No, I disagree.
Thank you. But let's give Stephen Johnson the chance to finish. I beg you, finish your line.
The reason I say this is when you're a diplomat, you represent the interests of the country. You don't represent the interests of a political party. And so you should be above party politics. This is particularly true for also people who hold certain position of integrity. So and I think if it was not an issue, it wouldn't be within the Bible. I think it would have been ignored. The fact that it becomes a topical issue here, and it highlights it.
And I beg you.
If for any reason it goes further to say, except by the direction of the ministry by the ministry or the president of Liberia, if the ambassador has a letter of issuance from the government to validate that he was given the go-ahead to participate in the election, then we can say that he had an approval. Other than that, I don't know on which other reliance will he base his argument on.
Thank you very much. Guys, I beg you to enjoy ourselves one at a time, because I have the former Deputy Minister for Legal Affairs from the Foreign Ministry. He will interpret this to us. But let me hear you, Mr. Duado, before we go to RM Gray.
You see, the implication of what I just read, the exception, the implication for me is the president can call you, my man, we have this going on. It's not for running presidential campaign. I think this speaks to against you taking any neutral side in an election, whether for the president or otherwise. The implication is, my man, your work for the foreign service, come down. We have an issue in Bapulu County. This is your county. We want for you to go there and talk to our people. That's what I mean, except if the president calls you. That's my interpretation. It's not for you to go take campaign. You pull your hand, Green the country, then you say campaigning for the president.
That's your interpretation, right?
Yeah, that's my interpretation.
Let hear RM interpretation.
You know, the comma, followed by or, speaks to the very first sentence that you should not inject yourself between country to country.
Correct.
Or, meaning if you are in Liberia and another country's situation arises, you should not involve yourself, because that is a continuation. It's called an antecedent to the first statement there, that you being a foreign diplomat should not inject yourself between country to country. Or, in other words, Go back and look at the legal definition. It will be down that manual to tell you exactly what it meant. It doesn't say local politics. It's not addressing local. You're a natural being. You're a natural citizen of a country. By virtue of that, you can involve with your local politics. But if it pertains country to country, don't put yourself there. Don't speak
No,
on
I
behalf
think,
of.
Remy, I don't think they're talking about voting. You can vote. You can vote.
No,
Nobody
you
can
cannot
vote.
interrupt it. Steven,
talk about
you
voting.
cannot interrupt it. You cannot. Don't do this, Steven.
In the US, yeah, have you seen any diplomat capability step passing around?
I didn't talk about vote. I didn't talk about vote. I said
Finish.
local
No, he can
politics.
vote, but to actively be
Hey,
involved.
Remy Gray, Finny, I believe in you, eh? Let's Steven, hold on small.
The or signifies that in other words, it's qualifying the very first
Pure English
sentence.
teacher. Pure English teacher.
Yes.
You know the
You
English
understand?
subject matter.
It's qualifying the very first statement that was made. That's why they say or. So even if it's not clear enough, look down that manual. It will tell you exactly what it means. It doesn't mean you cannot participate in your local
Your
politics.
subject and
But when
verb
it
agreement
pertains-
is on point. Thank you very much.
When it pertains country to country, don't put
There is
yourself
a
there.
code of conduct. Also,
All right, my man, but let's go now. So before I bring in this legal scholar who served as deputy minister, let me show Ambassador Yemlo letter he received. Because all of you saying except worry. First of all, you need to establish that he's a citizen. He's a born Liberian. He gets his right. And second of all, I want you guys to take note. And you guys got to read it now. Who reading it? The first letter. The first letter that he was taking leave to go back home and participate into the election process. The first letter. All foreign service officers
who return
home to vote.
Extension of leave.
Extension of leave. That's when they put the extension because
I
after
present
the
my
October
compliments
10th,
and by
thank you.
directive.
Let me put the first letter up. This is the first letter that he needed to go back home for the October 10th election.
To vote.
And after that election, the two got it in the sea, man. Because beating them to the game.
Sorry.
No, Stanton, you're misleading the people.
They are interrupting me, Dwalu. Dwalu, they are interrupting me.
And Yanabo don't have a PhD, by the way. Go ahead.
Dwalu, they are interrupting me, please.
Okay.
Dwalu, they are interrupting me, please.
Go ahead.
There you go. The first letter.
So what the issue? You know, boy, you want to lead our assignment? Like
No, but what you do this thing for now? You know, you don't do this. You ask for a letter, I gave you a letter.
Let read the letter. A lot of people, yeah.
Let read the letter.
Huh?
Let read the letter. The first one.
I will bring the men are responsible to interpret this document that you're talking about.
Bring the legal. Who the party council of Connor?
Hello?
Yes. Yeah.
That would be
Hello?
the best.
Yes, welcome to the show. You guys are hold on now. Welcome to the show, sir. Can you please introduce yourself? Please.
Hello.
Can you lower your computer or your TV you're watching? Can you lower the volume all the way and we'll talk through the phone, please?
Am I okay?
Yes. Yes,
So,
you are okay.
I'm Councilor Boaka and Kane, and I used to be the Deputy Minister for Legal Affairs at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. And so, by virtue of the portfolio I had, I came across some of these issues, or I am knowledgeable about some of these issues. Stephen Johnson, Prince Maxwell, of course, maybe Reverend Gray, who course part at the University of Liberia, and they all know me. But then the thing here is that the point of departure here is that we first need to understand that the President of the Republic of Liberia, by virtue of the authority conferred by the Constitution of Liberia, is responsible for the formulation and implementation of the foreign policy of the Republic. The president, he or she, is being assisted by the Minister of Foreign Affairs. The ambassadors and all foreign service officers are only lieutenants of the foreign minister and or the president for the implementation of our foreign policies. That is the reason why the ambassador is plenipotentiary and extraordinary. But to speak that directly to the issue and not to belabor the point is that Prince Maxwell needs to understand that by virtue of the content of that letter, it is the ambassador that recommended him. But aside from that, the foreign minister could make a recommendation to the president without the consultation of the ambassador to the president for the appointment of any foreign service officer. Because the foreign service officers are in two categories. There are political foreign service officers and there are career foreign policy officers. Political foreign service officers do not necessarily need the recommendation of the ambassador. But for career purposes and people who serve under the ambassador, it is usually required to harmonious relationship that the ambassador makes that recommendation. To follow in that protocol, whether or not there was a background conversation to ask Nyanebo to make the recommendation, it still remains the fact that it was Nyanebo who made the recommendation in behalf of Prince Maxwell. It is not a given. The foreign minister does not have to consider the recommendation of the ambassador before Prince Maxwell is elevated. So I agree with those who say that Prince Maxwell needs to be appreciative of Nyanebo's generosity. It is, and the foreign minister quoted him that your elevation is being recommended by the ambassador. Whether there were background discussion or not is not important. That is the point I'm making here. But I need to emphasize that there are two categories of foreign service officers: career diplomats and political diplomats. And career diplomats can come directly from the executive mansion and then they're just designated to the embassy, and so the ambassador is the honor obligation to herself. And so, if you need clarity, you can ask and so that I can leave your show. Because
no. We want you to please clarify this letter. What we just read concerning the involvement of Ambassador Yamblo into the political affairs of Liberia during the election time, that he went and he campaigned on behalf of CDC. Prince Maxwell said what we read today was the reason why he believed Ambassador Yamblo was in error. Can you please speak to that, sir?
As I indicated to you, there are two categories of diplomats. There are political ambassadors and there are career ambassadors. The career ambassador will not come down to campaign. They will not. It is those political ambassadors that get themselves into the politics of the day that will do such things. And then they are easily removed. So if, assuming that there is a change of government in January, those kinds of ambassadors are easily removed. Career diplomats are not easily removed because they're more or less neutral persons.
So
more or less neutral persons, they are career diplomats. So for an ambassador to come down in campaign, it means that you are taking sides. So if the next president comes, assuming that you don't succeed in your campaign, if the next president comes, they can easily recall you.
So is Ambassador Yamblo in error of going, what do you call him, political or career? Is he in? Did he break the law within the foreign manual?
He is not he is not in error per se, but he has put himself into the category of a political ambassador, a political diplomat. So he may not be in error, but meaning then that he has put himself on a firing line so that the next president coming in can easily recall him, because he may not be in support of the policies of the new regime. That's what he has simply done. He categorized himself as a political diplomat, not as a career diplomat.
But you just want to establish that he is not in error, though.
No, he is not in error, because I told you there are two categories.
I agree. The reason why I'm repeating the question is because my fellow panelists here, Abula Mame, is saying no. So I want him to ask you his question or clear his concern, please. Yeah. Mame.
Councillor, the question you were...
because my brother.
Yes. Councillor, the question you were asked is in reference to 12.2 of the ordinance. The ordinance says all foreign service officers and employees shall not allude in public speeches or press interview to discussion between government, or, which is the most critical part I want you to pay attention to, or to active political issues in Liberia or elsewhere, except by directive of the ministry or the president. Given this provision I just read, not Ninabu, any foreign service officer who come to Liberia and actively participate, are they in violation of this provision or not? Question.
Maybe I would have required a reiteration of your question. But like I repeat myself, that there are two categories of foreign service officers. A foreign service officer will not ipso facto take decisions without reference to the foreign ministry. All actions, political actions that are taken on post must be approved by head office, meaning the Minister of Foreign Affairs, and by extension, the presidency. And so if the ambassador takes an action in violation or inconsistent with the regulation, it means that he must either have an express or an implied approval from the presidency. And like I said, in the case of Nyanebu, he placed himself in the category of a political diplomat. He placed himself on the firing line. So, meaning that he is not a career diplomat anymore. If a new government comes, they can easily recall him.
We don't want to talk about the action. We don't want to talk about what a new government will do. We don't want to go that route. We are basically asking you on your opinion and your interpretation. The law says all foreign service officers and employees should not be actively involved into political activities in Liberia, except approved by the president.
No, that's not what the law says.
Huh?
That's not what the law says.
Okay.
It says shall not allude. It says should not be actively.
Okay.
It says shall not allude.
Should not allude, whatever the case is. Should not allude. My question is, our concern is.
No, sir, you and Maxwell concern. Not everybody.
Yes,
so you and Maxwell.
My concern. I don't want you to talk about what will happen to somebody if they do it. Whether they put themselves in limelight, they will withdraw them. That's not my concern. I am asking you a question on the basis of law. If a foreign officer come to Liberia, allude into active political activities, are those foreign officers in violation of this regulation or not? Forget about what the penalty will be. Just tell whether it's in violation or not.
Okay. I premised my statement on the law that the president is the formulator and implementer of our foreign policy, assisted by the president and assisted by the foreign minister. And so we have both written rules and implied rules. So if you see the ambassador come down and get involved in politics, it must have been as a result of some approval he got from the president.
Thank you.
And so that does not make him wrong.
So you assuming that he got approval.
The consequences associated with that action.
You assuming that he got approval. That's your assumption.
But I show you the letter.
Of course, if you do have an approval, you will not even come down. Who provides a ticket?
Thank you.
Who provides a ticket? Before you leave your post, you must have an express approval from the Minister of Foreign Affairs or by the presidency. You don't need to post just ordinary like that.
Councillor Boakai. Councillor Boakai. The approval, the rating approval, Councillor Kane, the rating approval on which he came to Liberia was to come and vote. It is expressed in the letter. He went to all the people who went to Liberia went to vote. So they were approved to vote. Active participation in political activities is different from voting.
Man, just stop, man. Just stop.
Spencer, let me make a point. I think
you want me to come in?
What the council is
come in a little bit.
5 seconds, man. I beg your pardon. The council is trying to say, Meme, the rule does not apply uniformly to all the diplomats. It is selective as to whether one is political and one is regular diplomat. That's what he's trying to say. That's what I'm getting.
But that's not written in the law.
Yeah,
all right. Let me come in. Let me come in a little bit.
To look at definition before we go forward.
Great. Let me come here a little bit because it concerns me. Let me come here a little bit.
Let me do this. Let's try to set something up for I beg you, because we cannot keep the councilor. Hold on, guys. We cannot keep the councilor on the phone forever. I know if you guys have questions for the councilor. If not, we can excuse the councilor and we have this conversation.
So let me say hi to the councilor because as a diplomat, you can never pass on the opportunity of saying hi to your senior. Councilor Kane, how do you do, sir?
I'm fine, Prince. Thank you.
And I want to, on this public note, thank you so much for the many advice over the years that you give to me and the many assistance as a big brother and as a senior deputy over the years that you've given me. I want that to be clear. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ambassador Councilor Kane. Okay. We appreciate your time.
Now,
let me save your number. Thank you, sir.
Now let me say this, Stanton. Let me say this, Stanton. And I want to be. Please, gentlemen, please. My character is on the line, please.
No, wait.
Please, Remy, please give me a chance. Remy, no, Remy, no. There's issue here. No. Listen, there's an issue that was brought up, and the councilor spoke to that. And I want to be clear about it. I want to make myself clear. Liberian people are listening. The issue of my recommendation, this is the very first time in the career of my life and my relationship with Isaac Yeneba ever been brought up. I've been more than grateful to Isaac. I've been grateful from the day he asked Sarah again the decks to the day the president received the recommendation. I've been absolutely grateful. I've taken care of Isaac. I've respected him. I've worked for him. I worked for his family. I've put myself on the firing line for him. Let me give you an example. In 2017, Senator Wisse accused Isaac Yenebo of interfering when he had a program to call on in Liberia. We were in the office, and I took that issue with Senator Wisse. Senator Wisse is fully aware of that. So I stood up for Mr. Yenebo. I've never gone outside of my perimeter of respecting him. And I will say it clearly so people don't think that Mr. Maxwell or Prince Maxwell is ungrateful, because that's not true. I grew up in a Crew family. I respect people, and I'm very grateful. I know when to be grateful, how to be grateful, and for what reason I need to be grateful. Of course, yes, Mr. Yenebo wrote the recommendation to the president. Absolutely. And I respected him for that. But Stanton, Stephen, Ambula, Remy, for God's sake, even though Isaac did that, it doesn't mean that I should just blind my eyes to all the wrong that he was doing. At some point, I had to tell Ambassador, you have to stop. And that's where our problem started from. And I'm surprised he's trying to use ungratefulness against me instead of being honest about what happened. I'm a career diplomat, just based on what the counselor said. But I was booted out of the service politically because I stood my ground. When the former minister Finlay realized that I was in my right, guess what did he do? He reinstated me. Stanton has a letter. On the very first day I came on this network, I made sure Stanton received that letter from me because I knew this was going to come up one day. So that's just it. Mr. Yenebo, if you're listening, I've always been grateful to you and your family. I've protected you, your son, your daughter, and everybody. People don't even know things about you. I know I've never been to nobody to meet them, sit with them, discuss with them, nothing. Because I had the understanding of what confidentiality means. So please do not make that the issue here. Because I've respected you. I've been loyal to you for 4 years. In fact, just recently, you can attest to it. I went back to the embassy to meet you and greet you. So please, I'm not ungrateful. I've been absolutely grateful, but I'm professional.
Thank you.
Thank you.
But I'm a little confused here tonight, and my confusion is not based on your position, Prince. I'm confused because why is Isaac sending all the communication? He won't lead the position as ambassador.
I don't know. You're asking. You're asking me. I don't know.
Joy is a borrowed coat. They see where Isaac replace somebody will replace him.
No, I don't think.
I don't know.
Let me just say this. Let me get close on this topic. The letter written by Isaac, I read the 2 letters. The first letter, he was requesting a leave, which coincided with the elections. And then he said he would use that period to exercise his democratic right to vote. No Liberian can be denied that right to vote. But there are positions when you hold, you cannot be actively involved in politics.
Yes.
And you can choose. You either relinquish that position or you decide to hold the position and oblige by the rules. For instance, President Salif, when she turned power over and received the Mo Ibrahim Award, part of the award states that you cannot be actively involved.
Man, then in the corner she was participating.
No, she can vote. She can vote.
Not even vote. The woman will find vice president for Mr. Collins.
That one will hurt it, but she cannot be actively involved in politics. I'm just saying. So the thing about Isaac is, if your fear was leaving the post, then I think the best you should have done was to stay up there in Brussels, come home, vote, and go back. But to go to Sweden, actively involved in campaign, the councillor spoke.
Stephen, why are you not putting? Stanton, why are you not putting the picture up that we're all talking about? Why are you not putting the picture up that we're making an argument for? Why?
Which picture?
Exactly. Why? You have the pictures, Stanton. You have it. No, you have it. No, stop this. You have the picture. Show it to Liberian people. You showed my letter. Show it to Liberian people.
Duadu.
Why are you hiding the picture?
You guys are
creating problems. Are you siding with Yenebo?
Dualu and Stevie, you guys
please, transparency, Stanton. Transparency, Stanton. Transparency.
Doesn't say anything more. Let's give it.
Let's give it.
Go ahead, Stevie. Go ahead.
My point is, the councillor stated it clearly and said the foreign policy, the president is the chief architect of the foreign policy, and that the minister of foreign affairs is the president in developing, implementing the policy, and then people like folks like Prince Dem and other rest, they are the diplomats who take the agenda further to other countries. And if you knowing that fully well and came to Monrovia and actively involved in politics and your government that you believe you pushing the foreign policy agenda somewhere loses the election, the new government comes in with a new agenda. They come in with a new foreign policy agenda. It compromises you. It compromises you. This is why we tell people, even I saw people who holding position of tenure. This is not just ambassadors or restricted to ambassadorial title. People who were holding position of tenure in Liberia were seen visible wearing campaign shirts in violation of laws. When people give you tenure position, it's part of they want you to be politically neutral. They want you to maintain a certain form of political neutrality. If you're an ambassador, you can come and vote, or to be in Zwedru wearing party paraphernalia. And then the government changed, and you still justifying why ambassador you got approval for the president. Give me a break. If Bwaga ain't want you there, you will move on there next year. We call you.
No, but Stephen, let me say this too. I think we are misrepresenting, the main language used in that provision.
Bwaga ain't want that man. What a career political.
Oh no, Bwaga will let him go. Bwaga will determine. The president will determine who serves his foreign policy objective. He determines who will be who. But I'm just saying that if we're relying on the law to mean that you should not involve in local politics, I think we're misrepresenting the word elude. Elude is like activism.
Remy, would you have a counselor or former deputy minister? You're not going to lecture all.
Yeah, Remy, let go, man. The men are did it to let me explain. The subject agreement is on point, but let's go back.
And a professor of law, the man teaching at the law school, the man calling the food, and the man clarity to order. Remy will carry up back.
Yes. Do I look at this?
I'll see it.
Do I look at this?
I'll see it.
Do I look at this?
I'll see it.
You know what? We have gone to dig beyond Prince Maxwell.
There you go.
Yes.
All right.
It's okay. It's okay.
This is
2017. That's 2017.
2017.
Yes.
When George Manawia and people went over there. 2017. Prince Maxwell they call hot cake.
Yes.
Okay. We got so many pictures to show to you guys. We have so many documents. When we talk about gratitude, because this Prince Maxwell, my brother in whom I'm well pleased, right?
What Fagon coming from?
Don't worry.
I mean, answer. I heard that Fagon.
You know why I can't have for Prince?
Yes, sir.
Ambassador promise.
By the people in power.
Wait, man. Now who you talking to? Look at the other guy.
The particular Isaac Nyinabo you're talking about. Even when the Papa leave him there. That's why I'm trying to become an associate member yet with the EFFL. We'll go there and haul him from there. We'll take him from there by force.
And everybody in the foreign mission more actively involved.
Let the man go, Baba. We don't need a man tonight. We really don't need it.
Stephen, don't sound that way, man.
You spoke of that picture. Stella, you spoke of that picture.
I'm just saying, up to the president.
When you ask,
Remy, for people to be justifying why they should remain somewhere there, racist consent.
Yeah.
If I'm the government and the government team, why can't be talking there?
When you ask Stanton, why you can't put that stuff? We got a video and all. Stanton don't want to play it. He don't want. I've got to hear, man. They're doing that asking Nyinabo and tier something, tier and Nyinabo. That's what they're doing. You call yourself a diplomat.
But you said it to me. I brought it up. You said it.
At a crucial time where we need the EU monies, we know that the EU contributed 15 million euros to our elections. It is well documented. Yes. Then you leave from there. We go into a second round. You eat grand Gita telling the people what that old man can do. What that you're not diplomacy there.
You can come vote to be attacking another candidate.
Attacking.
Man, what are they talking about? You don't go off script here, but what are they talking about?
They men know when they men see me on, I think juke my flesh. And everybody got a video, and you know what? He will never show it because they're doing tier and Nyinabo team. Tier.
But you send me the video. You send the video.
I see solidarity.
Yes, the Southeastern cabal. These are the Southeasterners. And now he lobbying with everybody, including Stanton. Right now, Bedio, that Stanton he's sending everything to. He calling Stanton, he's speaking cool. Stanton, you will move.
Let me say it briefly. Let me say it briefly. it is not just about removing somebody, and that's where the point I want to send across.
No,
it's
about bringing dignity. It's about bringing dignity to the foreign service.
Thank you, Papa.
So,
Thank you,
that
Papa.
even when Joe Biden is leaving from power, the next government that coming will not force foreign service officers to go be political activities. Yes, to protect them, so that they can tell the next person, say, no, I can't come to Liberia to campaign. I'm here as a government employee working on the foreign policy agenda of the country, and not
Thank you.
Yes.
So they should be protected. That's why that law was put in place, to protect them. So any government can be able to work with you.
Absolutely.
Of course, violated those laws.
Absolutely.
And they want to go with impunity. There were few foreign service staff who were all the pressure. They stood up. They said, "No, we can't do it."
Mame,
Brother
Mame, most of them became business entrepreneurs. They don't want them, amen. And over there, they don't want to receive all the garden, get all the investors, do all the things, clear the people money. You will see a lot of things will come up. We are calling on businessmen around the world to come forward. You will see how many diplomats dupe them, but especially in that Brussels, that mainland of the EU. Some of the stories that will come out will frustrate you.
Stanton, let me just say this. Stanton, let me Stanton, please. Just listen now. Stanton, listen. You show a picture. Stanton, you show a picture. Stanton, you show a picture, please. Stanton, please. I'm begging. Let me speak to the picture, please.
What I'm asking you, send me the picture. I will show you.
My picture you showed just now. The picture in the meeting. You showed just now. What we're talking about.
Okay, but hold on 1 minute. I will show you a picture. Stephen Joseph. But man, I'm begging. I'm not way back.
Go ahead, Stephen.
Hold on, yo. No, I won't say something. I just called Stephen Johnson.
You keep talking. I will mess that man in for Ninamo to something.
Don't do it.
You guys asking for letter. You guys asking, and you're trying to tarnish Ambassador Asa Yinambo or distinguish, extraordinary. Hey man. A man that served his country in honesty and truth. A man that have gone above and beyond to represent Liberia.
Hey man, say he a CV Stanton so we can put it on eBay.
Why you love to interrupt me? But why you doing this thing so, man? It's not fair though.
But they want to the chat room though.
Artemon E. Duncan Sawyer, Acting Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Liberia. 4 powers. Hereby authorize His Excellency Asa Wei Yinambo II, Ambassador Extraordinary. Prince, I want you to read it.
No. I want to see the picture. I don't know about this letter. I don't know about this letter. I wasn't there. I don't know about this letter.
Prince, it is written, stamped.
I'm going to speak of my time, not this letter. I don't know nothing about this letter. I'm not going to speak this letter.
Wait.
I'm not yet. My man. We run all the time. Time is up.
You will lead a letter today. You lie. He take it down. There is something about the letter.
My man, wait, let me finish. You can't interrupt me. That's my turn.
You will put a letter here today, letter not running away. This is
the reason why, folks, you see, we're discussing this thing. Because Prince and his brother Mame, they and Eugene Fagon trying to pull this thing here. I'm not saying Asa Yinambo is perfect. That's not what I'm saying.
Okay.
I'm not saying he's the #1 diplomat in the world and he wear the perfect crown. No. Stephen Johnson, this is a man that have gone above and beyond to fight for his country when you talk about the European Union.
But
let me feeling bad.
Nobody gets a fit.
But let me feeling bad. I mean, I me just said we're not even for you to
I'm muted, man.
But you're laughing.
I won't be talking all day.
Amen.
You finish.
I just want to show very late. So what we are saying, the best thing we can do as a people, as a nation, to appreciate Ambassador Asa Yinambo. He's not asking Joseph Yima Boaka for the job.
Finish.
He's not asking for Joseph Yima Boaka to retain him at that position. But there's a reason why Prince and Mohammed decided to open a war against him. They're afraid. They are afraid. This is a no-nonsense ambassador. The man that will fight the system to bring good things for the people of Liberia. You know how much money this guy lobbied for? I have to go feed my dogs and I have to leave.
No. It's not going to happen. You will put a letter back up. You think
I've been on this. I've been on Spoon Network. I've been on Spoon Network respectfully. You gotta stop
put a letter back up. That letter with this crazy.
You gotta stop that.
Stephen, please take control.
You know, but we never see any letter again. You know, but we
take control. I gotta go. Feed my dog.
When he doing it like that, you know, boy, he put him on the bus, but he will pump me, then he shopping in front. He pump me, then he shopping in front.
Yeah. It's good seeing you. I have to go feed the dogs.
It's okay. It's okay.
You will put a letter back up.
The dogs
are
hungry.
receiving call for all.
Mama receiving a diploma. But folks, we want to tell you that tomorrow by this time, the Ambassador Joseph Yima Boyka, President-elect, will be here in the United States doing the Liberian people work. We want to encourage each and every one of you. This is the beauty of
the man are coming tomorrow. You and your witchcraft people, the man are coming. The man leave Liberia tomorrow.
So again, y'all please listen to me or y'all listen to Fagon who is in a hotel. Okay? Y'all please listen to me or y'all listen to Fagon who is in a hotel waiting for Ambassador Boyka to come. Let me see I'm trying to tell you where the man say picking on me. The man in the hotel waiting for Ambassador Boyka to come. Then the man say let me announce, ladies and gentlemen, y'all can listen to me or you're listening to Fagon who is waiting in the hotel right now for the president-elect to be here. Then just see the man in the hotel. Then the man say I'm gonna lie to y'all. I will never lie to the Liberian people. You're not behind the man.
Stanton, you just received a letter from me. Please put it up. Let our people see it.
That's true.
So that the people can know. So that the people can know that the Ministry of Foreign Affairs had an investigation.
Why are you sharing the national security breach there? Why are you sharing the public travel hobby and movement?
My man, they want to put.
They want
to put the
issue statement.
Issue statement. Then I mean you blame.
Please test it to bring
it. We're not discussing your itinerary. Just say coming.
No,
please. I don't understand you.
Because I saw some.
I understand. Stanton, no, can I give you playing right now?
Stanton, bring the letter you brought.
It's okay.
You're talking about some other thing. You said Ambassador coming, right? You said
yeah, let's talk about this thing because what happened is that Madam TD said we must stick with the topic. So let's go back to Ambassador coming. President-elect Joseph Yima Boyka is coming.
No. He gone. He gave it. Bring that letter. Okay, I beg you. Just bring the letter. I will show you something in the letter.
Okay, that letter go. I can find the letter in my phone.
Let me see again. You now go fighting to save yourself. You can save yourself.
You gotta check in the chat room. The letter not there.
So you left from Belgium.
The last one
to go and take our foreign service.
Isaac sending direct communication to the men. That's what happened. I knew that was going to happen.
To campaign vigorously, making comments that were not only incendiary, tribal, and insulting. And then you say they should keep you there? Who does that? Will Stanton Witherspoon lead a foreign policy to someone who has been anti and better to him? This, first of all, they may get even speak to the 4 Hebrew brothers again.
But the thing you guys don't understand, and let me help you with this one. And I will say this one, I beg you. I want you to listen to this one, Stephen. Because look, you are the only moderate Republican yet. You are the only moderate Republican. Let me say this, Stephen. To be frank, Joseph Yima Boyka, President-elect, called Asa Yamblo his son. He had a good working relationship with Asa Yamblo.
You queen
pronounce it the way you want to pronounce it. Let me say this to you. Not because we're joking around here.
Okay, I hear you.
I like what Steven Johnson said the other day. Respect.
My people, please send a video there.
Respect.
Somebody now screenshot your letter and send it by. I ain't see it.
You know what? I like our people there. They quit the screenshot.
Let me. You know what, Stanton, you need to get this information from me. I'll just open it up because Isaac provoked me to say it finally.
Which one? This one?
No, this is my reappointment letter. So I'm still a diplomat, but I just left because of the problem.
Oh, Martha, yeah. You from the Southeast too?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Now he part of the Southeast.
I'm a crew boy.
Oh, I see. General, no, I didn't know. I see Chia in the middle.
Yes. That's my name. Yes. So let me let you know something, Stanton. Maybe nobody knows it. And Isaac, if you're listening, you forced me to say this.
You don't have to say it, Maxwell.
No, I have to say it. No, I have to say it. No, I will say it because no.
Bobby,
no. I will say it. He forced me. He forced my hand to say this. In 2017.
Why your internet going on and off?
You know, free.
You know, free should not let it go.
The main internet going on and off.
No, it's okay. It's fine. Isaac, please don't force my hand. Please don't force my hand. I have respected you as a big brother. I've protected you and your family. I've given you some of the best advice. Don't try to make me look bad in front of Liberian people. Say to Liberian people what you did. It's okay. I've always protected you. Even after I left the embassy, I'll still protecting you. I still kept your name high when people ask me. But you did two things to me.
The sale of the Liberian land in Belgium. What is the story?
All right. Let me say this to you. The sale of the land came up many times. Isaac, to be honest with you, Isaac was not really a proponent of the sale of the land. You gotta listen, please, and I'll be fair to the conversation. Isaac wasn't really a proponent of the sale of the land when Ellen was in power. The land had too many problems. The land could not be clean. We were paying extra taxes for the land. Many things were happening on the land. Isaac would always come to me, Max, what we should do with the land? I said, we gotta keep this place, or we can do find a way to send people to go and clean the place. And then one day, a guy showed up in the embassy, consistently pressuring us to sell the land. And Isaac gave me the assignment to be responsible for just talking the guy back and forth until he gets tired and just leave him. I did that for 2 years, back and forth. The guy got tired. He left me. He ran away. I didn't see the guy again. So I reported back to Isaac that the guy was finally gone. Okay. Things started happening in the embassy concerning, you got to do this for me. I said, I told you, but this thing is, it's not correct. There's a bit of an issue here with corruption issue. I don't want to be a part of it. So our relationship having problems from that point on. He took me from that position, that responsibility of safeguarding the land issue, and he gave it to other people. That was fine with me. I don't have no problem with it because I still do my job. When George Weah took over, there was information in the embassy that people leaked. The meeting that you saw me in that picture sitting down with George Weah and everybody else, George Weah came to confirm, and I defended Isaac in that meeting. When George Weah walked out of that meeting, he told people I was going to fire Isaac and everybody else. And I'm picking safe and I'm picking smart. They were referring to me. Isaac knows this story, and everybody in the embassy knows this story very, very well. I protected him. Then I started realizing there's this constant narrative in the embassy about this land. And then Mawani started showing up about this land issue. Because I was a counselor, my responsibility is to advise the ambassador on matters. I told the ambassador, please do not get involved in this thing. Because at the end of the day, when a new government comes, somebody want to investigate this. I was looking at Isaac's long-term political future. Like I said to you, Remy Gray, I was interested in Isaac's long-term political future because he served once upon a time as a pro temp. So I knew he still had political power. He did not listen to me. He sided with my other colleagues in the embassy and decided to do the issue of the land business. As a matter of fact, Isaac told everybody in the embassy nobody should consult with me on the issue of the land. Nobody. In a meeting to everybody. So nobody told me. So I was just a bystander watching them going through the entire process. The last advice I gave to Isaac was me and him one-on-one. He called me in the office and I said to him, make sure, no matter if they sell this land or not, make sure the transfer of the money for this land do not pass through the embassy account. Isaac knows this story very well. Because of that, Isaac got afraid. He called Mawani and said, you need to give me an account number because I don't want it to pass through the embassy wire. Now, the reason why I said that, the issue of money laundering, I said it because of that. I said it to protect his character and his reputation. And I said it to protect the embassy. Because all of the processes surrounding the sale of the land was not followed. That's the last thing I remember about the land. And so everything else.
Mawani was, at the time, she was at foreign ministry?
Yes. That's it.
How many
I would say that
acre?
it's a big property. I think maybe more than 3 lots, more than that. But it's a big property.
Brussels?
Yes, in Brussels. Yes. And I begged him. Isaac know this. I will say this again. Isaac was not a big proponent of the sale of the land. So I felt like he was under pressure.
Maxwell, just the agreement for the sale of the land. I sent it to you, Stephen, because you asked a question. The agreement of the sale of the land, you can read through it. Look at those that signed on this document. Mawani Deeks, on behalf of the government of Liberia, and the buyer. Okay? Yeah. I send this to you as well. Now, what is so important? I'm going to find a receipt because we had a whole show on this thing, and everybody should have it. But I will send it to you, Stephen. I'm going to find a receipt for you to know exactly, like Maxwell said, the money went to Mawani Deeks, Samuel Twe, Frank Musa Dean, President George Manawia. I will share those information with you. Now, my argument, what was given to the government went to the government. It was signed by Mawani Deeks. So Prince is right. The embassy in Belgium received nothing. There was nothing. They sent back. The guys take the money. They run with it, and they ate the money.
I don't agree with you, Stanton.
So, Fagon, I know you and I agree with me. If there might be a kickback, I'm looking at the receipt. Of course, I'm going to send you the receipt. Then you can continue your disagreement with me. That's all I want to say.
I just want to put you on notice.
If they change the receipt now, Stevie, I'm talking about what the receipt say. And John Carano can't say they change my receipt. I pay 7,000. They put I pay. Maybe, but Mawani Deeks signed on that document. So go ahead, Fago.
Stanton, let me say this to you. Dana Stanton sell it, eh? Dana Stanton eat the money. Stanton can just be trying to help the Liberian people by providing these things. So I can never accuse you, say you won't protect somebody. What do you eat, sir? You eat that thing, sir. You even know the time they post sold the land. But you know, Mambe, that's one of the reasons why the Liberian people are calling for audit and investigations. Mambe, let's just put on our professional caps, our learned caps, take off our partisan stuff. Look at the document for the sale of a land. Just look at the document. You are selling state-owned property in a foreign country, and the country is only represented by one individual. Her title not even, in some instances, there's that. The 5% they're talking about, maybe the man will tell me, but it looks like 470 euros. Am I correct? If you look at number 4, Prince, you live there. It's saying 470 euros, correct? That is not 1,000.
No, 5. No, the 5% guarantee include 5,470.
Sorry, 5,470 euro as 5%. Multiply that money times 10. Okay, or maybe 20. Same we're dealing with percentage in this case. How is
the
it?
total sale of the land was 300,000 euro, right?
I think around there. Around there. But
I'm getting you the receipt.
no, it's not the first paper. Just put the first paper there, the first sheet of this letter. So look on the why it said that owner seller.
That owner seller is the owner of the property located, blah, 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 blah. Okay? And look at it. 13,534 acres. And I know how to do that calculation, and desires to sell the property at the price of 300,000 euros. In words. In words. And you are selling the property of the Liberian government, and you and I know. So I come to Mambe and Stephen Johnson on this issue, saying, in my opinion, Prince is a party. The legislature will have to sanction that sale for it to go on. They will have to sanction it. It's a Liberian government property on a foreign soil that is being sold for more than 10,000 Liberian dollars or 10,000 US dollars, as the law requires. One person takes the decision, and Stanton shows us this document with Mawani Dix signature on it, representing the government of the Republic of Liberia. How is that? So when people are calling Stanton for these investigations, they're doing so against the backdrop, like you said, nothing came back. No, Stanton, you yourself cannot be the ambassador in Europe. They sell land for 300,000. Even the idea of selling the land, the negotiator, the broker, all those people, when they got that free job, it's not a free job. But again, the investigation carried out in collaboration with because it looks to me here the Belgian government or something like that. Because if you look here, they tell you that the Republic of Liberia through the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and the Embassy of the Republic of Liberia. So that means the embassy was connected.
It's in the chat room, Mame. It's in the chat room, Mame.
Okay. And the Embassy of the Republic of Liberia to the kingdom represented by Honorable Mawani Dix. So Mawani Dix now, look there, when you use the word "and," when you use the word it's either or. But when you use the word "and," it's two-party. So then this agreement says it's the government of the Republic of Liberia through the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and, meaning another person, and the Embassy of the Republic of Liberia to the kingdom represented by Mawani G. Dix, Deputy Minister of Foreign Affairs for Administration, hereinafter referred to as owner seller, with offices at Capitol Hill, Monrovia, Republic of Liberia. It tells you the corrupt nature of the wholesale. Mawani Dix cannot be representing the Ministry of Foreign Affairs at the same time representing the embassy. And that's two entities. She alone. The corruption is right there. But all of these things, I'm sure Prince would not have just dashed his man out like that. But sometimes people can get provoked. You keep provoking one man because you want to print yourself as the what? The clean guy, and you want to print the other man as the bad man. He running choo-choo-choo, which will eventually, at his very young age, take him out of the foreign service or make people in the future who want to trust him not trust him. So I don't blame Prince for defending his character profusely and defending his role as to what he played, so as to clear his head. But the other thing there, I bet Stanton A. Widows.
So Fagon, the essay receipt
corruption all over the thing. He finished.
Fagon, yes, go ahead, read this.
Yeah, the other one here now. They say Actalis, Boulevard, the Waterloo, blah, blah, blah.
The transfer. There's the wire transfer that was made on that amount for the sale of the land.
Thank you. Now, to whose name now? Let's look at it. MOF, it at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Look at the beneficiary of the money.
Yes.
Ministry of Foreign Affairs donation account.
Let me come in.
Mama, you see it? Ministry of Foreign Affairs donation account. Look at it right there, beneficiary.
Stanton.
Yeah.
It is wrong.
Talk to us.
Government assets. When you sell government assets, it becomes a revenue to the government. It should go to government revenue account.
I rest my case.
Every
Yeah, but
government
the government
asset,
revenue account.
Yeah, that's
every
it.
government asset sold, every revenue generated should go to government consolidated account at the LRE and should be
Period.
reflected in the national budget
Period.
as a source of revenue. They
Period.
diverted it from the national budget and put it into donation account to give
Yes.
them the privilege and the authority to decide on how to spend it.
Thank you.
So that was a scam. Additional information is the person that bought the land is a friend to George Weah.
Thank you, Papa.
The person that bought the land has historical ties to George Weah.
So that means the land was devalued.
They purchased the land.
Undervalued.
The land is not the only land that Liberia has. Liberia has land in Spain. We have land in Stockton. We have land in Sweden. Why only this Brussels land? Because the man who wanted the Brussels land is a historical friend to George Weah. So he sold the land to his friend. But besides selling the land to his friend, they diverted the money from going to government revenue, which it should have been sent to a donation account to Ministry of Foreign Affairs, so they can use their discretion on how to spend it because that donation money. So they had 300,000 to decide how to spend. And it is likely that people like Nyinambo who facilitated the deal received some of the donation. Before you sell this type of assets, you have to publicize it. Let people bid. There could be somebody who want to land, want to pay more than 300,000 for it.
Yeah, but that was a bidding done. They did. They had three, the highest three, and he won the bid.
Good.
I will share that document with you as well.
Good. So they had a bidding process. The bidding process completed according to the information you provided. They sold the land and took ownership of the money and put it into a donation account. It's not your money.
Yep.
Every revenue generated should go to consolidated account and be reflected in the budget.
Yep.
It's
Even
not going to
cars.
donation account.
Government cars.
That's
If
the
you buy
problem.
government car,
So
they take
if
the money
Maswell
as a
is raising
revenue.
this issue, he's saying 300,000, our country asset worth 300,000 was sold illegally. The resources did not go to consolidated account, it went in donation account.
Yes.
And then you say you're ungrateful because he's speaking out. It's not ungratefulness.
They might as well pick it up, bad picker.
It's
not
patriotism.
ungratefulness. Maswell, thank you for speaking out.
Look at his face.
It's not being ungrateful.
That's why I told
And-
Stanton. I said, Stanton, put a letter about, let can't tell Nyinambo.
So there's a breaking news center. I think they said the judge for criminal code A.
I send a thing to the man general so the man can send me something. Please don't spoil it. I give you Martina, y'all want to spoil it. I send it
Who
to
you get
so-and-so,
to in your
give me
chat room?
something.
In your chat room. In your chat room.
I send
Yeah.
it to the man reading it right now. They
Yeah,
finally
yeah,
tell
man,
us
that
what we
in
looking
the
for.
chat room.
We come in fine, finally tell us, follow. They just say y'all go breathe.
The judge will produce the living body of
Valitella. And the full records. My man, I think police people ready to work now. You don't still
No,
need to
that's
say
not
this.
police people.
Yeah, the police will work good this time with freedom.
Y'all don't know
Everybody
what's
fighting for
happening.
small job and promotion now.
Y'all don't know what's happening. And you're right. I can put it up, but it's from OKFM, one the actual document. But it was right at the set to the criminal code A subpoena city mayor Jefferson Koji.
My man,
And,
make it last now.
all of
Let's
this-
finish with your cousin. Let's finish with your cousin. You know, Tia, let's finish with your cousin for Tia. I beg you, Tia. Let's finish with your cousin.
I don't know what my man said. Even the baby didn't let it where you can do the show, Fagon. My sister daughter can say Fagon. I said, what do you mean Fagon?
To finish with him, it is wrong for foreign service officer to violate the law, come to the country, engage into politics. It's wrong. Every one of them that did so was in violation of their standing order. I think to bring an end to this, the current administration don't dismiss them if they qualify and able to work, but penalize them.
Yeah.
And send a warning. I mean, if that even suspension, whatever the law says, penalize them and send
Agree
a
with you.
warning. Tell all
Yeah.
foreign service officers, stay out of politics, pay attention to your job. It will even save them from future embarrassment. So I say Nyinambo and the rest of the other people who flagrantly violated the law should be penalized. so that it will serve as a deterrence for even the UP people who cannot be in foreign service. So when new government come in, you stay out of politics and do your job. Prince Maxwell is not being ungrateful for saying you sold our country asset and diverted the money into donation account rather sending it into a consolidated account. Every resources, every revenue generated, whether from the sale of asset or the leasing of asset, a government revenue, it should go to the revenue authority in consolidated account. Maxwell, when you collect fees for passport, you send it to LRA.
Yep. No, your man Kimmy had a few days, Kim, and I'm challenging to follow up. Kimmy has said, oh, you heard Stanton the other day talking about the embassy not having heat, right? When McGill and Tua visited the U.S. Embassy in Washington, D.C., I was there. Jefferson Koji was there. Everybody who was there, guess what? The grass grew until it almost covered the building. True. That's how I managed to know that the monies were, Kimmy said, every cent should be sent to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. George Patton was there. I would like for him to speak to it. True. It was when we started getting annoyed, we raised the issue because Patton, Ambassador Patton, could not even get money to pay the staff. True. And Kimia told him to put, I think, 13 staff down, 7 of them immediately. We had to intervene. And Magé and Tua had to give the staff then physical money from themselves. I was present, I am a witness, I will testify. And when Ambassador Patton cried to them and said, how can we run this place? When every cent that comes, this man say he wants it all. And I suggested that a certain percentage of the collections be left with the embassy for operations. Kimia said we'll look into that. Kimia has collected every money, whether from Minnesota or from Washington, D.C. And when the guys refused, he chased it and brought a Ghanaian man. Look, folks, the investigation from Joseph Boakai will be massive. We are going to straighten our country. People should believe it or then forget it. It's just going to happen. I'm noticing a trend. Let me close by saying this. I beg you. I'm noticing a trend a few days. You see how when government change, power change, things can happen differently. Even in the case of that Peking that did a situation with UP, watch the investigation. Things that police never did before, they're bringing it out now. They're doing all the professional things. Because in my opinion, everybody wants to shine.
They want to keep their job.
Yeah. Everybody wants to shine now. Because the God has changed. I'm just saying.
Let me just close my part by saying this to the former Minister of Foreign Affairs, Gbezam Milton Finlay. Thank you, sir, for going as far as possible to investigate for yourself in Cote d'Ivoire to find out the truth of the matter and reinstate me legally as a diplomat under the foreign service. The only reason why I've never taken post is because the political tension was too much and I stepped away. Thank you so much to Gbezam Milton Finlay for standing up for me and rectifying the wrong that was done.
You will remain where you are until we vote on this platform whether to post you or not. We have 5 votes here. We'll take our vote next month.
Father, let me say this to you. It's not because Prince Maxwell here. I'm going to say this, Stephen. Listen, the time of those boys are over. Men have now taken over. And we will do everything we can to uphold the law. Yes. The law will be the law.
The law will be the law.
We will set up under the leadership of President-elect Joseph Yeman Boakai, Vice President-elect Jeremiah Kpankun. Help them to help our country. That once again, we can say sweet land of liberty. Make no mistake. We'll talk everything. We will see everything. We'll preach on everything. But if anyone think that within the last 30 days you can work to make up for the 6 years you have damaged our country, then you come to be our friend, you are mistaken. Anyone think that in the last 30 days you're going to make up for the 6 years you have destroyed the young men and women, you are mistaken. And I hope you understand who you are, because we know you. So Stephen Johnson Page, or Stephen Johnson. Where Adam Page?
Oh man, you let all kind of tea. He meant to do it. Trust me, I know the ball.
I want you guys to ask Fagon to know, where is he? Where is he? No. Let me finish. I'm doing my closing. Whenever Prince, you crying?
The man going to cry. He feeling vindicated. He feeling like he's vindicated.
The man praying.
Let me tell you, the Prince.
I'm gonna say we'll vote on the man. The man praying straight.
My man, Prince, your man, my man. Why are you crying for?
Yeah, but you know, Fatima would not like your man. Fatima would think your man weak now. Fatima would think when she
Y'all lead the man.
I don't believe that Prince can cry.
My man, you don't know it.
The man praying. If I'm gonna say we'll vote on the man praying.
Vote for what? To what?
Because the man knows Stanton will vote against him. The man know that one.
To be what?
To go back to Brussels.
Come on, man. Man qualified to be anywhere, man.
That's the thing. But here is the thing. Let me say this to you guys. And I want to say this, permit me. My man, some things when the people do it to you and you feel patriotic about your country, look at the documents that this Stanton A. Tier Witherspoon put out. This is something they men were fighting, saying, let's not do it this way. Let's not do it this way. They're joking outside. And then they smear him all around the place like some kind of idiot. Like he was the troublemaker. It turns out today that he's more of a patriot. Permit me, my man, move your beast ahead.
No. Let's see Prince cry first. Let's see Prince cry first. Check out.
I got something to tell you that is very important. And you guys will like what I'm about to tell you guys. It is fairly, squarely, 100% true. When George Weah looked at Percy Yeke, I will not tell you he was speaking in the presence of who. He said, you know, he can stretch it out. Percy, you see something what I see? And Percy said, no, what you see? And George Weah said to Percy, all the people your men fought and kicked out of our party and government, they are back in the government and we are leaving. You seen that? And Percy said, like how? And George Weah said to Percy, all the people they sanctioned, all the people that were fought and kicked out of the party and the government, they are in the government and they are there now for 9 years. And we, who here now, who are fighting there, we go in. He started naming. He said, Betwawe in the government for 9 years. Magé in the government for 9 years. Jim Barney in the government for 9 years. Speaker Tyler in the government for 9 years. He started naming that when Percy called himself. Look at the names are called. Whether they were bad or wow, their own manner, it has been established. It was their own manner that either threw them on the bus, fought them out of the party. Tyler came for the LPDP. He was the political leader. They fought him until they kicked him out. James Barney came from the MPP. You know how many times they went to court Stevie Johnson. They fought him bitterly. He's the senator of Maryland, just like Tyler is the senator of Boone. Everybody know what happened with McGill. McGill became session. McGill is now the senator of McGibby. Everybody know what happened with Betwawe. Nearly everybody that was fought out of the CDC and the administration resurfaced now in government. Call it what you may. But he made that remark to Percy. It turns out to say, I'm speaking in connection with what happened to Prince. I am also a living example. These guys kick everybody that were fighting them and telling them, this is not the way. This is not the way. This is not the way. They kept fighting until they kick us out. And at the end of the day, Prince, you cry, I get Fatima will not like you. Women not like weak men. Hey, you be crying your whole day. But, you know, at the end of the day, they push him. He went, he sat down somewhere. Look at what you learned guys, educated men like you. Look at what you're seeing. You sell government property for 300,000 when it's worth almost 1 million in a European country.
And that's the money. And that's the money. That's a
Eugene, I need to talk about somebody here that I've never really mentioned of before. And when I think about everything that come on, that comes to my soul. There's a colleague of ours. His name is Samalu B. Cooper. Samalu is a distinguished diplomat. He serves his country very, very well. And under Isaac, we treated him as if he was not even from Liberia.
Jesus.
His sister called me day before yesterday, begging me to talk to Stanton so she can speak to Liberian people and let Liberian people know what Isaac did to her brother. Today, Solomon B. Cooper is in the US going through his medical treatment to be able to recover from speech impairment and his body muscle. Every time I think about
that means he maybe suffered stroke.
Yes.
There you go.
There are more. Anyway, so Solomon, I know you watch me every night. Your sister calls me every time to tell me that you watch me every time, and I never made mention of your name because I never wanted to make anything between what I was saying about Isaac personal. I remember you, my friend. I remember you, my colleague. And I thank you for all the things that you did. I know the difficult things that you went through. Right now, I know you're trying your best to hear me. I remember when you're in the hospital and your brain was literally on the pillow. I remember, Solomon. Your story will not be forgotten as long as I live. And I will make sure the Ministry of Foreign Affairs knows that. It is a promise I made to Isaac. It is a promise I'm making to Liberian people. The Liberian people will hear your story. You worked honestly for your country, and we turned our back on you, and it's not right.
Man, it's okay, Prince. You know, there is another guy who is a combat veteran of the United States Army, wounded veteran, decorated by the President of the United States of Liberia, Jake Brown. This guy was the assistant NSA director for cyber intelligence. Cyber intelligence, Jake Brown, decorated U.S. Army veteran, wounded combat veteran, decorated by the President of the United States of America. His father just passed away. Jake Brown, I was in the government, we discovered that our minerals that were being stolen from the country in huge quantities, that his colleagues were involved. But how did Jake Brown go into that matter? All the letters are available. He was approached by the current minister of Lands and Mines, Gessler Morris, and told that, Jake, this is what is happening, but my hands are tied because your people are the protectorate of all these illicit and illegal mining areas. Tons of gold. And Jake said, can you prove it? He was able to show picture this and that. But Jake went to check on them and found it to be true. When Jake said he brought it to the administration, I was made aware, Maggie was made aware, the president was made aware. Guess what happened? They fired Jake. But to fire Jake was difficult. So they collected him, lied on him with a 7-year-old story, carried him before the parliament with Buffer Chimodin, and they jailed him. And then turn him over, double jeopardy. After jailing him, turn him over to the police to carry him Saw Beach again so that they can charge him. Because he was smart, he was able to give the link. When Liberian people went to check, what did they find out? That this story about the late girl Puno something was something that happened in Nigeria that they tied to him. When it was put before the parliament with Buffer Chimbo, they went and apologized. Arthur Johnson represented the man, took the case to the Supreme Court. Guess what? They apologized to the man and refused to give him back his job. Jake Brown. I even got some of those photos today.
Was it the Jake Brown guy who was training Sidisha on the beach?
That's the same man. That's why I'm telling you. The guys will pinch you in a way that you will never know that when you leave from there, you will say, what did I do wrong? Bro, look at the way Snow Jamie. Look at the way Snow Jamie. And you know what?
Snow ready to jail you, man. Move from there, man.
I can't wait. Forget
Snow ready to jail you.
Well, nothing to me loud. When you went back for the reconciliation, or you and Carol, the song you're singing.
Now I want to tell you, let me tell you what traumatized me. You looking on the floor, you can see no UP. Akaros Gray, Dixon Sibo, Solomon George, what they call the other guy. I look at social situation, you will deal with you today. I like Gerald in foreign land. You don't understand. You think you come from America, you won't be what that social sedition was dealing with me. The late Muna Youngblood. You looking around to see whether you will see UP person. No UP person. So sedition and dealing with me. From there, they put me in handcuffs straight to jail. What was the comment? We will break your wing. How can people be fighting for their country, then you're beating them? How can that be? How can that be? There is so many stories. Batenyi Swaren, what did they do wrong? Gifty Lama and Abba Peters, what did they do wrong? Fambutu, what did they do wrong, bro? What? To go serve your own country? JB from NSA, what did he do wrong? Everybody that went and wanted to straighten up things, that's why I was telling Stanton, sometimes we lecture during the day. I said, Stanton, our country, when you go there, somewhere you say you want to do something, make sure you're not on. Make sure you're on table. If you on, they will step on you.
Eugene, let me just say this quickly. This story that took place in my life was not an isolated case. There's a senior colleague of mine called Israel Chukwu Davis. He was at the UN. The same thing that happened to me happened to Israel. And it's not just Israel. It happened to other diplomats. It was like a purge of every one of us.
Yeah.
Israel can come here and tell the same story, and it's similar to my story. It's no different.
Hey, look at it, man. Maxwell Boo Boo, please don't cry. It's a new day. It shall be well. Maxwell Boo Boo. You see? Maxwell Boo Boo.
Oh my God. Maxwell, seriously?
Yeah. You sleep straight tonight, man.
Israel.
No, Maxwell, don't tell about Israel, man. Let's see to the thing.
What?
Have you accomplished?
What?
Have you accomplished?
I'm in Belgium. I'm well settled. What am I looking for? I'm not looking for anything else, but I'm fine.
Nobody say you're looking for anything.
Famata, thank you. Fatima, thank you so much for the support. I appreciate it.
No. That one is bonus support. Maxwell Boo Boo, please don't cry. It's a new day. It shall be well. Boo Boo. Wow.
Boo Boo.
No, that's a social worker talking there, man. That's
exactly. Thank you, Remy. Thank you so much, Remy. I appreciate you rescuing me right now.
Maxwell Boo Boo.
But let us not please forget the issue of Israel Chukwu Davis. He was treated the same way I was, and there are many other diplomats that were treated in the system the same way. This case is not an isolated case. Exactly. Henry family was treated the same way. It was just a matter of time we're going to get to him.
Diplomat tells you that, look, leave this lady alone. It's an active and ongoing investigation. I don't want it to appear like the government is going against her. It's a retaliation for her, blowing the whistle on sexual harassment. And the funny thing about this thing, this is just one victim of D. Maxwell sarcemia in the U.S. This is not the other two. And the other two, the man they say he only play around. But the other one part is desperate.
Eugene, to Big Brother family, thank you for all the advice you gave me, the protection. I knew that you couldn't do too much because it had reached a certain point, my case was out of your hand. And let me just let bring people know, when I got my reappointment, Deputy Minister Famule told me that he was going to transfer me out of the embassy because he realized the problems that were coming. He was doing everything behind the scene to transfer me out of the embassy. The rest of the other people got to know about it and they started attacking him. I just want to put that out there so people can know that he did his job of taking care of the missions. But he couldn't go too much because the power, he never had it as it should be.
Thank you, Maxwell. I certainly want to just appreciate you as a young man. Whatever it may be, we just appreciate you, brother. We hope you can remain in the foreign service to help Liberia the best you can. Yet still, someday we should discuss also George Patton. The way in which he was removed, Fagon.
And treated. The way the man was treated.
And the way in which they treated George Patton.
Oh, God.
The day the president was coming, the president removed him. And I mean, sometimes, man, the president behaved like Donald Trump sometimes.
And just you bring somebody who don't know.
Yeah.
I don't understand.
I got to know Ambassador Patton from the AU. He's an astute diplomat, a career diplomat.
A man comes from the AU. You bring him over. And what did you do with him?
I really can't say much about that because every other thing has to be covered under privacy and confidentiality rule. But he is a good man. I've had many conversations with the ambassador. He's a good person.
For me, I get evidence. I get pictures.
Fina Bono got her daughter in Brussels, but her niece, you guys know, and her daughter is over here at the mission. But
at the permanent mission.
At the permanent mission. Yeah, and her niece is over there. They just messed the whole institution up. But go ahead.
I heard Maxwell Kima is still appointing people.
Yeah, he's there.
Yes, that's the information I'm getting.
They're sending them, like flood everywhere.
Yeah, that's the information I'm getting. There were 17 persons I heard that he was trying to appoint, and I came here about 3 times to say to him, please do not do that. Also, let me put it out there. The Liberian diplomats right now in the field have now received their salary for 3 months, and they have now received rent for 3 months. It's becoming a national security and an embarrassing situation for our diplomats in the service. All over from Asia, all the way to America.
Prince, thank you very much. We want to say, Conor Remy Gray, thank you. Our brother Stephen Johnson, thank you. Eugene Fagon, as always. Prince, Abula Mame, we appreciate you. Dwalu, Minister Wodokoli, we say thanks to all. Today, Dr. Richardson couldn't make it. She's not well. I received the information. We pray she feels better. Our brother Gibson, he said he wasn't well either. We pray he feels better. It is important for us to discuss Liberia every day, but I can announce to you that we are watching with eagle's eyes. You see Fagon position, his location has changed. I don't know where you are, Stephen Johnson, but Fagon on the mission. He flew out of Tennessee today, and I know where he is, but I'm not going to say it. But I can say Fagon is on this side. It doesn't matter where I say it. You don't know the hotel. I know the hotel where he's stopping at. Fagon, I can announce to the entire world that Fagon is in Maryland. He was swallowing crumpy fufun soup today. And tomorrow he'll be on this side to New Jersey. He will be driving from Maryland to New Jersey. And anything else you want me to say, Fagon?
Yeah. Yeah, look. No, why you say? What did man say?
Nothing. I see Matia closely.
I was getting info, okay, from Civil Service Agency. I've been following up, and look, this is ridiculous. Same people listening tomorrow because of that. I will not go nowhere. I will count the show soon. I think it's important we send the money to these people.
What happened?
James Thompson has been hiring people. All the agencies are hiring people.
Oh yeah.
I think I told you they sent Kanio Barbara,
so National Road Fund.
Jesse Kowe, Kanio Barbara, and Samora Wolokoli going to business college to go teach. They put a name down. You just consider yourself unemployed from that university. I guarantee you that. The second thing they did, they sent Kanio Bala as legal counsel for the road fund. They finish with offer the pro carpet and everything. Kanio, don't waste your time. The third thing, Thompson, you take your son and hire your son and backdate his letter. You and your deputy Titi, you're hiring people over there and backdating letters as if to say you don't know people were working there and they don't know your families and they don't know that you're backdating letter. Hear me and hear me well. I'm not belated where I can say, read my lips. I am telling you today, any one of you entering any government building over the last 60 days massively will be rejected and removed massively. That other form of corruption, as your own CDC people saying, oh, you know what? You're going to 2005. I want to close on this by warning you. As for Kanye, you will not enter that row fund. You already know yourself. Don't let us go to the Buchanan Port and all the other area, bro. You're not entering that university to teach. Don't fool yourself. Let me be clear with you from the get-go. All of y'all. The Liberian people will not reject y'all and then we solidify y'all in any way. Mr. Thompson, you and I know all the things that hang. Save your son the embarrassment. Save everybody you bring into that place your embarrassment. Because it's an act of corruption will tie you on day one. I'm making it clear to all of you small. Because these were the things we told George Weah and he did not understand how government work. If you think that you cannot pay your employees well, you're paying them below the minimum wage. And we are now coming to correct what you have done so bad. And you're going to create problem for us, we'll create worry for you. Stanton, hear me, because those are your friends. Are your friends, Stanton? If you think you will create problem for the current government, you will create the problem with you the worries. We're not worried, because unlike the previous government who did not know what to do, we know what to do. If it's illegal, it's illegal. The last thing I want to say before Stanton kick me off is this. Let me be clear with those of you who say, oh, managing expectation, you won't command us to start from 2005 to audit. Stanton like money, Stanton work for money, Stanton get money, Stanton can manage money. Let me see whether he would disagree with me on this one. Listen and listen well, all of you that are doing nonsense in the current government. The Liberian people told you to audit the people when you're king. You didn't do it. So from 2018 to 2023, the opponent spent over half of the money. And even now, in some cases, eat all the money. I'm talking to Stanton Witherspoon, a CEO who knows how to manage money. 6 years, you get the people. You think the people get the same amount of money? No. When we take power, you're the one that eat the country money for 6 years. Who is supposed to collect the first money from Stanton? The people wait 2018 or the one that get it fresh when I in bundle waiting? I'm just asking you in your capacity as a CEO. Who is supposed to...
You want me to answer?
Who is supposed to take the money from quickly before they spend it?
Spirit, I want you to listen to me. And from today, I will put diplomat to attach to the Maxwell now. Seriously, you want me to answer?
Yes.
If you
we
are
will go back to 2018 or
no, I got your question.
Yeah. Or Mojega for the one who get it right now.
I got your question.
Talk to us.
I get your question. Remove business already. Let's just be very fair.
Yes.
Everyone from Madam Salif government era that want to work with this new government, those that have worked under Madam Salif, listen to Stephen, whether 2005 to 2017. Those that have worked with George Bernard Weah and continue to work with George Bernard Weah from 2018 to now. If you want to work in this government, from Madam Salif government, they must check you. If you want to be part of Joseph Yeman Boakai government, and you were in Madam Salif government, and your hands were in the cookies jar, we will expose you. You must identify yourself accordingly and be clear, crystal clear. That's my position I'm taking, Fagon. It's not because you were there checking time, but you have resurfaced. You should be an agent of change. Checking time, if you are at that ministry, Stephen Johnson, and you wrecked the ministry, and Joe Manawea forgave you, it gave you no right to appear now and say, give me another position. Because Joe Manawea don't check me, so therefore I'm free to come in Joseph Boakai government. Now, President, we are government, check all of them. Whether they want to come, but they want to come, whether they're going or they want to stay, check all of them.
And take it from the hand before they go spend it.
We got some elements that still hold on to the Madam Sadi money. And they're still operating. And you see them now, they're coming around. They're coming around. Oh, I work with Ambassador Barker, Vice President Barker. They're coming around. Oh, you know, I was your friend. Yeah. No. We know where you put the money. When they did those things, guess what happened? They check out and say they're working for AOU, working for United Nations, working for USAID, working for the American government. No, you started it. No, you started it. When you call them, you know, my jaw tattoo cannot permit me to speak. You know, I get contract with the American government Secret Service. I cannot expose myself. But to look for a job now, they're exposing themselves. They forget about the contract that they have with the UN Secret Service. They forget about contract that they have with the United Nations. They forget about contract that they have. What discuss it tomorrow?
Take your time. Take your time.
No. Now you brought me into this. Don't do that.
Take your time, brother.
No. Now you brought me into this.
Take your time.
When you call them to come defend the Liberian people, they say my job TOR cannot permit me.
When you say can't speak for Joseph Barker, they say no, you know.
When you say can't speak for Joseph Barker, let's talk about property. They say my job TOR cannot permit me. When you tell them, say, well, let's talk about what's happening in the government, the financial sector. No, you know, I can just see the document, but I cannot speak because I signed a contract for 3 years. But now you're breaking your contract? You want to go work in Joseph Barker government? No. Don't break your contract. You signed a contract for 3 years, stay there for 3 years. After 3 years, call us. Let's talk.
So
that's a fact.
Are you going to come with a list of those people?
I get a list. I get a list.
Don't make it Jesus, man.
Some of them, hey, I still feel uncomfortable now because I hate people. Some of them.
No. I beg your trouble. I'm tired here.
No, but Liberian people need to hear this. Listen, we beg somebody to ask them. Let's fight this corruption. Let's fight the poverty. Let's fight Josh Banawea. But you know, I can't do it because my job title, you know, I have created a special assignment. They're sending me to Kenya. The opposite will say they're sending me to Ethiopia. You know, I'm the regional director for African Affairs. You give all that sweet title. Stay there. But now, they don't break the TOR. Now, they begin to find where all of the share and say, hey, but you know, Liberia first. But you know, I got to save my country stand. No. We don't want you. Stay with the UN. Work for Liberia. Advocate for Liberia. Bring some money in. But you're not going to trouble. Okay? Because you can do this to the Liberian people. Now you think you're too wise. You think you're too smart. You were afraid of Joe Manan we are. Because you have consultancy under Samuel Twe. You can say, well, Samuel Twe are good, man. You know, Samuel Twe not bad. You know that the system, they created a system before Samuel Twe. Now that you're talking, now that you're saying that you want to create or avenue to go audit, guys, you don't let us do this. So I wanted to go in peace. But you're not start this thing. If you get your UN job, finish your assignment, don't come. The first round of this government is not for you. You still get 3 years on your assignment, finish it. The American government will also give you clearance, right? You can't do anything because you need clearance from the American government. You cannot be exposed. So we don't want to expose you in Liberia. Stay there. Stay there. Seriously, laughing, yo.
I don't want peace.
You're not big to break your own contract. You're leaving and say for country's sake. You're call us, let's talk to your regional director and say, we don't want you. You will stay with Kenya. You will stay with Ethiopia. You will stay with Addis Ababa, the capital. You will stay with Bangladesh. We don't want you. This is wickedness. So anybody from Madam Sadi government that ate the people money, that we got something on, we will expose you on this show and we'll tell Joseph Yima Boaka and his team that if they put you there, we will be the one to fight for the Liberian people against you. I'm serious. If you put them there, we will call Liberian to protest against them because they are corrupt. Why the people?
But what Great crying for now? Why are you crying for Great?
Why the people doing the audit, right? Spoon have our own audit yet. If you put Peter Meyer,
I told you so, but don't cry.
If you put Peter Meyer somewhere, Steven, and Peter Meyer corrupt and they everything buying Madam Sally government, we will put the people together to go protest against Peter Myers. If the president and the vice president, those that are appointed, they can listen, we will let the people to go after them. Because you know why? It's wickedness in high places. The people know them. Stephen Johnson know them. They know how to destroy those ministries. Somebody can tell me today, can we keep the NSA director and the deputy? I said, what's their name? They call him PSC. What's the deputy name? They call him Sam Sion. I said, go and jump in the sea 3 times. Don't get all of that sea. That's nonsense. Why you keep talking about keeping Sam Sion and deputy PSC? Are they the only best people in Liberia to NSA? Why should we keep PSC? No what PSC did.
You forget to tell
Are we cuckoo? Are we mumu? That's the only thing you come with?
And
we will keep PSC? No, let me finish what they want. Nobody will bring that talking here. These guys can destroy NSA. They can serve foreign interests, but it wasn't serving the Liberian people interests.
How can you run NSA, all the murder and things that happen in the country? You not even get one intelligence on one. Even me great. Can they make you deputy NSA boss and everything that happen in the country, you get information on one? Then you waiting. Drugs come in the country, the American people not talk, we not know.
Foreign interest and forget my Liberian interest. And say,
drugs come to the airport, if the American people ain't talk, we not know. They steal the medicine, if the American people say go find out, but the own medicine we not do. What did they call NSA?
So my question here is, that you alone in the country that can do better job? All the country for 5.5 million people. You get Stephen Johnson here. They fire him. They ran after Stephen. Right after Mo Ali. Did they fight? Did they cry? Did they sit down and shed tears? They left it. Leo Untu, wait for another 6 years, or 12 years, or 18 years. Be patient. They that wait upon the Lord, he shall renew their strength.
Pastor.
God will renew your strength.
Holy Ghost.
The same way he had renewed Stephen Johnson and Mo Adi's strength, now Mo Adi on his way to Ghana to go enjoy himself. God will renew. Oh, did I say it? I forget. Hey man. Hey man. No, please. I beg you, man. Don't let him talk. Then I said, yeah, I said Mo Adi going to Ghana.
You know what people think they own these positions.
You stand an entitlement. Not a man farm. The
NSA boss.
Mo Adi couldn't even go from Monrovia to Kakata while asking somebody for a lift. Now the picking going Ghana to his job.
I said you never get my number.
Now the picking going Ghana to his job. Imagine. The Bible said, they that wait upon the Lord, he shall renew their strength. That's the fulfillment of the Bible. Mo Adi can go to Ghana now and meet people and eat in a hotel and look, but only thing you shouldn't put in the same situation, you can't handle that all. Mo Adi going to enjoy.
Man, who's that guy in Blue Black, man?
This is not good, folks. This is not good. The people that serve under Madam Sally government must remain under Madam Sally government. If you want to work in this government, we will bring your record from Madam Sally government. Some of you were serving as defendant and plaintiff. You were representing those people. Some of you ate money to the American government, pointed you guys out, and said them ordered you and you ran away. Now that you're beyond Joseph Yima Boaka, then you don't want us to talk.
I said, Steve.
Spencer, you heard Remy Great just said just now. How is it? I never got his number.
Don't worry, I say young blood the man number.
I said calling Remy.
Yeah, Remy just said it just now.
But Stevie, I said now I try to do my closing if I'm gonna go ask me that question. That only Pearson there to serve as director for NSA, nobody else there. Only Pearson know the American. Because Pearson was reporting on John Manawia, because Pearson was spy on John Manawia, so they saw you want him there. When they let him be spy on Joseph Boaka, he and John Manawia must go. That he spy on John Manawia, so he must go. I say, same side.
But listen, look at deputy NSA boss. You get radio station. Then the radio station must be accusing the army or all kind of things that they cash you. The army cash you and bill. That all that kind of confusion for be bringing. Then he said, oh, then he said, nobody never treat me like that. No, somebody not treat me like that, like a man prince. He said, nobody ever treat me like that. No. I am man, Prince. Prince said, my man, tell your Pikin to retract that statement. He said, no, he can't tell it, man. He expect the chief of staff, guys, y'all listen to this, of the armed forces of the Republic of Liberia, the force for good, to go and confront Abraham Wion.
Yeah.
Abraham Godson Wion. So the man look at the man say, our chief of staff, will go talk to that Pikin to stop doing what he's doing when you, the deputy for national security in the country,
But Fagon, that only got the play now that love songs and gospel.
And I would defend Major General Johnson any day of the week.
They say Prince Johnson said, I will show you the difference between army and
right? You
police.
see, there's a news about corruption in the EPS.
The money. Chogon Rawa ate the people money here and what's the man name? Fagon Frank. What's his name? Fagon, what's your man name?
I know they say help or help.
Yeah, all of that ate the people money. They ate the people $20. They ate it.
So I'm wondering what happened with the
Let me say this though. This is not about Chogon Rawa. Let me say the truth to this. Chogon Rawa had nothing to do with this money 100%. He had knowledge of it, but the people that ate this money, amen. You know the reason Chogon Rawa cannot come up, but he waiting, he gonna talk. That boy gonna talk. After January 22nd, a lot of people gonna talk. Because they are hurt. The way in which Fina treated Chogon Robbers. The way in which Fina disgraced that man. That man came here and said, hey, to TGIF Friday. Who said I don't know the man? We got picture. So people we dealt with in the government, John, we ain't know. So let me say it today. When they forced him to come and get president and say, stand on, say this, the man reached out to me. The man must say, we had a good lunch. It was Chogon, Monk, Kofa, Kelomax, Joma, myself. We ate well. He brought one of his friends. We lecture. TGIF. The man drank. If I go here. And that man,
well, if I go ahead, I was there, you give me some.
And that man, if I go man, that man ready to talk. Stevie, the thing Chogon know about what been happening with George Manuel, we have Fina Bondo and all of them. The thing Chogon tell me, the thing Chogon know. I will not say on the show till after the 22nd of January. I will not say. That boy get Chogon have encyclopedia. No. He have the e-volume. When there was no computer and no Google. You remember that, right? Still remember when they said the e-volume. The man have the whole thing about George Manuel we are. So we'll let him talk. Now, I don't want to get in situation, but we wish him well. He that have an ear, let him hear. I hope he can run away from the country.
You tell me the NSA boss, the man say, my man, tell your Pikin to stop that thing. He cannot put us in harm's way. You say, no. I can never tell you, you're going to the message, I'm going to go to small border now. Small men, I controlling thousands of men.
You say, I can't keep secret. You see the person say, CEO keeping secret today. You see? I keep in Chogon secret.
Who the person? That Fatima.
Oh, that Fatima?
But you see the name? That Benesi popping for her ear? That Prince Margaret Boo.
That Prince Maxwell, well.
Somebody say Ebi Kroma will take blood from that Prince man nose, but he take it for fun.
If there is one person I respect in the Republic of Liberia, is Ebi Kroma.
Don't try to force your friendship, bro.
No. He knows me very well. He knows me very well. He's my big brother.
Ebi Kroma, my brother, the man not taking no snake for pet. The man don't. There's no joy in them more.
When it comes to Ebi Kroma, he's my big brother. He's my big brother. So Eugene, please, I beg you.
Yeah.
Is there any joke in the mouth of a snake?
No, not.
They mess around and call him Boo Boo. Then you say Ebi Kroma like your big brother. You think Ebi Kroma is someone that John there?
I'm fine. I'm fine where I am. I'm good.
Fago, let me fair with Prince Maxwell. Prince Maxwell decided to get a white woman.
Hey, my man. No. That's my personal life now. Please, I beg you.
I see God say coming for
I beg you, stand up, please. Please, I beg you. I beg you high enough. Please, high enough still. Yeah. Please. Don't leave my personal life and don't leave my personal life alone now. It's okay. That one, send that one. Let's put a barrier there. Let's put a barrier there.
I'm not talking about it, but you know what happened? The man made so mad. The person sent me the woman picture and sent Prince picture. I said, I'm not showing it. The person said, show it. I said, no, I can't show it. And the woman from one small European country.
My man, stand up, please.
I said nothing.
You said nothing, you still talking? What kind of man is this?
Why I said nothing? I said small European country.
Okay.
Yeah.
But the man was a diplomat.
And I play, that's a joke now. That is the thing. That the play Prince Maxwell was asking, Yemlo to send him to represent Liberia. So I said, Yamlo said that conflict of interest. I cannot say it to you.
I'm going to stay to
I know you.
Yeah, salt and pepper. It's salt and pepper time now. Still salt and pepper time.
No, I don't. I'm finished. Y'all tell me I'm going to ask me any more questions.
Look, my man, the truth of the matter is this: if you don't have thick skin, don't come on Spoon TV. Because someone will joke you, you'll push you.
But you know what I'm bringing here?
So I understand.
No. Y'all give me a chance. Do you know how you came here? They brought one guy they called Ndebe.
Hey.
One former EBS. That was money by first, man. They call him Ndebe.
Hey, man, Ray, yeah, bro. So got a picture.
I felt sorry for Ndebe. Remember Chaston? I got a Bible. I got a picture.
I'm going to put a picture. I said, who you sending the other? They never left. They brought somebody else.
Sankara.
That was still talking on man. Sankara.
Sankara. No, Sankara.
Sankara. But
yeah, Sam Sankara.
Sankara.
Yeah.
So Stanton started liking the man on the first day, the second day, the third day, the first week. Then Stanton said, this got bow. He said, but we're gonna begin that one. Tell him thank you that Ejana to say star or when the man finished talking for 3 minutes, then said, Sakama, thank you. And let me begin by saying this. Sakama,
you know something about Sakama? And I told the person that's saying, what's the guy named Lost Scott, right? Steven.
Yeah.
Sakama presented himself. From the beginning, he was cool. Then later on, he felt that he and Fagon was on the same level. Know your place. When the people was like, then he started doing the Muya thing. You know that way they can talk, they can stop, and they start speaking all the big book, trying to confuse themselves. Then he started acting like Jefferson Koji. When I saw the Jefferson Koji in, I said no. Then the man gotta go. Yeah. Then they brought Prince Maxwell, but Prince Maxwell, he presented himself well.
The only problem now with Prince Maxwell, he came with his 62,000 young people. Then
that didn't work.
So he looked at it for a long time and said, as long as I keep saying that the money back,
after all that campaign, Prince, I think you got 5,000 votes, right?
5,000.
6 plus.
Yeah, 5,600.
Not for me, representative.
No, I mean, it's listen, no, the truth of the matter is this, right? The message was
really early. I got money now. Get around, Kempo.
My man,
you ever thought that? Seriously, let me ask this question. This is one we enjoy ourselves.
Yeah.
Be truthful to the Liberian people. You ever thought that that Moruba was going to win this election?
Absolutely.
Seriously?
You listen, Stanton. Let me say this to you. You asked me the same question here with Fadiga, and you did it in a very nice way. You said, What if Dr. Moniba does not win? Maxwell, tell us, Liberian people now, who will you vote for? I remember that day, we all went around the table. And I said, if Dr. Moniba does not win the election, Ambassador Boyka will be the right person to take the country. Because I trust him. I know everybody around him.
No,
Dr. Moniba,
no, you didn't say that.
I go get a tip, my man.
I'll remind you, you didn't say that.
You get a tip. Go and look at a tip.
Yeah, but you didn't say that.
My question would be: Is it possible that you enter a race and you already know that you will not win? Is that
Yes.
possible?
Yes, it is.
Because I find it troubling that you enter a political process and you look at all of the odds and convince yourself, not based on hard facts, not based on empirical evidence, but just convince yourself that you're going to win. I was thinking, Prince, that you are presented some statistical reference rather than just saying 62%.
No, the truth,
Show me some survey. That we did a survey. We randomly selected 10,000 people. We pull them. 5,000.
Steven, for 2 years we did all of that.
But
the difference here,
right?
Those were not public pool, they were private pool. But the thing here is that you should understand, at the time we were doing all of those studies.
Prince, I beg you, Prince, sorry to interrupt you. The folks are saying you said it, so let me take it back.
Yeah, I said it. Exactly, I said it. Yeah. The thing of the matter is this: at the time, nobody knew as to whether Ambassador Boyka was actually going to run. So people were looking for different options. We didn't get that information.
Which year are you talking about?
I'm talking about 2018. No, 2019, 2020, 2021. Especially for 2020, 2022. We came at that. But the force of Ambassador Boyka's name started to change everybody, especially with how the we administration started messing up, and people realized that no, we can't just give it to anybody else. We need to give it to Ambassador Boyka, because now George, we have done too many things to damage all of everybody else around. Ambassador Boyka is seen as the only trusted person now to take the country going forward. So, even though the message we were saying, Dr. Moniba was saying consistently worked, but now people had to make different decisions. And Dr. Moniba made a reference to that recently in his speech. The Liberian Post said, now, at this point in time, yes, maybe 2029 for you, Dr. Moniba, but we'll have to give it to Ambassador Boyka now because it's too important.
If you look at the election result print, I think the Liberian people did not even tell Dr. Moniba you should run again. Because the reason I say this is, look, you got 2.4 million votes available. 2.4 million. About 1.9 million of them go to the pool to vote. 1.9 million people turn out student long queue. And you get only 5,000 votes. Look, that is to tell you that you should not even come anywhere around the presidency or the debate.
No, it doesn't say that.
Prince, let
me
honest
Let's give it a chance, friend. Let you finish.
Ourselves here, right?
Go ahead.
If this was a representative race, I would say otherwise. I would say 5,000 votes is a reasonable vote. Look, out of 1.9 million votes available, if you get 5,000, bro, you can't even be a representative. So the overwhelming desire for the people to vote. Look, I will have, and listen, this is what I was looking for. I was looking for who will have being the dark horse in the race, and I didn't see none in terms of percentage. I didn't see none. I saw some few folks fighting, but the way the election went, it just dismissed most of the people who we thought had political force. Labrampo simply told them that, look, we're not ready for this. This is just a vote to tell you that we're not ready for this. In 2029,
remember the theory of the wasted vote?
Yeah, in 2029, it's different. It's a different ballgame. In fact,
Steven, I disagree. I disagree with your first premise, but I do agree with your second premise.
So let me say 2029 would be 2029.
This was very.
So long Ambassador Boyka succeeds in terms of building the road to the southeast, doing the Lofa Road, doing the road to Bapolu, engages in agricultural activity across the country, revamp our health sector, sanitation, as he said, tourism. 2029 would be a consensus. Even if Ambassador Boyka decides not to run, the United Party will win.
Stephen, the election is over.
Can I ask a serious question?
Stephen, the election is over. Right now, everyone is trying to put their hands around Ambassador Boyka to move the country going forward.
No, we're just having some honest.
No. I don't want people thinking that I'm trying to litigate on election on Ambassador Boyka one square fair. We are young people. Right now, my mind is much more focused on restructuring, rebuilding, and redelivering.
I think about now we got more than 5,000 votes.
But let me say this.
I'm not trying to do any comparison.
People say
it's uncertain, and Dr. Money will be ready for it when the time comes.
I think it's too early, but let me say this, Stevie. Everyone that ran this race, 2023, October 10, fell short. You had two individuals, November 14. I do think, like you said, Stevie, if they're really serious for life in the political journey, they should come together, form a one big party to form a unity party. I am not a unity partisan. But everything I'm saying, and I can say this because I know I'm supposed to say, every single day, Jeremiah Kun think about doing what people say he will not do when it comes to Liberia. He wants to prove himself. This battle is for Jeremiah Kun to defend and talk about that change and to make Liberia better. Let's agree. Maybe Jose Yima Boyka served only one term, Stephen Johnson. Here comes Jeremiah Kun. How old you going to be? Very strong, well balanced. Very strong, well balanced. He have engaged world leaders. His people, Nimba people, he will satisfy them. He will get us out of Nimba and satisfy other counties, the entire Liberia. Joseph Yima Boyka will leave Jeremiah Kun to a place that it will take all of them, the Cummins, the George Weah, the Clarence Moluba, and all of them will come and say, but then we have to wait after Jeremiah Kun. If Jeremiah Kun set this thing in order, folks, he is looking at 18 years, 1/8. One term, Joseph Yima Boyka, Jeremiah Kun serving as vice president, and 12 years, President Jeremiah Kun. And here's the beauty of it. That's what he thinks on every day. The man he was at Joseph Boyka gathering, he was thinking about building Liberia. I saw him. Here is beautiful work. I call him. He pick up, he answer. We spoke about very important thing moving Liberia forward. He went back. After he called me again. Stephen Johnson, you can pick up your phone and call Jeremiah Kun. In the middle of the night, he will answer you. If it comes to the matter of moving Liberia forward, he will answer you. These guys then that say they are coming back, trust me, they're coming back because they know there is nothing to come back to. They're lying to the fellow Liberians and the partisans. This is about 18 years. I'm not saying Jeremiah Kun will not made a mistake. No, I'm not saying that. But there's a man that is willing to listen and he's willing to convince you. And that's exactly how he's going to push the agenda of Joseph Yima Boyka. He's going to push it. Because Joseph Yima Boyka will come on Jeremiah Kun to reach places. This is exactly how Liberia going to be. It is not about tribe. It is not about county. It is not about you Gio, you Mano, you Crown, you Crew, you Pele, you Loma, you Kisi. No, you Basso, you Ding, the Fagon. No. It is about someone that has love for country and willing to deliver. You look at the man past history and say, oh, they Gio people, they Mano people you put in there, they will not do nothing. You think I will move Liberia forward? I was born right there in Gallorsville. 1989, went to Newcroton. My parents from Sano. If that thing was about Try Stephen Johnson, I'm going to say, Joe, we are a crew, man. Ask them. My men are your crew, brother, there. My men are your crew, brother, there. You think how we move like bro, Farrell? Joe, where are your crew, man? You should push his agenda. I said, no. Joe, where is a Liberian? Joseph Yima Baga is a Liberian. Jeremiah Kun is a Liberian. We will go with the right person to do this job. And the right people. Joseph Yima Baga and Jeremiah Kun. So we put away trap. And we did it for country. So then they come back. And God not sleeping. They come back, we get a hotter. So put all of them together. And even Fagon can go join them.
Let me talk my own now.
No, not because you finish talking to your people back. Not because you finish talking to
the seditions.
Put all of them together, let them come back. Fagon, go ahead, man.
Let me discourage the sedition. I think they know me now. You know, my records are clear. So they know my potential. But let me discourage them. And these are simple facts. You no longer have a coalition. A lot of them don't seem to understand that there's a difference between the Coalition for Democratic Change, which is a group of different political parties coming together to build that coalition, and the Congress for Democratic Change, which is a single party. They mess around until Jewel now, whether she resign, which would be the right thing to do. If she doesn't, her 2 terms have to expire under the NPP constitution. She cannot lay claim to political leadership. James Barney will be the highest ranking member and a sitting senator. He's now moving the NPP fully into the alliance, and nothing they can do about it. Because why? Those people suffer for 12 years, came and joined President Weah, and again suffer for another 6 years. They were marginalized and ostracized. So the NPP is moving into the Bwaka alliance. The LPDP of Speaker Tyler, James, I call him, Moses Colley already lost, Stephen, you know that. Now, Alex Tyler is going to take his party back. He's the highest ranking member and a sitting senator. The senators playbook again. Senator Barney, now Senator Tyler. They're going to take the LPDP and move it into the alliance as they have done. So now you have the Unity Party, you have the MDR, you have the Liberty Party. But before I come to the Liberty Party, the Unity Party, the MDR, the LPDP, and the NPP. Now let's go to Liberty Party. I made it clear that Bility had the paper, but Nyomli had the party. And Nyomli now is now going to move the Liberty Party fully, she and Dillon, in to the alliance. So let's look at our 4-5 strong parties. Okay? We're looking at ALCO and we look at ANC. But given the dismal performance of the ANC, in a realistic term, you can clearly see that ALCO is in the alliance, Liberty Party is in the alliance, LPDP is in the alliance, NPP is in the alliance, MDR is in the alliance. What did Joseph Boakai do in his transitional setting? He incorporated all those parties in the alliance. Can you defeat those people? Congress for Democratic Change, alone, by yourself. Let's go to ALP. After this election, the ALP will expel Benin Ayure, expel Costa, and expel Tilia Ayure. I'm saying it to you before you say, I'll tell you. How will this expulsion take place? The Constitution is very clear. 2/3 majority of the executives. Ayure will not be able to do anything. They will go to court. They will expel him. They will expel Tilia. They will expel Costa. And nothing they can do about it. And a new leadership will emerge. As for the ANC, 1%, the ANC is already divided. You have the likes of Colonel E. Remy Gray, who know that the CPP did not hold. That Bility brought paper but not people. Therefore, they're going to reorganize the ANC so as to become a force to reckon with. But I don't think they will be able to work with their mother party. I'm speaking politics because that's where they came from, Stephen, right? They will not be able to work with the CDC. Therefore, individually, they have no force. All the other smaller parties, even the party that came third under this guy called Appeton, have already entered the alliance. Politically savvy people of this modern age, day and time will solidify that particular alliance, and they will not let it break. So George, we are promising to return that Vlad. He just won't quiet down people. It's over.
Fago, I beg you, before you finish, Fago, let me, I beg you, I know Steven don't want to come in. I want you to place Alexander comments. I read it seriously. I want you to give us what you know about Mr. Comey. Is it a comeback?
Stanton, from my vantage point, given the respect Liberians have for me, Alexander Benedict Cummings is done. And here is why I say so. 2 cycles, he did not listen to the Liberian people. In 2017, when the Liberian people said to Cummings, choose a side, he said, no, I will remain neutral. I don't want to be bothered. Okay? But Cummings, George Weah, all those guys, they put their hands up like this and said, whoever makes it to the second round, we will support that person. Cummings back off. The Liberian people did not like that. In 2023, the Liberian people gave Cummings a chance. When they petitioned Cummings to go behind the old man as vice president, Cummings turned the Liberian people down and made it difficult for them. To make matters worse for himself, Cummings said he will remain neutral. But in the second round, Cummings went to vote. The question is, who did he vote for? I can say to you, Cummings' refusal to honor the request of the Liberian people, Cummings is done. The second thing Cummings did for himself that was bad was to say to the Liberian people, it's a lifestyle that I struggle with. And every attempt to get him to speak suddenly against it and say, look, I was not referring to myself, or I was speaking in terms of the fact that there are people with those lifestyles that we need to consider as Liberians first before looking at their sexual orientation, makeup, or what have you. We need to understand that those people are citizens and we need to treat them with respect and at least honor the fact that they are Liberians. He could not come up to express that, and nobody behind him was willing to even speak to it. So that hurt him. And after 2 elections, what he did to the Liberian people, I don't see him coming back, bro.
Stevie,
he comes back, he's on his own.
Let me say this.
You think that's your comeback, Stevie?
I doubt it. And here's why I doubt Cummings will make a comeback. You see, in politics, you are given second chance. A lot of time, politicians, you're only entitled to make one mistake in your entire political life. There are extreme cases where the people can be a little flexible to give you 2 chances. In 2017, Cummings had a first chance that the Liberian people thought would be a way for him to begin his political journey. I met Mr. Cummings in 2016. We had a conversation at Pierre Rib House, along with Tara Womble and a few other persons. My specific question to Alex was, will you go as a running mate to somebody in these elections? That was 2017. He refused. And he told me emphatically that he wouldn't. Then we met after the 2017 elections. We met at his office, and this was when we were beginning to establish the CPP. My specific question to him was, Mr. Cummings, do you have any regrets in 2017 runoff in terms of your position? And he said it. He said if he had to do it again, he would do it differently in 2017 in the runoff. And he also said that his party had made that decision, yada, yada, yada. There was a long story. And then came the CPP. The Liberian people decided long before 2023 that the ticket they wanted was a Boakai Cummings ticket. The Liberian people decided that long before 2023 that the ticket they wanted was a Boakai Cummings ticket. And that Cummings only needed to reduce his ambition from the presidency, and let's not go through the brutal nature of a convention and then tear everything apart before coming back to agree to go as a ticket. We thought that that whole entirety of the convention was an exercise that would have created a high level of toxicity within the CPP, and that the outcome of that convention could have divided us more than united us. And this is why we maintain in the CPP that the biggest political party in the CPP was the UP, and that based on the numbers advantage that the UP had shown over the last 3 election cycles, the UP had all rights to argue that it should have been the head of the ticket. It was common logic. Cummings refused and said that we'll go to a convention, and that at the convention now UP, realizing what was in the pipeline based on some leaked audios from some folks within the LP, decided that, look, this thing is a trap. Our party will not be subjected to this CPP trap. So we'll recruit ourselves from the CPP and build different alliances and be able to compete in 2023. Fast forward, 2023 came. Mr. Cummings entered the race first round, performed very dismally over 1% percentage point. Then the Liberian people gave him a third chance. And say, the third chance is that you've said over the last 6 years that the CDC government was the worst thing that happened for Liberia, that George Weah represented nothing but a disaster, and that the CDC government was one of the most corrupt governments, and that the Liberian people needed to change the CDC government. In fact, Mr. Cummings argued that the CDC needed to be given a red card. And so we saw him on numerous occasions demonstrating a referee position at the ATS where he issued the CDC a red card. This is 2023, October. We voted, performed dismally in the runoff. When the decision between, and let me also say, Mr. Cummings is on record for saying that any candidate who will make it to the runoff other than George Weah, he will support that candidate. Any opposition candidate, he's on record. So this is not like saying you didn't say, you committed yourself.
We have the video.
Yeah, you committed yourself based on your own utterances that you support the opposition candidate against George Weah. Then came the opportunity. Now, I would have not blamed Mr. Cummings had his political institution remained totally neutral and say, our institution as the CPP and ANC will not endorse a candidate. Rather, we will stay neutral and allow our people to decide on their own. That the executive committee voted unanimously for the CPP to endorse CDC means by default that Mr. Cummings also voted in favor of that decision. Majority rule. Even if you abstain in the vote process, when the majority vote, you automatically agree with that decision. So your abstinence says nothing. It just says that I didn't vote for the record. But the decision by the party supersedes your abstinence. Because what? If we all here is a committee here and 3 of y'all, Remy Gray decides to stay neutral and 3 of us voted, the decision affects Remy. Even though he stays neutral, the decision affects him. So it didn't change anything. So I think with all of those missteps, 3 chances, for you to make a 4th comeback, I think it will require more than a miracle. And when I talk about miracle, I'm not talking about you remember the crusade we used to have in Liberia Center with Mark Francine there? Although you need more than a power-packed crusade with all of the global prophets to not just lay hands on you, but you need to drink from the Jordan River, sleep in the tomb of Jesus, Let it go heaven and come back for that miracle to happen. Because for you to come back, especially so when center you've said that the Joseph Boakai administration is well poised to succeeding to build a road to the southeast. Once you build a road to the southeast, we are a useless thing because you from the southeast failed to carry road. Once Boakai builds the road to the southeast, it's a done deal. Southeast will not vote the way they're voting. Boakai completes the road to Lofa.
And I will add this there real quick, and maybe our brother Ed want to say something. Look at the university. I'm not going to go all over, just UL. And go over to the Fender campus. But Stevie, you went there, you know how it is.
Yeah, I graduated from the university.
Bring that up. Enrich the student, the young men and women. Upgrade the education system. They should go to school and sit comfortably in class when the roof is not leaking. Seriously speaking, give them a computer lab.
Exactly.
Give them place that they can go and research with free internet services. On the campus, Fender, Monrovia. People should understand, those students, that thing you can be doing soup and they want it. If you empower them, they will be your vehicle to another 6 or 12 years. Make no mistake about it. I'm not asking you now to talk about giving after school program to the elementary school, to the junior high, senior high. Imagine, Stephen, if you can tap into those areas, people in the world willing to help. But Joe Manuel and say no. And you talk about the Fagon said, you coming back? Satisfy Akko. Joseph Yima Boakai must satisfy Akko. You will not come back. They have already satisfied Alex Tyler. He's a senator. They are already satisfied Jim Benny. Jim Benny will not be moving in mud. Maryland Road will be correct. First thing on his agenda. Grand Bassa, they have the dollar Yomdi Kanga Lawrence as pro term, taking good things to Grand Bassa. I want to see where, how they will come back. But folks, we here. Thank you for listening to us. To us, you see at the back of Fagon, he's in the hotel, he's preparing. No man, Fagon. I will tell you everything. We here. We here. But you can see at the back of Fagon, he's in the hotel. You can see Fagon. I can tell you the name of that hotel, the location of the hotel in Maryland. I can tell you. Fagon right there. You see,
you have to respect this. Say Fagon is in a presidential suite.
The only thing you see that one chair and one bed in that hotel room. That's not a suite. One chair and one bed is not a suite.
No better man, they can't come around.
I want to know beginning you the liar fool.
Well, look at the curtain. The curtain.
Look at the curtain. Presidential suite bed cannot be like that.
Look at the bed. And the bed
that bed cannot be like that. No, the AC right by the bed to get you pneumonia.
No problem. No problem. Like,
elementary AC on your
presidential cell phone. You see it?
The
presidential cell phone.
Yeah, forget about your cell phone. The Megas legal. If that man jamming right now, right? Let you turn the AC on. Don't forget about the cell phone. We got 300-400 cell phone. If I go jamming right now, let you turn the AC on. You hear
the AC right there. You got the AC. The AC or more. The AC that or more. Yeah. Look at the AC.
Listen, I'm not mad with your hustle. I'm not mad at all with your hustle. But turn the AC on. Turn the AC on, Fagon.
Wait. Let me. Before the post there was stealing that, let me send Stenton on the car there today. I forget so. Still don't get there with me. You say I'm sending cars in.
So one of the things I'm happy for is that we are increasingly moving to a two-party state. Politically, it look like we're coming, we keep crunching this. And these numbers that we got, even though they were dismal for some political parties, it was a good thing towards our democracy because
You like the two-party system, Remy?
the field is just too flooded, and that scourge our division. The more we divide our country along religious, political, that demonstrates how much divided we are. And I think that's one thing we should address. We're just any Tom, Dick, as my man said, Harry can come, form a political party and run. I think if we can take care of that problem, then we'll begin to understand ourselves as a people. I'm not saying two parties necessarily, but I can also tell people that running for the presidency is an addictive process. Once you run the first time, the second time, chances are you're coming back the third time. It's just addictive because you always say, I got a shot at it. Maybe Joseph Burka will not perform so much, to expectation. Joe, we know already, Mr. Weir. Why do you think some people were moving towards the CDC? Firstly, they thought the CDC was not coming back a second time. They were going to win a second term and maybe they will not come back a third term. It will position certain people within that party, which I see as wishful thinking. Because if you know the nature of the CDC, they're not going to give you their party. Those people have a culture that you're an alien to that culture. You will never find your space in there because you know what? They don't think and do business like you. So you always be the odd
an example. Winston Tubman.
Yes, you always be the outsider. So those people who even conceived that idea in the first place, I call them political dwarfs. Because you know what? If you understand the nature of our people, you can't just go into any look. No matter how you look at it, we are a sectarian society. In other words, we have different group of people that can just click to each other. If you're not part of them, you're just an odd man out in there. You just find yourself wobbling in there until you get frustrated and probably and leave. But the idea that somebody will not, Mr. Cummings will not come back, I will not dismiss that. Look, once this has gone, once he has gone the first, second term, chances are he's going to come back because they will always say, "Hey, you got it now, man." This other man has gone. Burka is leading, and who is his successor? Probably.
I hate to interrupt you, though, but let me add to what you're saying. A question to you, Ed. You think Mr. Cummings was played? You think they played him, or you think folks were sincere? Just you, if you can answer.
I would blame. He's a grown man. If you don't have common sense, then I will not say you were played. Maybe he was played. And if he has not matured to that level in our politics, allow others to play in, then this is not just his baby. This is not his forte. Because the first time I could say, yeah, he was just a newcomer, just entering the system. But the second time, where you're supposed to be soaked by now. Look, if you are doing something for that length of time, Stanton, you should be a pro at it. The number of years I may have spent for you to come back, maybe almost 8 years later, and say he was played, then probably this is not his game. And that's why I would say anything you come into, make sure you bring some street smartness there. Look, it pays. But I think some people just don't have it. Look, this is not a boardroom where people are sitting down, and expect that the boss will just come in the middle. And you got to be a people person. And for me, with Cummings, I think he struggled with likability. He tried. But what do you mean? Likability. Look, Like brown people like flexible people. Maybe in their eyes he's just a stiff guy. You know, that you look at the guy and say, damn, that guy is not looking friendly. But you know what? He's a down to earth guy. He's the kind of guy that if you get to know him, you know a lot of things about him. But he's just not that relatability, man. So
I think
even if
Remy,
it comes
you people part of that
the
problem.
third
You,
one,
I blame all of you.
how, brother?
The reason I blame you is when you marketing a product, one of the first things you have to understand about the product is the market in which you want to sell your product, and be able to design your brand based on the appreciation of the market. Locally, you guys did not sell the story that Mr. Cummings went to Monrovia demonstration. None of you sold that story. Locally, you are selling his achievement at Coca-Cola. When you sell somebody's achievement at Coca-Cola USA, you essentially telling the people in Liberia that, but they men are American people, you are basically happy.
Let me put you aside.
When you brought Cummings to Monrovia, nobody knew that Cummings attended Monrovia demonstration. Nobody.
But do you know who are some of the pundits that start bringing that up?
I didn't even know Cummings went to Monrovia demonstration.
No, it was me. That he lives Point 4. That his mom. Go back and look at some of my old posts.
It's true. It's true that Remy talked about that
Go back
a
and
lot.
look at some of my
No,
old
Remy, I'm
posts.
not blaming you directly, right? I'm just saying the ANC
But
as
here's
an organization, as an
Here's the
agency.
deal. When one thing that distinguishes Ambassador Buckeye from other people, or even George Weah,
The story, the walk from Wasonga to Monrovia.
their
You got
story,
to tell a story that people can
their
relate to.
story, and their ability to just open their hand to everybody, not create a barrier and put yourself in the center like a cradle where certain people can come around. You understand? Some of us were distanced from that whole campaign. Never mind who came here every day would talk. You understand? The very first day Fadiga started talking for Ambassador Buckeye, he got a phone call from him. Some people don't do that. You understand? There are a lot of things involved, but we'll keep it in the back. And but I
No,
can
it's
tell
time for us to talk the election over. You make a good point. The very first day, Stephen, the very first day, Fadiga received a phone call from Ambassador Buckeye. Imagine Fadiga was beating on Ambassador Buckeye all through. He came on Spoon Talk to beat on Ambassador Buckeye.
I was working on him. There are two
He
spots.
came on Spoon Talk to disagree with everybody and say Cummings was the man. But that very day, the puppy called him. Not only him, the puppy spoke to his brother. It didn't stop there. When the puppy went Minnesota, they came around. Not only the puppy called him.
The puppy spoke with Remy Gray.
Yeah.
Puppy called me.
So let me say this to you.
Even though I spoke against him, he called me.
When the old man spoke with Dr. Francine at the airport when he was on his way
and
out.
you and myself were there.
Thank you.
Remy is quite correct. This thing about you can protect him, that my pa. Even if we're joking about Mr. Cummings, the people will get mad. How many times would they say Joseph Boyka like Poklokpo? How many times they will say, man, oh. But if we're joking to bring some, life on the show, people take it and they go out.
People want to feel like they can relate to this person.
That was a barrier. That was an edge. That's something they just put between there to say, don't come close to Cummings. He's our guy, only us. Then
Use yourself as an example. You look at how put yourself on the ballot tomorrow. You get number 4. You get.
Hey, you want to follow me?
you get Cummings. So how come? Listen, and this is a fact. How come Cummings is not able to connect with the ordinary people? Stanton, 5-6 years ago, nobody knew you in Monrovia like that. Maybe yourself or your family people.
Because Cummings did not see himself.
But how come you click? How come you click with the ordinary Liberians?
Because Stanton is a grown-up ball. Stanton was changing money on the street.
Street smartness, man. I'm telling you, street smartness.
But Remy, I wanted to say something to you. You know what I want to say to you? You can't deny people the right to form political party and contest. You can't. But yeah, we can happy. As democracy matures, it consolidates.
Mm.
The space will get tighter, and most of these smaller political parties will suddenly evaporate. That's why if you look at even in America, you see they have plenty of political parties, but just two major parties.
Right.
Because in Ghana, same thing. In Sierra Leone, in Nigeria, in Ivory Coast, they have plenty of political parties, but just two major parties. In Sierra Leone also. So as democracy matures, where people start to vote every election cycle, we changing government, it will consolidate political party, because political party in Liberia, they are not fundamentally different.
But even now, the Western
the only difference is how you rank your priority. If Remy Gray say health number 1, I say health number 3, education number 1. That's the kind of fundamental difference in political party. We're not wire on ideological foundational difference to say, I believe in this thing, you believe in that thing. No.
That's why I keep saying to you guys, the wasted vote theory is beginning to hold. I may like Kumis, but if I know that Kumis not going anywhere, I'm not going to waste my vote. Look, you can't tell me people did not like. A lot of young people like what's his name, Muniba. A lot of people too like Kumis, but hey, they concluded that no matter what I do, my man not going nowhere. So let me just forget it. And so that wasted vote theory caught a lot of people. But in addressing what you just said, you want to talk about Stanton? Stanton was changing money. You know, money changing. They quit to finger people money. They knew the streets. They knew plenty of people. People predator from them. They became people. But Cummings was set up in his mind that he was this top Coca-Cola executive. Then he wanted to wear the small country shirt. All your pictures, that small country shirt with Dexter, it's not applicable. The second place that Kumi really let himself down, but you know, people got a parable to say, if you say you get money, let me see your children. Meaning, I will see the money in your children when they're driving cars, dressing fine, looking good. I will see the money. But Kumi's got money. Kumi lost 70,000. Kumi this, Kumi's that. Kumis, like E. Remy Gray said, you came to Liberia way before 2017. You've gone through Liberia. You never even had a radio station of your own, which is about 70,000. You never even thought to say, you know what? Let me bring a TV station. I'll be showing all the English Premier League, the Barca, the Spanish League, and so forth. Then in the middle, intermittently, I will market myself. You didn't even do that. Kumis, there were things you could have done. And one of the places that really crippled Kumis when that demon sitting over there and his son, Good Day, decided to impress on the Liberian people that Kumis did not even have kitchen.
Who the hell you calling demon?
That you.
Fagon, I agree with some of your positions, but let me just say this.
Let me finish this last one.
Go ahead.
Last one. Liberian people, I know them so well. So well. When this guy and his son Good Day came with some an old horse with a black and one purple tree side. Look, I who were running all kind of propaganda, my skin cringe. Because the narrative was, look at Kumi horse. He ain't even finished yet. Then in his own time, Maryland, he don't even get bathroom. That message, even the old man selling in the market start saying, hey, bathroom. Now when I get bathroom in Maryland, that he won't be. Everybody, they come to steal. They come to steal. The next place tend to attack.
I mean, mentioning Paul nothing on me and do nothing.
Let me say this. Your position and Stephen's position, I mean your observation and Stephen's observation, I think is spot on. There were a lot of things that Mr. Cummings could have done to properly market himself within the political market that we were operating. But let's be honest. Let's be honest to Cummings who he is. I think that Cummings has enriched our democracy. He brought a lot of good arguments to our democracy. He brought a lot of responsibility to our democracy and dignity. He may not have won. No, he may not have won. Let's give him the credit. He may not have won. Liberian people may not have preferred him, but the way in which he conducted himself professionally, the way in which he went around the country, the way in which he engaged Liberian people, that is how we want our politicians to engage Liberian people. That is how we want our people to respond to the politicians that are going around. So I think he did a good job in engaging our people and being responsible in our politics. I would just say that.
But you notice that Cummins did not go a lot of places, though. Don't praise him.
He went somewhere.
In Lofa.
We went everywhere. We went everywhere in Liberia. Everywhere.
Cummins did not go everywhere. And one of the reasons for that, because Cummins was misled by a lot of people. You remember you see, Stanton can say some things and people take it for joke. I'm a propagandist. I would say the BBT, but Stanton would say something. If you are a smart politician, you're supposed to pick up on it. Stanton said that Belete talking for Cummins. But while Belete can carry Cummins to Nima, let Cummins put a hand up. If anyone of you remember that only said.
I remember.
And Belete kept dodging to carry Cummins to the vote-rich county, second most populous county, Nimba.
Stanton even went as far as putting up all the advertisement posters along the highway, and there was not even one Cummins poster there. Remember, I was here.
So once Stanton said that, I expected Cummins to say,
we all agreed to do it. You don't do this.
Now you alone.
Yeah, exactly.
Let me say this.
People on Nima told Belete said, don't bring your comments here. If you bring him, no, to be frank, they told Belete say, if you bring your comments, keep it in district number 7, Sacred PA. From there, let him go back. Therefore, Belete respected the people. If Belete were going to push the communist agenda through all Nima, he was going to end up losing. That's it. And Belete is a smart man. He's not stupid. Belete was running a Belete campaign.
But Prince Johnson won
a communist campaign.
Well, let me say this.
And that's the fact. People can defend Belete. I can get mad with Belete on the show, but you know what? He was running a Belete campaign. At some point in this thing, I will say this one and I will run away. Belete look at it, there was no hope for commies. Belete check up. Belete look at it, there was nothing.
I think we're discrediting what happened.
But without your party, now let us talk about that you honor the water. You scared, you want to talk it.
No.
Belete back away and say, you take the $2 million, you take the $3 million. I don't want to know it, but I went in Nima to run my campaign. When I brought about what they gave Charlene Bronsky, people get very with me. They compensated Charlene Bronsky. Who was in that deal? When people start calling Charlene, if I can remember, my sister. That my sister, they were posting. My sister Charlene make the right decision. My sister Charlene would do this. Now Charlene became my sister. Where are they today after the election? They ran. Folks, ain't nobody stupid here. We have this show again tomorrow, man.
Afrosito, you are absolutely right. It's 3:43 a.m. where I am. My brain a little bit tired, but you are absolutely right. It should have been 1.
So our man is also a victim. Belete. It's also a victim. When Cummins certain Pokemon hijacked the Cummins campaign.
Don't say certain people. Louis Brown.
Come in. You make the face of your party that you brand yourself as Mr. Clean, the integrity guy, and you put Louis Brown ahead of it. And lots of people start backing up. Even that Retire Suffering campaign, that could have been a good rally. But we said there that the messenger killed the message. You understand? So
who destroyed that Retire Suffering campaign? Who really destroyed that thing? Fagon, who destroyed it? Now Retire Suffering.
That us? That Spoon?
You tired suffering, but you go bring 70,000.
No. There's a picture for that we tired suffering. The man got BB.
Oh, they got BB. I said it didn't fly. Louis Brago said that they say he tired suffering. Louis, are you serious?
I mean, I respected Louis Brando, and I still do. I respect
But
him.
that's why Remy Grace said it was not the message. The message was fine, but the messengers, all the messengers, then stomach BB let and I eat everything from the.
So the only thing I would say, look,
Remy Grace, they ate that money for you. They ate that $70.
But you know when Musa started running for District 7, it was, look.
Hey, they ate that $70.
Huh?
They ate $70 for you.
I don't know. I was not part of the campaign. All the talk was.
One of the mistakes you guys made was to move your concentration from on WIA and focus on Joseph Boakai.
Oh, United Party. That was a mistake.
That was it.
You guys forgot that WIA were president and made this whole election about Joseph Boakai.
So we ourselves, you, Stevie, and all of us, we turn our weapons to them.
Exactly.
We have to defend ourselves.
And by the time we engage you, we expose you. Because now,
but not only that they took hold on, Sarah, I beg you. Not only that they make it out of Joseph Boakai, they have agreed to fund a coalition, right, with CDC.
Yeah, for 2029.
No, not even they were defending Josh Badawia. I cannot be fighting to remove your leader, Stevie. Then you myself talking the same thing. Samatua created his own platform. They went there to defend Josh Badawia. Then I was sitting there and said, but what's really going on? Are you guys enemy or you guys friends? Because you cannot be defending Josh Badawia, but you're speaking against, like you said, Joseph Boakai. Then where that leave Cummings? Then Cummings will go and say, we're going to give Joe Badawia record. But then your people under there celebrating Joe Badawia. It was a message, man. You mean that, Steven?
Remy, I've been knowing Remy for quite some time, and we family friends. Here, my big sister and my brother-in-law. You see, one of the things I have to tell people about Liberian politics is I joined the Unity Party in 1997, right? Ever since then, I've been very active in Liberian politics. All politics is local. All politics is local. And one of the things you got to understand in politics is to understand the people you want to lead. You got to know them. And knowing them is not just hearing about the global problems, all of the big, the big ticket items, healthcare, the economy. Those are big ticket items. You don't need to be in Liberia to know them. They are well-researched evidence out there that you can point to know exactly what is happening. But when we talk about getting to know your people, is to be with them, to spend some time with them, to understand their needs, to understand what their thinkings are, their cultural values, what they stand for. People overlook Liberians. Liberians are some of the most critical voters you can find. But people don't give them credit. We think Liberian people are not critical. Liberian people are critical. Look at all of the elections result and look at how they voted. And if you were to do some quick historical reflection as to why they voted, most of those they voted, you will see that they have some real strong justification. When they voted WIA in 2017, they believe he was a grassrooter. They believe he's somebody who came from the slum community. He will understand the problem and that they did not want the continuation of the Unity Party. And George Weah was in the pole position to win. They voted.
Absolutely.
When we have failed to deliver, on his promises to the very same people, what did they do? They kick him out. We should give our people credit. And some of the biggest mistakes of the CPP was the messaging, the ANC. It was brutal. It was demeaning. It was always looking down on people, presenting themselves as the elites, the sophisticated people of Liberia, and that everybody was beneath them so long you are not thinking about Cummings. You don't campaign like that. You have to meet the people to where they are and be able to sell your candidate without looking down on them. That was bad. The messengers were terrible. Some of them created more problems for the ANC than even Cummings himself.
Like I've always stated.
As you people do a post-mortem of your political institution, and with the hope that maybe you guys will come around again, maybe somewhere around 2035 or 41, with a new breed of leader. I hope.
I like the propaganda you're playing right now. Stevie Super, you just slide it in.
But Seto say, I'm not here. He says, yeah, Jamaica, go to a year.
I like Stevie.
Talking about.
Let me slide it one.
It's true.
It's starting for the one.
Of course. I mean, it's on your premise. It's on your premise, Stevie. It's on your premise from day for yesterday. As long as Unity does what they need to do.
The Joe, we have 24 years. Why do you say?
No. We're saying Braga going 24 years. We're saying
no. But they said they were going to be like 24 years lacking.
Eremi Gray, let me tell you something. And I think this is the beauty of this conversation we have. And we just don't know that we're going to move in this direction tonight. Look out there. The people have rejected Cummings. 6 years from now, Cummings come back, they will reject him.
Oh, yeah. 2 terms.
Look out there. They have rejected Josh Manawia. Josh Manawia cannot come back. He cannot. If he tries, he will not make it. You know why? Because it's onto this government to deliver for her people. And because this government is going to deliver for her people, they're going to put a block on everybody, every corner, that there will be no way to penetrate. Yes, the beauty. I don't know which among us here will get into government and work in this in this Joseph Boakai government. I don't know who's going to work. But Spoon Talk will be here. And the people listen to Spoon Talk. Joseph Boakai will listen to radio station that will not only praise him, but radio station that will criticize him constructively. He will listen and they will follow through. Tell me which one of the radio station were criticizing George Manawia and some two of them were accepting. How in the good heaven on the earth that you turn around to say we will put money on all of the sedition and the weird share? Hey, Stephen Johnson, you don't go on Spoon. We'll create our own. We will give these reporters and print media money. They will tell good story. Who reading newspaper? That man Joy reading newspaper? Steven? Look at the people that were standing for back arrest. 250 of them, they're coming again on Saturday. Which one, the newspaper or the print media or the radio station giving them rest? Tell me if we are not building something for 2029. Who listen to radio station now and listen to Spoon? Every day that they pray, the people are going to come. Look how they take the back arrest on the head, happily going home. So when Spoon speak, they listen. Even today, when Spoon said, I don't like, if I miss Spoon, I'm talking about me. When we come together on this set, the network, and say this your representative, a bad man, let's recall him. We need 10,000 votes. And go in that district. Physically in that district, they will recall that person. You do what making some lawmakers there afraid, Stevie? But when Samuel Tuet think and he feel he can bring 50,000 and say, my man, that you're Christmas, you're tough for the man. You're tough for Joe. We are. That's why some of us stood our ground and said, no, we don't want your 50,000. You know, you're right, Stephen. This thing, we are building this thing. Look, the short-term Punch FN came. Tell me what happened with Punch FN. The very short time that Joey first certified that he can get the people the lesson. Look what we did during the election time. Spoon that were Punch FM. Roof. My man, I will tell you why. Sedition will not sacrifice. To say we will uphold our integrity, we will fight this thing to 2029. Because they get no money. Steven, which radio station in there will live? Someone told them there no more. Joseph Boakai government will not get them money. Which one will survive? You know how much it is to maintain on fuel, not on LDC, on fuel, to pay over 60 employees? You talk about your transformer maintenance, everything, generator repair, everything. You know how much it is? Cemetery, they don't get that money no more. I guarantee you, they will be selling this radio station in now. They will put it up for sale. They will. After the first year, it will be rough. They will be begging, can you buy it? You will find someone for $25,000, maybe $10,000. I guarantee you. Because to maintain radio station is
announcement will be carrying now. Announcement.
How much for Devil announcement, Father?
Yeah.
I mean, I'm telling you, Steven, that's why people sit down and say,
even most of the artists, you know, I mean, politics, artists come wear your beret, perform, and go. But most of the artists that join the CDC, especially comedians, musicians, and started to bash and throw on the other side, they are full of regrets today. What can I show you? We're organized now and people will come full of? What can I show? You want people to laugh now, they don't find you funny anymore.
Not at all.
Because you made fun out of somebody in favor of another person, which to me is comedy. But you went too far when you identify wholly and solely with that one political party. You follow them everywhere they went. You campaign vigorously for that person. If you say you're having a show, let me be clear. At the end of the day, you think I'm going to go put my money there and say, oh, I got to listen to Angel Marco or Paul Flomo or this person if I'm hurting? Well, they are my junior brothers. I will go there. I mean, Eugene Fagon will support them. But hey, the ordinary person on the street, they say, look at it. Y'all beyond Joey. Y'all go there now. Who are going to that one show? Me? That was a huge mistake, Steve. Huge mistake that those guys made. All of them joined the CDC. Almost all joined the CDC. And I was looking at them like, are these guys in show business? Do they really want everybody to come to their show? Why are they doing this? But again, it was their choice. Most of them, like the other guys, were too confident that they will win. So they threw everything in. And now they're disappointed. And like Stanton said, I'm telling you, radio station business are not small thing. And here is what is going to happen. Freedom of speech, fine. But when you tell Stephen Johnson, say he worked in a hotel, sleeping with another man, I play a freedom of speech coming in. Because Stephen Johnson going to carry you to court, when they call you around at Flowcroft, you will know that freedom of speech got limitation. We're sitting right on the platform here. I wouldn't easily carry anybody to court. But that game they play on a George Weah, where you can get out, you say 16 billion loss. Everybody's scrambling to find the 16 billion, only for you to come back today and say, George Weah, your cousin. The same man who said George Weah wanted to kill him, he ran away from the country. He said George Weah, his cousin, blood will spill. We got all the screenshot. He don't want to be journalist. He got to speak in mind. You took a side. Now, fast forward to Joseph Boaga time, when somebody start to criticize you, mess with you, and you say, no, the PUS should come defend you. They pull out all your screenshot. Say, my friend, you're not journalist. Look at Gerald Grayfield. Look at Titi Grebo. These are people that were in the state-run institution. I even look at NSA guy, like, what's his name? Sam Sion. I show you now, see a picture where Una Sunday. Why you do all that? At the end of the day, you were the sedition and doing a day. So, were you representing the country's interest or the CDC interest? Again, these are things that happen that should not have happened. And as I leave this platform tonight, I can say, like, to the artists, I can say to the people that are hiring, putting 50, 75 people in their offices, Don't do that. A new dawn is here. Make no mistake. You put them in, we'll throw them out. And like Anim Kanyo Barbara, he should forget it. He should forget it. He should have been investigated by the Justice Minister on account of the Buchanan Port issue. You know that. But now they put you at the university, they put you at the road fund. The same road fund that the Americans complained that was your stole from. You will only last 1 day. So you can clean everything, Kanyo. You put all your carpet there and your decks. You are only working to that place on January 23rd. January 24th, you will be out. So don't suffer yourself. You will be out January 24th. And all of this is meant to embarrass the incoming government. Because I know they can't even pay salaries for November and December. Then you adding more people to the wage bill that you cannot pay.
So how they going to backdate their employment?
They go in the system.
No, then how do you account for their salaries that you pay them? You're sure that you paid them before?
No.
So let's say you backdate me to 1 year, right? And I come to do audit, right?
Yeah.
I will look at your payment history.
Thank you.
To see what else Fagonto paid last year, January, for instance.
No, he didn't.
Then how can you get your letter show you employed last year? You take paid the entire last year.
And you know them? They don't think like you and myself. They don't think, they don't rationalize. Why are you laughing for, Iremi? They really don't think.
Because they got come and make Lupo not sleep tonight. Just the small suggestion to go say, oh, they'll go to World Trade Center and go fix some of those check. Go fake check and fake receipt.
All of them. You can go take 3 persons and put them on the university payroll.
I'm going to tell that report at 10 p.m.
I don't know. I don't know.
Steve, somebody sent me a text saying, well, you guys never invited Cummings to be running mate to Buckeye.
We didn't need to invite him or give him, my man, Remy.
No, wait.
The poor one time, Yombly and why his name? Better not you have already expressively said that they didn't want to be political people. So there was no need for even talking about convention. We just could come to an agreement, say, yeah, Waka Cummings. When we started the CPP.
Let me say this. I beg you. Let me say something that you don't know. I beg you, Steven. Let me really say something today. And I will repeat myself tomorrow. It was a blessing that Cummings was on the ticket.
Mm-hmm.
It was a blessing from God.
The guy will have gone to.
I can follow for you.
We're going to lose the election.
It was a blessing from God.
Was going to go to
right? Let me tell you something. It was a blessing from God that Cummings. Hey, God, thank you.
He can be praised to God.
That Cummings didn't make the ticket. And I will leave it at that.
All right, gentlemen.
All right, man. You have a good night, man. Thank you very much, my God. Steven, thank you. Tomorrow, by God's grace. Folks, Maxwell, thanks a lot. For a second. Nelson, are you there?
Yes, sir.
What's up, Nelson? How you doing?
Yeah, I'm doing good. Trying
Thank
to track.
God, man. You are not up to the numbers yet, right?
No, not yet. Not yet.
Yeah.
We still have we're in 300 now, a little over 300.
Okay, keep on pushing. I think we got to do this thing during the day to get the numbers, because we'll be giving 1,100 bags of rice and you guys saying the 300. All right. Yeah. So let's try to talk to Madam Titi. We'll do it in the day when the folks are up, that they can call in for us to get the numbers. Okay.
Okay.
Thank you very much, sir.
So are we taking some tonight, or we suspend?
It's your call. I'm tired. I'm leaving.
They like when people say they want you to be here so we can take some calls.
No, man. Man should not live on bread alone, but on every word that proceeds out of the mouth of God. So I gotta go rest.
That scripture, that's more scripture.
The powerful scripture. But I'll see you later again.
Okay, sir. Okay.
All right. Thank you very much.
Okay, sir. Well, folks, we will take we'll take few calls for about 30 minutes, and then we move on to the late night show. So we'll take few calls because I see a lot of people trying to call in. So we will take some calls, and then we move on to the late night show. I see a lot of you waiting for the late night show as well. So let's try to take some calls because the lines are very busy. The lines are hot. So let's see if we can do this, and then we move on. So again, the number to call, the numbers are 0555 101075, 0555 101075. So we'll take your calls on 0555 101075. But please know that the rule is that you will have to call just once if you are one of those persons who called on the previous editions of the show and we took down your name. Please don't try calling again. Let's have others to call and participate and be able to get at least a bag of rice. And yeah, so please don't call twice. If you're one of those who called last evening, we already have your names here, and so you just have to be patient and give others the chance to call in today and form part of this form part of the show. Okay, so I'm trying to make a very quick adjustment here, so we start to take your calls. Let's see if we can do this, and then we start to take your calls. But as usual, the numbers are the same: 0555 101075, 0555 101075, and we also have the orange line is so the orange line is 0776 918 639. So these are the numbers you can call and you'll be live on here tonight. So a lot of our folks have been trying to call in. So let me just have the numbers up. Then we start to take your calls. Let me have the numbers up. Wow. Okay. So we'll start to take your calls from our other line here while we make adjustment for this. Oh, wow. 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 Okay. Okay, so we have the numbers ready now for you. Let's have the numbers up here. Let's have the numbers here. Wow, it's still not going through. So let's see if we can do another one. Okay. Okay, so this is going to work for us. So now we have the numbers strolling there: 0776 918 639 0555 101075. The numbers to call, and you'll be live tonight. As we take another batch of names for the rice. So let's start with this person. Hello.
Hello.
Okay, your name and where you call from?
I'm Josephine Fisher, order for duty.
Josephine?
Yeah.
Josephine Josh?
Josephine G. Sharif.
Sharif. What's the number, Josephine?
0881.
0881. Yeah.
32.
32.
08.
08.
14.
14. 32. 08. 14. Thank you, Josephine. We take another person. Hello.
Hello.
Your name and where you call from?
My name. Hello. Get
Yeah,
me?
yeah, go ahead. You're live.
Yeah, my name is Cecilia Colley.
Cecilia Colley?
Yes.
Cecilia Colley. Okay. Your number quickly.
0886.
0886
23.
23. Yeah.
Me give you the other number because the number and my sister using it.
Okay, so which number you want to give us?
I'll give you another Lunsa number.
Yeah, go ahead, please.
0886.
Yeah.
666.
66
11.
11
475.
475. Okay. Thank you.
You correct?
Yeah. And I number?
Yeah.
66. No. 0886, right?
Yeah. 611475.
Okay, 611475. Okay. Okay. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Let's take another call. Hello. Hello?
No.
Yes, your name and where you call from?
This is Masawe K. Pesa.
Masawe?
Massabor.
Okay, Masa Bisa, right? Hello? Hello? Hello, are you there? Oh, too bad. Hello? You on the line? Hello? Oh, we lost this person. Let's take another one. Hello?
Hello, my name is Tamafala.
Tamafala.
Yeah. 0247. Hello?
Tamafala. Okay, 0777
04
04
4550.
4550, right?
50. Yeah.
50.
Yeah, 0247 04 4550.
Okay, thank you. We'll take
You get
calls
it?
from that line. Yes, you're okay. Let's take another one.
Okay.
Hello.
Thank you.
Okay, we take this one. Hello.
Hello.
Yes, your name and where you call from?
Boyma Manaba. I live in Broadway.
Boyma.
Yeah, Manaba.
Manaba?
Yeah, Manaba.
Okay, what's your number, sir?
0770
0770, yeah.
54
54
21
21
78.
78. 542178. Okay, thank you. Hello.
Hello, sir.
Yes, sir. Your name and where you call from?
Peter Cooper calling from Lower Virginia, Rayfield.
Peter Cooper, right?
Yes, sir.
What's your number?
0776
0776. Yeah.
34
34
21 21.
21 34 21 21, right?
Yes, sir. G.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Okay,
Another one here. Hello. Okay, we lost this person. So we'll go to this line, talk to this person. Hello.
Hello.
Your name and where you call from?
My name is Jonathan.
Jonathan?
Yeah, Jonathan John.
Jonathan John.
Yeah.
Jonathan, what's your last name? What's your number? Sorry.
0886
0886
72
72
53
53
52.
52. Thank you, sir. We take another person from this line, or we come this way. Hello.
Hello.
Yes, your name and where you call from?
I'm Lasana Junior calling from Zimbabwe.
Lasana Junior?
Lasana Mo, yeah.
Lasana Moore?
Lasana Mo Junior.
Okay, the Moore and the Junior, which of the two is your last name?
Mo.
Okay, Lasana Moore. Okay, what's your number, sir?
080
080, yeah.
7471
7471, yeah. 55. Thank you. We take another person. Hello.
Hello.
Yes, your name and where you call from?
Someone calling from Rayfield.
Diamond,
Hello?
you want to reduce the volume of your receiver, your radio, or whatever.
Yeah, off the radio.
Okay, so what's your last name? Kel, right?
Kel, yeah, Kel.
What's your number?
070
Yeah.
93
93
95
95
17.
Okay. We'll go to this line. Hello.
Hello.
Yes, your name and where you calling from?
I'm calling from Providence.
Your name?
I'm Larry JJ.
Yeah, Larry G. Yates.
Yeah, Larry JJ.
Okay, your number, sir.
Number is 0886
0886
23
23
27
27
83.
83. Thank you. We'll take another person. Hello.
Hello.
Yes, sir. Your name and where you call from?
Hello.
Yes, you are live. Go ahead. Your name and where you calling from?
I'm Samuel Bobio. I call from New Georgia, Cowell.
Samuel?
Yeah.
Samuel Gogo?
Bobio, GBOBRO.
Okay. Your number quickly.
0777 45 882.
0777 45
80
80
52.
52. Thank you. We take another one. Hello.
Hello.
Yes, your name and where you call from?
Jeanette Gray from Radio Community.
Jeanette Gray, right?
Yeah.
What's your number, Jeanette?
088
0880, yeah. 97
53
53
27.
27. Okay. Yeah. 080975327, right?
Yeah.
Okay, we take another one here. Hello. Okay, so we come back here. Hello. Hello.
Hello.
Yes, Anima, where you call from?
Yes, Jala. I'm from Providence.
Yes, Jala.
Yeah.
Okay, what's your number quickly?
0770
0770, yeah.
52
52
19
19
89.
89 521989. We take another person. Hello. Hello.
Yeah, how are you?
Yes, sir. Your name and where you call from?
Thomas Wakupo, calling from Rela.
Thomas
Wakupo.
Thomas Cooper. What's your number, Thomas?
0776
0776, yeah.
97
97
86
86.
86
Yeah, 86, right?
18, yeah.
8618. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
We go back to this line. Hello. Hello.
Hello.
Yes, your name and where you call from?
My name is Francis Tamba.
Francis Tamba.
Yeah. Call from Pinswood.
Francis, what's your number, sir?
0777
0777
929
929
868.
868, right? We take this person. Hello. Hello.
Hello.
Yes, your name and where you calling from?
My name is Teresa. I'm calling from Jigota.
Teresa.
Yeah, Teresa Moto.
Teresa Moto.
Moto, Moncoe.
What's your number, Teresa?
0775
0775, yeah.
390
390
115.
115. Okay. We'll come back here to take this person. Hello.
Yeah.
Yes, your name and where you call from?
I'm Amos David calling you from something.
Amos David.
Yeah,
Is
David.
it David or Davis?
David, DFDRD.
Okay, what's your number, Amos?
0778
Yeah.
03
03
88
88
63.
63. Thank you. We take this person from here. Hello.
Hello.
Yes, your name and where you call from?
My name is Johnny Boga. I'm calling from Johnsonville.
Janet?
Johnny.
Oh, Johnny.
Yeah.
Johnny Boakai?
Yeah, Johnny Boga.
What's your number, Johnny?
0776
Yeah.
07
07
92
92
75.
75. Thank you, Johnny. We took another one. Hello. Hello.
Yeah, hello.
Yes, your name and where you call from?
Michael David. I'm calling from R2.
Michael Davis, right?
Yes.
Michael Davis. What's your number, Michael?
0778
0778, yeah.
622
622
545.
545.
Yes.
Thank you, Michael.
All right.
So we will try to take a break, and we'll try to take a break. It's a very quick break to be back. Okay, sorry, folks. Let's take a few more calls and then we wrap up. It's almost 3:30. We're about to start the late night show, but let's take this person. Hello.
Hello.
Yeah, your name and where you call from?
Call from Overcower.
What's your name, sir?
Liner L Design.
Liner?
Yeah, Liner.
Liner L D line?
Yeah, yes.
Okay, Liner, what's your number?
07770.
07770, yeah.
66.
66.
282.
282. Right?
Yeah.
Okay, Lionel, thanks a lot. Take another person here. Hello. Hello?
Hello?
Yes, Anima, where you call from?
Abraham Koubol. Koubol.
Abraham.
Koubol.
Kobul.
Bol.
Kobol, right?
Koubol.
Okay, Koubol.
Yeah.
What's your number, sir?
077550.
07750. Yeah.
8236.
82.
Yeah. 36.
Thank you. Thanks a lot. We take this person. Hello. Hello. Okay, this person is not on the line. We take this one. Hello.
Yeah, hello.
Your name and where you call from?
My name is Moses Wilson. I'm calling from Togo.
Moses?
Yeah.
Moses Wilson?
Wilson.
Wilson?
Yeah.
How you spell Wilson?
WAYSON.
ZOHN.
Yeah.
Your number quickly.
0775.
0775
8702.
8702.
8702.
Okay, thank you. I got that.
All right.
Okay. So this person. Hello.
Hello.
Yes, your name and where you call from?
Yeah, my name is Benson Taylor. I'm calling from Riyadh.
Henson Taylor.
Yeah, Benson Taylor. TAYL.
Benson. Okay, your number quickly.
7555.
0555
355.
355
431.
431.
Yeah, 0755 355 431.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, sir. We take the last 4 calls and then we wrap up. Hello.
Morning.
Yeah, your name and where you call from?
My name is Maurice J. Cooper from the SKD Boulevard.
Maurice?
Yeah, J. Cooper.
J. Cooper.
Yes.
Yeah, your number quickly.
0777.
0777
266.
266
224.
224. And then caller number 2. Hello.
Hello.
Your name and where you call from?
Promise Lincoln from Brooklyn Lake.
Promise Lincoln, right?
Yes.
What's your number, Promise?
0775.
0775. Yeah.
91.
91.
6252.
6252.
6252.
6252, right?
Yeah.
6252. Okay. And then second to the last call. Hello.
Hello.
Your name and where you call from?
Alison Kemo.
Allison?
Yeah, Alison Kemo.
Okay, your number quickly, Allison.
0778.
Yeah.
03.
03.
23.
23. 22. Okay, so we take the last call now. Hello.
Hello?
Yes, your name and where you call from?
Morris, Moluba.
Morris?
Yes.
Morris Moluba?
Moluba.
Moluba or Waluba?
Moluba. Moluba.
Okay.
Number reads 0776
0776, yeah.
749
749
654
67 what?
654
654.
54.
Okay, thank you. Thanks a lot. Okay, folks, that's how we like to end up for today. As you heard, right? Hopefully we'll have this call in continuing beginning tomorrow during the daytime when everyone is awake, so that you have the opportunity to call in and be able to get your package, a 25 kg rice. So thanks to all of you for being a part of this edition of Spoon Talk. My name is Nelson Colette. We'll be back here tomorrow with another edition of your favorite program, Spoon Talk. And they will come your way again. Have a good night. And coming up shortly will be the late night show. The late night politics on Spoon will be coming up here very shortly. So many thanks to all the radio stations that have been relaying. We've been live on Spoon 107.5 FM, Fabric 101.1, Super 95.5, and other frequencies across the country. Thanks a lot, and good night for now.
Yes, sir. A special one from the CEO, Stanton with the spoon. And your boy, Friday the South Man. Charges on the beat.
On the spoon to get your information. On the spoon to be part of our discussion. Spoon television. Spoon radio station.
Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Liberia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Monrovia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Africa. Just to spoon, you will know. If the children crying for starvation, just to spoon. You want to get a news update, my brother, to spoon. You want to know what is happening in Monrovia, to spoon. Politicians want to make their decision, just to